Jeev, Ajeev, Unfold the Secrets of Real Entities, written by Acharya Mahapragya. Preface. Padhamam Nanam Tau Daya. Right knowledge precedes right conduct. This is the integrated doctrine of Jain philosophy. There cannot be conduct without knowledge, and knowledge has no meaning until it transcends in action. Therefore, a combination of both knowledge and conduct is essential. The essence of knowledge in Jain spirituality is to know about liberation and the means of liberation, such as self restraint, non violence, etc. For this, knowledge of living and non living beings is essential. Lord Mahavira says, जो जीवे वी ना याणाई, अजीवे वी ना याणाई, जीवा जीवे अयानंतो, हम सो नहीं संजमम. How can a person comprehend the notion of self restraint if he does not have knowledge of living beings, knowledge of non living things, and the knowledge of both living and non living beings? It is therefore imperative for an observer of non violence to understand both Jeev, living beings, and Ajeev, non living beings, which have been described in Jain philosophy in great detail and propounded through various perspectives. Cheese Bowl is a small compendium of 25 metaphysical maxims laid down in the form of 25 tenets. The compiler has presented the analysis of living and non-living beings lucidly and scientifically. The brief description of the 25 maxims is as follows. 1. Mention of 4 main places of birth of living beings. 2. Classification of living beings based on sense organs. 3. Description of immobile and mobile living beings. 4. Sense organs and their subdivisions. 5. 6 kinds of biopotentials, their nature and functions. 6. Nature and functions of 10 kinds of bioenergies, the interrelation of biopotential and bioenergy, a detailed explanation of lifespan bioenergy. 7. 5 kinds of body and their descriptions. 8. A detailed description of mental, vocal, and physical activities. 9. A detailed description of 5 kinds of knowledge, 3 kinds of nescience, and 4 kinds of perceptions. 10. 8 types of karma, their effects, description of their nature, and different causes of karmic bondage. Explanation of the 10 states of karma, the 5 factors that cause accomplishment of any effect. Elaborate information about the relation between soul and karma. 11. The explanation of 14 stages of spiritual development, criteria to reach the stages, duration within each stage, etc. 12. Nature and objects of sense organs. 13. 10 kinds of perverted faith. 14. Divisions and subdivisions of 9 reals and the analysis of 4 means of liberation. 15. Logical reasoning to prove the existence of the soul. The soul is a non-corporeal, then why is it considered as a substance, the size of the soul, etc. 16. 24 places of experiencing karmic fruition and their subdivision. 17. 6 oral colors and their characteristics. 18. 3 kinds of world views, significant characteristics, blemishes, and bhushan, adornment of the right faith. 19. 4 kinds of meditation. 20. The 6 kinds of substances present in the universe concerning the division of time, modes of material substances, and their nature. 21. 2 gross categories of being, a description of living and non-living beings. 22. 12 woes of a layman and their religious, social, and national applications. 23. Characteristics of 5 great woes. 24. Various types of renunciations and ways to renounce sinful deeds. 25. 5 kinds of conduct and a description of their characteristics. These 25 maxims describe right knowledge, right faith, and right conduct. In this context, spiritually conducive and non-conducive factors have been discussed in detail. The outline or the structure of the Jeev Ajeev was made during Acharya Shri Tulsi's stay at Shri Dungargarh in Vikram Samvat 2002. Dr. Jethmal Bhansali and his assistants edited the script, and the first edition of the book was published by Sri Jain Shvetambar Terapantha Sabha, Shri Dungargarh. It proved to be beneficial for all, and the second edition, edited by Muni Sudarshan, was published by Sri Jain Shvetambar Terapantha Mahasabha, Terapantha Mahasabha. Subsequently, it was included in the course of Jainology, and through this book, thousands of people have become conversant with the basic tenets of Jainism. At present, it is being published by Jain Vishwabharati. Ranavas, 2 November 1982, Acharya Mahapragya. First pole, 4 Gati, states of existence of worldly beings. 1. Narak hellish state. 2. Tiryancha subhumans or animal and plants state. 3. Manushya human state. 4. Dev heavenly state. As per Jainism, there are two types of living beings, Siddha, liberated, and Sansari, mundane. Each object is distinct from the other. The differences among the objects are on account of dissimilarity found in them. It is not surprising to find differences in the object belonging to the heterogeneous class, but it is found in homogeneous class too. Based on this fact, even the objects of the same class have been variously classified. The characteristic of living beings, Jeev, are consciousness, Chetana, and cognition, Upayog. This exists only in living beings. At the level of consciousness, all living beings are equal, but the purity of the soul is not the same in all. Thus, living beings are broadly divided into two categories, Siddha and Sansari. Souls that are cleansed of all karmic impurities and are in the purest form are called Siddha, and they are infinite in number. Liberated souls reside in the uppermost part of the universe. There is no birth, aging, sorrow, or fear in them, and all the liberated souls are equal to their inherent state of spiritual development. They are classified into 15 types depending on their worldly state just before liberation. For example, those who attain liberation in the form of a householder are called Grihalinga Siddha. Those in Jain ascetic form are called Swalinga Siddha, and those in the form of other ascetics are called Anyalinga Siddha. Similarly, those who attain liberation as woman, man, and Krit Napunsak, person's gender made neuter through an unnatural process, form are called Strilinga Siddha, Purushlinga Siddha, and Napunsak Linga Siddha, respectively. After liberation, the worldly cycle of birth and death ends forever. Dagdha Bije Yathatyantam Pradurbhavati Nangkurah Karma Bije Tatha Dagdhe Na rohati bhavankurah. The seeds that are burnt to ashes do not sprout again. Similarly, once the seed of karma is burnt, the rebirth of the soul does not occur. There is no rebirth of the soul after liberation. The impure souls burdened with karmic particles are called sansari jeev, worldly souls. Due to the different types of karmic bondages, the conditions of all worldly beings are different. Some have one sense organ, whilst others have 5 senses. Some are mobile beings, whilst others are immobile beings. Some have a mind, whereas some others do not. Thus, there are innumerable classifications of worldly beings. Question. We know that the soul is immortal, and we also know that some have just been born, whilst others have just died. Death does not occur to immortal things, and there is no birth without death. Therefore, how does an immortal soul undergo birth and death? Answer. The existence of a soul does not end with the birth and death of a being. They are just different states of existence on account of which the soul transits from one living form to another. The worldly soul transmigrates in the 4 states of existence. 1. Narak 2. Tiryancha 3. Manushya 4. Dev In a literal sense, gati means movement from one place to another. However, in this technical context, gati means transmigration from one life form to another. For instance, when the soul transmigrates to life in the human form, it is called Manushya Gati. And when the same soul transmigrates into the subhuman form, it is called Tiryancha Gati. As per Jain cosmology, there are 7 land masses below this earth called Narak, hell, where hellish beings reside. Living beings born in that state are called Narak Gati, whereas living beings born in the celestial state are called Dev Gati, and in the human state are called Manushya Gati. The Tiryancha Gati consists of all organisms with 1 sense to 5 senses, except above said 3 states, and this Gati is called Tiryancha Gati. Human beings and subhumans are visible to us. Therefore, we cannot deny their existence. Although heaven and hell are not visible to us, their existence cannot be denied. When the soul exists, punya and pap exists, and then on what basis should the existence of hell and heaven be rejected? All the worldly souls transmigrate from one form of life to another based on the fusion of Gati Nama Karma. 1. Naragati. Birth in hell is called Naragati. There are 7 hells: Ratna Prabha, Sharkara Prabha, Paluka Prabha, Panka Prabha, Dhuma Prabha, Tama Prabha, and Mahatama Prabha. These 7 hell is located in the lower region of the cosmic space. The living beings taking birth in hell are called Narak. 2. Tiryanchagati. Birth in the form of 1, 2, 3, and 4 sensed living beings, along with 5 sensed living beings, which include those that are terrestrial, aerial, or aquatic, are called Tiryanj. 3. Manushyagati. Birth in human form is called the Manushyagati. Humans are classified into 2 types: Sanghi, endowed with the mind, and Asanghi, without mind. Sanghi human beings are viviporous, whereas Asanghi human beings are born in 14 kinds of excretory wastes of Sanghi human beings, such as feces, urine, cup, etc. They are too subtle and thus invisible to us. 4. Devgati. Birth in the heavenly abode is called Devgati. Dev is of 4 types. 1. Bhavanpati Dev, mentioned dwelling heavenly beings. 2. Vyantar Dev, forest, cave dwelling heavenly beings. 3. Jyotishka Dev, luminous heavenly beings. 4. Vaimanik Dev, super celestial heavenly beings. All worldly beings, according to their acquired karmas, move from one state of being to another. For instance, a single soul can be human in one birth and in any of the other gatis in the next. Question. How does worldly being travel from one birth to another, or from current gati to the next gati? Answer. The movement made by the worldly beings to travel from one birth to another is called Antaral Gati, transmigratory movement. It is of 2 kinds. 1. Rijugati, transmigratory movement without turns. 2. Vakragati, transmigratory movement with turns, with a minimum of 1 turn to a maximum of 3 turns. During this transmigratory movement, the gross body is absent. This body is abandoned during the time of death. 2 subtle bodies, Tejas body or bioelectrical body and the karmic body, accompany the soul. The transmigratory movement occurs due to karmic body. 2 categories of living beings move from one birth to another, discarding the previous body. One is when the soul sheds both its gross and subtle bodies together forever to reach the ultimate state of being, that is liberation. Second is where the soul acquires a new gross body after leaving the previous gross body. The former kinds of beings are known as liberated, whereas the latter types of beings are called worldly beings. Soul attain liberation through Rijugati and not by Vakragati, whereas those who take a new physical form can move either in a straight line or take multiple turns depending on the location of the next birth. The cause for Rijugati or Vakragati is dependent on the location of the next birthplace. When the birthplace is situated in a straight line to the place of death, the soul takes only 1 samay, smallest unit of time, to reach there. When the next birthplace is not situated in a straight line, the soul can take 1, 2, or 3 turns. In the Rijugati, the soul does not have to make an extra effort. When the soul leaves the previous body, it accelerates towards the new destination, just like an arrow is shot from the bow, due to the thrust obtained from previous body. Vakragati has turns. As soon as the turn appears, the acceleration given by the previous body reduces and the soul reaches its destination through a new effort made by the subtle body, karmic body. This is called Karman Yoga. The minimum duration of this transmigratory movement is 1 samay and maximum duration can be of 2, 3 or 4 samays. In Vakragati, if there is 1 turn, it takes 2 samay. If there are 2 turns, it takes 3 samay. And if there are 3 turns, it takes 4 samay. When a soul moves towards liberation, it is bereft of both subtle and gross bodies during transmigratory movement. Therefore, there is no need for material, elemental assistance during this state. Worldly souls have subtle bodies, so they need material assistance for their movement. When soul leaves its previous body and moves through Rijugati, it simultaneously receives ahar, aliment, at the location of its rebirth. Anaharak state without alimentary assistance is found in Vakragati. When there is 1 or more turns, it takes 2 or more samays. The first samay of the 1 turn transmigration, first and second samay of 2 turn transmigration, and the second and third samay of 3 turn transmigration are non-alimented or anaharak. Table 1. Transmigratory state of the soul. Rijugati, no turns. Turns, none. Duration, 1 samay, alimented. Vakragati, having turns. Turns, 1. Duration, 2 samay. First samay, non-alimented. Second samay, alimented. Vakragati, having turns. Turns, 2. Duration, 3 samay. First and second samay, non-alimented. Third samay, alimented. Vakragati, having turns. Turns, 3. Duration, 4 samay. Second and third samay, non-alimented. First and fourth samay, alimented. Second bowl, Jati 5. 5 classes of beings. 1. Ekendriya, beings with 1 sense. 2. Dvindriya, beings with 2 senses. 3. Trindriya, beings with 3 senses. 4. Chaturindriya, beings with 4 senses. 5. Panchendriya, beings with 5 senses. Consciousness is the characteristic of a soul. Its development is not similar in all living beings but varies. The first stage of development is sensory knowledge. Supersensory cognition may or may not be present in all the beings, but sensory knowledge is present even in the most undeveloped living being. If this sensory perception is absent, then how can there be any demarcation between living and non-living? The classification of living beings made on the basis of number of sense organs, skin, tongue, nose, eyes, ears, is known as jati. The word jati means a class of homogeneous beings, for example, class of cow, class of horse, etc. The class of cow includes all kinds of cows, such as black, white, yellow, etc. In the class of horse, all breeds of horses are included. Similarly, in one sense class, all the beings of earth, water, fire, air, plant bodies are included. Likewise, in the class of two-sensed beings, all organisms possessing 2 senses are included, and similar is the case with all the 3, 4, and 5 sensed beings. The order of sequential increase in sense organs is as follows. In the class of one-sensed beings, only the sense of touch is present. The sense of taste, smell, sight, and sound are additionally present respectively in 2, 3, 4, and 5 sensed beings. Thus, each sense organ keeps on increasing as the number of senses increases from 2 to 5. Beings that possess only one sense, the sense of touch, belongs to Ekendriya class, such as earth-bodied beings, water-bodied beings, fire-bodied beings, air-bodied beings, and plant-bodied beings. Beings that possess two senses, that is, the sense of touch and taste, are called dvindriya. Example, worms, snails, woodworm, shells, etc. Those beings that possess three senses, touch, taste, smell, belong to trindriya class of beings. Example, ants, bugs, lice, etc. Those beings that possess four senses, touch, taste, smell, and sight, belong to the class of chaturindriya. Example, mosquito, flies, bees, wasps, locusts, scorpions, etc. Those beings that possess all five senses, touch, taste, smell, sight, and sound, belong to the class of Panchendriya. Example, animals such as fish, crocodile, cow, buffalo, snake, bird, etc. And humans, heavenly beings, and hellish beings. Tiryancha are of three types. 1. Jalachar, aquatic, those who live in water, fish, tortoise, crocodile, etc. 2. Sthalachar, terrestrial, those who live on the land. These are of two types. A. Chatushpada, quadrupeds, four-legged animals. 2. Parisarpa, reptiles, those which move by crawling their body. Chatushpada, quadrupeds, is of four kinds. 1. Ekakhur, single ungulate hoofed animals like horse, donkey, etc. 2. Dvikhura, biungulate hoofed animals like cow, ox, buffalo, etc. 3. Gandipada, round-footed animals like elephant, camel, etc. 4. Sanakhapada, claws with nails, toed animals like lion, tiger, dog, cat, etc. Parisarpa, reptiles, is of two kinds. 1. Bhuja parisarpa, those that crawl using their arms like rat, mongoose, etc. 2. Ura parisarpa, those that crawl on their chest like snakes, etc. 3. Nabhachar, aerial animals, is of four kinds. 1. Charma pakshi, beings with membranous wings such as bats, etc. 2. Roma pakshi, beings with feathered wings such as swan, crane, etc. 3. Samudra pakshi, those birds whose wings are not well developed. Their wings are always covered and are in the shape of a box. They dwell far away from human habitations. 4. Vitata pakshi, those birds whose wings are always wide open or outstretched. They also dwell far away from human habitats. Humans are of two types. 1. Sammurchim manushya. These humans are produced in the excreta, urine, cough, etc. of human beings. They do not possess a mind. Thus, they are also called asangi manushya. 2. Garbhaj manushya. They are born from the womb and possess a mind. Therefore, they are also called as sangi manushya. Sangi manushya are also of two types. Karma bhumika manushya. These humans live in karma bhumi, where the livelihood is based on arms, weapons, literature, agriculture, business, arts, etc. Akarma bhumika manushya, regions where one does not have to toil for their livelihood and all necessities are fulfilled by natural resources and trees called kalpavriksha, wish-fulfilling trees. The humans inhabiting in such regions are known akarma bhumik manushya. Third bowl, Kai 6. 6 kinds of beings. 1. Prithvi Kai, earth-bodied beings, beings in the form of earth. 2. Apkai, water-bodied beings, beings in the form of water. 3. Tejas Kai, fire-bodied beings, beings in the form of fire. 4. Vayu Kai, air-bodied beings, beings in the form of air. 5. Vanaspati Kai, plant-bodied beings, beings in the form of plants. 6. Raskai, mobile beings. There are 6 groups of worldly beings, and this classification is based on the material cluster by which their bodies are made up of. The word Kai means body. The being whose body is in the form of earth, sand, etc., is called earth bodied being. Being whose body is in the form of water is known as a water bodied being. The being whose body is in the form of fire is known as fire bodied being. The being whose body is in the form of air is known as air bodied beings. Similarly, plant bodied organisms are known as Vanaspati Kai or plant bodied beings, and a being with a mobile body is known as Trus Kai. Out of these, the first 5 kinds of beings belong to the immobile class of beings. Their comfort and discomfort cannot be perceived by common human beings, and they cannot move on their own to seek comfort or to avoid discomfort. Due to the Uday, rising state of the Sthavar Nam Karma, they are known as Sthavar. Whereas beings who express happiness and sorrow and are capable of movement for seeking comfort or evading discomfort are called Traskai beings. For such living beings, the Tras Nam Karma is in the rising state. Thus, they are known as Tras or mobile beings. The characteristics of living beings include the ability to move forward or turn back, to contract or expand the body, to make sound, to move around due to fear, to run away, to know about arrival and departure, to reproduce, etc. Fire and air-bodied beings also move, but not to seek comfort or to evade discomfort. For this reason, they are not thrust in actual sense, but are called gati thrust. Depending on one's karma, one acquires a body in one of the forms described above and are named accordingly. The word Kai also means a group. A small lump of sand or a drop of water comprises of the innumerable bodies of earth, water, respectively living in a group. Question. If there are innumerable souls in a lump of soil or a drop of water, then how many bodies are in them? Answer. Innumerable. When we express those innumerable beings in totality, we collectively term them as earth-bodied being, water-bodied being, etc. 1. Prithvi Kaya. Earth-bodied beings, earth, sand, stones, rock, salts, iron, vermilion, red chalk, copper, lead, silver, gold, antimony, gravel, coal, etc. are all earth-bodied beings. Footnote. From the scientific point of view, the following are the characteristics of life: adaptability, sensitivity, communication, excitement, metabolism, growth, development, and reproduction. There are innumerable independent souls in a lump of soil. Earth-bodied beings are Sachit, living until they come in contact with any kind of destructive substance. When they come into contact with any life-destructive thing, they become achitta, lifeless. 2. Apkai, water-bodied beings. Rainwater, dew, ocean, well, step well, fog, ponds, lakes, rivers, etc. are living beings whose body is water. There are innumerable independent souls or beings in a drop of water which is living. They remain alive until they come in contact with any kind of damaging substance. If they are hurt by opposing weapons, they become lifeless. Tejas kind, fire-bodied beings. Fire, lightning, thunders, meteors, etc. are all fire-bodied beings. There are innumerable independent souls in a spark of fire. Fire-bodied beings are living until they come in contact with any kind of life-destructive substance. If they are hurt by opposing weapons, they become lifeless. 4. Vayukai, air-bodied beings. Air-bodied beings are classified into 5 types. 1. Utkalika, intermittent winds which stops and moves on. 2. Mandalika, a whirlwind which moves in circles, tornado, etc. 3. Ghanavayu, it is found below the Ratnaprabha, gem-hued, hell or heavenly vimans. This is dense and thick, like frozen water and provide support to those lands. 4. Gunja Vayu, sound producing wind or air. 5. Shuddha Vayu, pure wind which is devoid of the above qualities and flows gently. There are innumerable independent beings in the form of air. They become lifeless when they come in contact with life destructive substances. 5. Vanaspati Kaya, plant bodied beings. Living beings in the form of plants are plant bodied beings like mango, grapes, bitter gourd, banana, vegetables, potato, onion, garlic, etc. They are of two types. 1. Sadharan, common bodied beings, where infinite souls share one body in common. All underground vegetables like carrots, onions, radish, etc. are Sadharan Vanaspati. 2. Pratyek, individual bodied beings, where each soul has an independent body. They are further classified as 1. Vriksha, trees, mango, etc. 2. Lata, creepers, bitter gourd, cucumber, etc. 3. Trina, grass, etc. 4. Haritakaya, leafy vegetables, spinach, etc. 5. Jalaruha, aquatic plants, lotus, etc. In these individual plant-bodied beings, a single soul forms the body, but there can be innumerable souls dependent on it. It is not the same case for two sensed beings, etc., which have separate bodies. Depending on the birth, plants are divided into 8 types. 1. Agrabij, plants whose tip or shoot acts as a seed, for example, jade, rubber, camellia, etc. 2. Mulbij, plants whose roots act as a seed, for example, rhizome. 3. Parvabij, plants whose nodes or knots act as seeds, for example, sugarcane, bamboo, etc. 4. Skandha bij, plants whose trunk acts as a seed, for example, thuhar, cactus. 5. Bij ruha, plants that are produced by seeds, for example, wheat, barley, etc. 6. Samurchim, plants that are produced by self, for example, sprouts, etc. 7. Trina, grass, etc. 8. Lata, creepers, for example, chameli, jasmine, cucumber, watermelon, muskmelon, etc. There are many independent souls in plants. Plant-bodied beings are living until they come in contact with any kind of damaging substance. There are infinite souls in plants and innumerable souls in the remaining 5 categories. Everything we see, earth, water, etc., are a group of innumerable bodies. One category of living beings can be harmful to the living beings which belong to another category and also for living beings within the same category. Just as weapons are detrimental to human life, in the same way, beings with opposite nature are detrimental to each other. For example, two kinds of sand with opposing nature are detrimental to each other. For water-bodied beings, fire-bodied beings are harmful. Similarly, for fire-bodied beings, water-bodied beings are harmful. If living beings are harmful to the living beings of the same category, then it is known as Swakaya Shastra, weapon for one's class. If they are harmful to the living beings of another category, then it is called Parakaya Shastra, acts as a weapon for other classes of beings. The harmful substance for air-bodied beings is air itself. The destruction of living air on account of the contact with another kind of living air is known as Swakaya Shastra, whereas the destruction of living air on account of contact with non-living air is known as Parakaya Shastra. 6. Traskaya, mobile beings. All living beings endowed with 2 or 5 senses and capable of moving are called Traskaya. There are 8 types of birth conditions of Traskaya. 1. Andaj, oviparous, those which are born out of eggs, for example, birds, snakes, etc. 2. Potaj, uncovered, those which have open or uncovered organs during their birth, for example, elephants, etc. 3. Jarayuj, placental, those which are surrounded by amniotic sac during the birth, for example, humans, buffaloes, cows, etc. 4. Rasaj, those which are produced in curds and other juices, for example, worms, etc. 5. Svedaj, those which are born in sweat, for example, lice, etc. 6. Sammurchim, spontaneous, those who are born asexually, for example, flies, ants, etc. 7. Udbhij, those which are born by rupturing the earth, for example, a grasshopper, moth, etc. 8. Aupapathik, accomplished, those who are born in specific places like heaven and hell without staying in the womb. For example, heavenly and hellish beings. Fourth bowl, Indriya 5. 5 kinds of sense organs. 1. Sparshanendriya, sense of touch, skin. 2. Rasanendriya, sense of taste, tongue. 3. Grahanendriya, sense of smell, nose. 4. Chakshurendriya, sense of sight, eyes. 5. Shrotrendriya, sense of hearing, ears. All souls possess the prosperity of all the 3 parts of universe, thus are called Indra, and the endowment through which the Indra soul is recognized is known as Indriya, sense organs. This is the etymological meaning of the term Indriya. A sense organ is defined as that which cognizes and provides input for the perception of a subject of its kind. The sense organ that cognizes touch is skin. The sense organ through which taste is cognized is the tongue. The sense organ through which smell is cognized is the nose. The sense organ through which color and form are cognized is the eye. The sense organ through which sound is cognized is the ear. There are 2 types of senses. 1. Dravyendriya, physical sense organ. The physical inner and outer structure of sense organs such as the nose, ears, etc. and their specific shape. 2. Bhavendriya, psychical sense organ. The specific quality of the soul is Bhavendriya, that is, the capacity of the soul senses to know and its functioning. The physical sense organ Dravyendriya has 2 types. 1. Nirvritti, physical structure of sense organs. 2. Upakarana, efficiency of cognizance in sense organs. Nivritti refers to the structural framework of the sense organ. The framework is of 2 kinds, the Bahya, external, and the Abhyantar, internal framework. The outer framework of sense organs vary between different organisms, but the internal structure remains the same for all the beings. For example, the internal structure of the ear is like the flower, Kadamba, Anthocephalus. The eye resembles the lentil pulse. The nose resembles the flower, Chandrika of Atimukta, Gasminum pubescens. The tongue resembles Khurpa, trowel. Only the internal structure of the sense of touch, that is, skin, differs in all living beings. It is according to the different body structures. Upakaran, efficiency of sense organ. The material capacity of the sense organs to be receptive to its specific subjects. Question. What's the difference between Abhyantar Nivritti Dravyendriya and Upkaran Dravyendriya? Answer. Abhyantar Nivritti Dravyendriya refers to the internal structure of the sense organs, whereas Upkaran Dravyendriya refers to the material capabilities of the sense organs to perceive their subjects. Even though the internal structure is intact, but the efficiency of Upkaran Dravyendriya is lost due to some physical elements like imbalance in air, bile, cough, etc. It is unable to perceive its objects of perception. For example, the outer structure is like that of a sword, and the inner structure is like its sharp edge, and its efficiency is the capacity to serve the objects. The psychical sense organ, Bhavendriya, is of 2 kinds. 1. Labdhi Bhavendriya, attainment. 2. Upayog Bhavendriya, conscious activity. 1. Labdhi Bhavendriya, the ability of the sense organs to perceive senses like touch, etc. on an account of Kshayopasham, partial elimination and subsidence, of Jnanavaraniya, knowledge obscuring karma, and Darshanavaraniya, perception obscuring karma. 2. Upayog, The use of the capacity attained on account of kshayopasham of knowledge obscuring karma and perception obscuring karma. Question. What is the difference between labdhi and upayog? Answer. Labdhi is the capacity of consciousness in respect to perception, and upayog is the functioning of consciousness for perception. It refers to the use of labdhi. In other words, labdhi bhavendriya is the achievement of the self. This means the manifestation of the soul to the extent that one can cognize touch, smell, color, taste, and sound through the activity of cognizance. This activity is known as upayog. For example, a person buys a telescope. This is his labdhi. But when he uses it to view distinct objects, it is upayog. Footnote. The term kshayopasham is made up of two words, kshay and upasham. Destruction comes subsidence. Destruction here means to eliminate the relation of karma from soul, and subsidence means ineffectiveness of karma in spite of karma being related with soul. Only 4 destructive karmas undergo destruction cum subsidence. In this state, there remains subtle rise of karmas in space points of soul, and in subsidence, even this rise is absent. This is difference between destruction cum subsidence and total subsidence. The state which a soul undergoes due to destruction cum subsidence is known as state of destruction cum subsidence or kshayopasham or kshayopasham bhav. Question. What is the basis of the division of the senses into the 4 categories as nirvritti, upakaran, labdhi, and upayog? Answer. Consciousness is a characteristic of the soul and not of the matter. Until consciousness is fully developed, it can only know things on which it concentrates and not the other. This is the basis for labdhi and upayog. The efficiency or capacity of the soul to know or cognize is labdhi. But it does not mean that mere attainment of efficiency will lead to continuous cognition of the subject. When the particular sense is put in use, only then cognition of its respective subject is possible. This is known as upayoga indriya. Sensory knowledge is not independent. It needs the help of physical sense organs to cognize its particular subject. In spite of having the ability of cognizance, if the eyeball is distorted, then the cognition of visual objects is not possible. Therefore, a physical structure, nirvritti, is equally necessary. Sometimes, even in the presence of nirvritti, the sense organ cannot perceive its subjects. Therefore, it is understood that apart from the physical structure, there exists some power which helps in the process of cognition, and this is called as upakaran indriya. Nirvritti and upakaran are the channels to sensual cognition. Labdhi is the power of knowledge, and upayog is the transformation of power into action. Altogether, they cognize the respective subjects, not 1, 2, or 3 independently. Footnote. In this context, the opinions of other philosophies differ. Others believe that sense organs are non-living by nature. It acquires knowledge through the mind. As per Jain philosophy, visible sense organs are non-living, but the power that possesses this cognizance is living. Non-living things can never acquire cognizance by itself or with the help of anything else. If non-living things acquire cognizance with any kind of support, then there would not be any difference between living and non-living entities. Thus, it can be said that cognizance is the nature of living and not of the non-living. Apart from these 5 senses, there exists one more sense called mind. Mind is the means of knowledge. It is not external like sense of touch and taste, etc. But it is internal means of knowledge. Therefore, it is also called as antahkaran. The subject of mind is not limited as it is in the case of the senses. Senses can cognize only corporeal objects, that too partially. However, mind can cognize both corporeal or non-corporeal objects with its various attributes. The function of the mind is to think. It can think on all the subjects depending on its capacity. It can analyze the subjects perceived by sense organs. Therefore, it is called quasi-sense or no indriya, ishat indriya. Since it is independent to think, it is called anindriya. Indriya senses are further divided into two parts: Dravyendriya, physical, Bhavendriya, psychical. Dravyendriya is further divided in two categories: Nirvritti, structural, Upakaran, efficiency. Nirvritti is further divided in two categories: internal, external. Internal is further of five types: ear, shape of endocephalus; eye, shape of lentil pulses; nose, shape of pubescence; skin, many types as per body structure; tongue, shape of grass scraper. External are of five types: ears, eyes, nose, skin, tongue. Bhavendriya is further divided into categories: Labdhi, attainment; Upayog, conscious effort. Fifth goal, Paryapti 6. Six types of biopotentials. 1. Ahar Paryapti, element biopotential. 2. Sharir Paryapti, body biopotential. 3. Indriya Paryapti, sense organ biopotential. 4. Shwashochvas Paryapti, respiratory biopotential. 5. Bhasha Paryapti, speech biopotential. 6. Manha Paryapti, mind biopotential. Paryapti or biopotential means the accomplishment of aggregating the material energy required for the sustenance of life. When a soul abandons the gross body of this birth and acquires another gross body in the next, then to sustain the next life, it immediately accumulates the essential material energy. This process or this essential energy produced by this material is called Paryapti, biopotential. The formation of all six biopotentials begins at the same time. However, its completion takes place sequentially, one after the other. Thus, there is a fixed order of biopotential. The elementary biopotential is completed in only one samay. Footnote: according to Jain philosophy, the indivisible, the subtlest part of time is known as samay, instant, whereas each of five other biopotentials is completed in antar muhurta, intra-hour, within 48 minutes. 1. A man while making a house first collects the raw materials such as wood, bricks, sand, stones, clay, etc. Similarly, while entering into a new birth, a soul collects the materials, that is ahar, element required for sustenance of life. Such materials or their potential are known as ahar paryapti, element biopotential. 2. In ahar paryapti, element biopotential, materials related to all the other paryaptis are collected. After the collection of raw materials, its classification occurs. As an illustration, particular wood is suitable for pillars and another type of cupboards for doors, etc. Such kind of division is body biopotential. A material capable of sustenance of the body is collected in ahar paryapti, and such material or its potential to build the body is called sharir paryapti. While making the walls or rooms, doors are designated for the entrance and exit. Similarly, in body, when compared to a house, there are doors such as Indriya Paryapti. This is known as the sense organ biopotential. The soul is endowed with indirect knowledge since it knows the outer world through sense organs. Footnote: the time between two instant to one instant less 48 minutes is known as intra-hour or antar muhurta. There are three types of antar muhurta in intra-hour. Minimum in intra-hour, 2 samay instants. Maximum intra-hour, 1 instant less in 48 minutes. Medium intra-hour, the time period between the minimum and maximum in intra-hour, 4 and 5. The Shwashochvas, respiration, and Bhasha, speech, biopotentials are also similar to the example given above because even in these two, the entrance and exit take place as in sense organs. 6. After the completion of the house, this room is hot, thus it is suitable for cold weather. This room is cold, so it is favorable for summer. This is a bedroom. This is a dining room. And other such settings are comparable to mind biopotential. The wisdom of relinquishing the abandonable objects to be avoided and accepting the useful objects is possible only through the support of the discretion power of mind biopotential. Concluding the above discussion, biopotentials can be defined as 1. The accomplishment of the activity of collecting the material aggregate essential for the other 5 biopotentials is Ahar Paryapti. 2. The accomplishment of the activity of collecting the material aggregate required for building up the body and its different parts is Sharir Paryapti. 3. The accomplishment of the activity of reception of the material aggregate required for the formation of sense organs such as skin, etc., is called Indriya Paryapti. 4. The accomplishment of the activity of reception and elimination of the required material for respiration of material aggregate is called Shvashochvas Paryapti. Footnote. The term Shvashochvas means to inhale the external air and to exhale the internal air out of the body. This act of respiration does not only occur through lungs but also through the pores of the body. We respire through our whole body. If we accept only lungs as the means of respiration, then there cannot be respiration in plants as plants do not have lungs. But as per Jain doctrine, plant beings also respire. Therefore, it becomes necessary to accept that the respiration occurs from the entire body of an organism. 5. The accomplishment of the activity of reception and elimination of the required material for speech of material aggregate is called Bhasha Paryapti. 6. The accomplishment of the activity of reception and elimination of the required material for the mind is called Mana Paryapti. Question. What does a living being acquire after the completion of biopotentials? Answer. Through element biopotential, the soul acts to acquire basic material that is element for the sustenance of life constantly for every moment. It acquires the required material aggregates and the acquired materials get segregated into the excretable color that is urine and feces and the absorbable rasa forms. Through body biopotential, the acquired basic material of the body gets transformed into the 7 elements dhatu. The soul acquires the materials through the sense organ biopotential, which assists in the perception of the subject of senses. The act of respiration, speech, and thought is carried out with the help of respiratory, speech, and mind biopotentials, respectively. Footnote. The term aliment or ahar refers to the acquisition of materials related to the physical body for making audaric, vaikriya, and aharak bodies and all 6 biopotentials. It is of 3 types. Oj ahar. The materials aggregate acquired in the first instant of life through Karman Yog is known as Oj ahar. Rom ahar. The material aggregate acquired through the Sparshanendriya skin is known as Rom ahar. We continuously acquire material energy through our pores of skin. For instance, a traveler walking from a long distance in intense heat and feeling thirsty feels a great relief after sitting under the shade of a tree as he absorbs the cold matters through pores of skin. Kaval ahar, prakshepa, food which is ingested through the mouth or injected to the body through other instruments such as through nasal tube and tube injection, etc., are included under Kaval Ahar. Another kind of food is mental food, which is taken by the celestial beings. Biopotentials are distinctive characteristics of living beings. This characteristic is not available in any other form of existence other than living organisms. Through the biopotentials acquisition, transformation, and elimination of various kinds of materials take place in living beings. Through element biopotential, we acquire the material appropriate for ahar element, transform it in the form of food, and eliminate excretory waste. Through body biopotential, we acquire the material appropriate for the body, transform it in the form of the body and eliminate excretory wastes. Through sense biopotential, we acquire the material appropriate for senses, transform them in the form of senses, organs, and eliminate excretory wastes. Through respiratory biopotential, we acquire the material appropriate for respiration, transform it in the form of respiration, and eliminate excretory wastes. Through speech biopotential, we acquire the material appropriate for speech, transform it in the form of speech, and eliminate excretory wastes. Through mind biopotential, we acquire the material appropriate for the mind, transform it in the form of mind, and eliminate excretory wastes. Sixth bowl, pran 10. 10 types of bioenergy. 1. Shrotrendriya prana, auditory sense, ears bioenergy. 2. Chakshurindriya prana, visual sense, eyes bioenergy. 3. Granendriya prana, olfactory sense, nose bioenergy. 4. Rasnendriya prana, gustatory sense, tongue bioenergy. 5. Sparshanendriya prana, touch sense bioenergy. 6. Manobal pran, bioenergy of the mind. 7. Vachan bal pran, bioenergy of the speech. 8. Kaya bal pran, bioenergy of the body. 9. Shwashochavas bal pran, respiratory bioenergy. 10. Ayushya bal pran, lifespan bioenergy. Bioenergy means vital energy, by the association of which an organism acquires life and dissociation of which leads to death is called prana. It is an external characteristic of life. These are living beings and they have life. Such kind of cognition is possible only through bioenergies. Without bioenergy, no organism can survive. The functioning of bioenergies occurs continuously, which is actually the life of worldly beings. The power of cognition that is present in the five sense organs is known as Indriya Prana or sense organ bioenergy, which is five in number. The power of thought, speech, and physical activities is called the bioenergy of mind, speech, and body, respectively. The terms power and bioenergy are synonymous. The inhalation and exhalation of material particles in the form of respiration are known as respiration bioenergy. The power responsible for sustaining a particular life for a particular duration is the lifespan bioenergy. Question: what is the difference between biopotential and bioenergy? Answer: bioenergy is the power of the soul, whereas biopotential is the power of the material acquired by the soul. Biopotential is the auxiliary cause, whereas bioenergy is the effect. All the activities of the soul are performed only with the help of matter, be it mental, verbal, or physical. An airplane flies until it has fuel and other external aids. No conscious activity can take place without the aid of matter, whether it is related to the mind, speech, or body. Therefore, in the worldly state, there exists a close relation between soul and matter. The soul is an invisible substance and matter is a visible substance. This is the reason why many are skeptical regarding the existence of the soul. However, it must be understood that activities seen, such as eating, drinking, walking, speaking, etc., are merely actions. The doer of them is the invisible soul. Until the soul resides in the body, activities can be carried out. The regulator of these activities is called bioenergy, and the material energy which helps in the execution of those activities is called biopotentials. Question: which biopotential is the cause of a particular bioenergy? Answer: the causes of five sense organ bioenergy are sense organ biopotential. The cause of the body, speech, and mind bioenergy is a body, speech, and mind biopotentials respectively. The cause of respiratory bioenergy is the biopotential of respiration, and the cause of lifespan bioenergy is element biopotential because element biopotential sustains the lifespan bioenergy. To understand the nature of bioenergy or life force, one must also know what is death. Modern science defines death as the permanent cessation of all functions of various organs of the body, such as the brain, heart, and lungs, etc. When the vital organs of the human machine, such as heart, lungs, and brain, are subjected to wear and tear, the machine stops working all at once. When these organs are injured or damaged due to some illness or an accident, or when their efficiency comes to an end, they stop functioning completely, which is known as death. Interestingly, we do find many examples contradicting the above concepts, such as someone surviving even after a prolonged stoppage of the heart, even after the complete stoppage of vital activities such as respiration, heartbeat, etc. For 48 hours, a man was found alive. We also find such examples in which a person who was kept in an airtight container for 40 days emerged alive. Jain concept holds that the source of life forces is not only organs such as the brain, heart, lungs, etc., but it is the 10 bioenergies also. Out of these 10, if any one of them stops its functioning, life does not come to an end. As long as the lifespan bioenergy is active, a being remains alive even when other vital organs stop their activities. There are examples where the brain, heart, lungs, and other vital organs had stopped their activities for 40 days. They were not functioning, but the person's lifespan bioenergy was functioning, and therefore life could sustain. As soon as the external factors are op- as soon as the external factors were obtained, the dormant life forces become active again. All the activities of the body and the functioning of organs are possible only as long as the lifespan bioenergy is active. Once that becomes inactive, then all other activities come to an end and we saw that the person is dead. Question A. If the body is held and hearty, brain, heart, lungs, and all the five sense organs are healthy, and there exists neither any disease nor an occurrence of an accident, even then such a healthy person died suddenly. Why? Question B. A body has turned old. It has become decrepit. There is a serious problem. Chronic illness has occurred. Even then, a person does not die. Life sustains for long. What is the reason? Question C. It is said that the lifespan of a person is fixed. One cannot increase or decrease it for even 1 second. Still, we do observe that if one falls into the fire or swallows deadly poison, then death is definite. What is the logic behind this? Answer. When the karmic particles of lifespan, Aishya karma, are less, a healthy person dies without any accidental or causal incidences. When such particles of lifespan are more, a person, even after meeting with an accident or becoming chronically ill, surprisingly survives. There are two kinds of lifespans. One, apavartaniya, reducible. Lifespan which is liable to complete before its fixed duration of fruition is known as reducible lifespan. Anapavartaniya, non-reducible. The lifespan which is not liable to complete before its fixed duration is known as non-reducible lifespan. The lifespan of the next birth is fixed in the present life itself. If the emotions or feelings are mild during the bondage, then the bondage of Ayushya Karma will weak, as a result of which the period of lifespan can be reduced due to the occurrence of some causes. In contrast, when the feelings are strong, the bondage of lifespan becomes intense, the duration of which can never be reduced even if there are changes in external situations such as accidents, etc. Lifespan bound with highly aroused emotions does not finish before its fixed duration, even if one is endangered by weapons, poison, or an accident. But karma that determines the lifespan bound loosely on account of the state of mild or shallow emotions is experienced within an intra-hour by accident, weapons, or poison, etc., before the completion of its full duration. This rapid experience of lifespan karmas is known as reducible lifespan or apavartan, premature death, whereas the lifespan which is experienced at its fixed duration is known irreducible or the natural death or anapavartaniya. The reducible lifespan is susceptible to upakram intervention, a strong weapon, blazing fire, etc., through which premature death occurs is known as intervention. The irreducible lifespan is both sopakram and nirupakram, that is, with and without interventions. The intervention of premature death may or may not occur for a being with an irreducible lifespan. Even after facing the deadliest circumstances, the lifespan of a person with an irreducible lifespan gets neither reduced nor annihilated. They can never have accidental or premature death, and the person remains alive until they complete their natural lifetime. They escape all kinds of accidents, irrespective of any circumstances. Infernals, heavenly beings, humans, and subhumans with innumerable years of lifespans, those who are in the last birth, determined to be liberated in the very birth, and 63 extraordinary personals Tirthankar, Codemaker, Chakravarti, Emperor, Baladev, Vasudev, and Prativasudev have an irreducible lifespan. As the lifespan is fixed, so it remains. In any way, they cannot die before their duration of lifespan ends. Generally, humans, plants, and animals have both kinds of lifespan, that is, reducible and non reducible. On account of the occurrence of accidents, etc., sudden death can take place, and when such a situation does not occur, sudden death does not happen. According to the karma theory, the clarification of the above fact is as follows. The lifespan that has to be experienced for a long time is experienced rapidly altogether, and thus there is no more lifespan left to experience. For example, 1. When a bundle of wet grass is lit with a spark of fire, it slowly and subsequently burns each blade of grass. Whereas the same fire, when ignites the dry grass, then the fire turns the grass into ashes in no time. 2. Two identical pieces of cloth were dipped in water. One of them was put to dry by spreading it completely, whereas the other one after folding it. The first piece of cloth will dry quickly, whereas the other will take time. Although the washing process is the same, still there is a difference in the time taken to dry both the clothes. The cloth which is spread out completely takes less time, whereas the folded clothes take more time to become dry. Similarly, reducible and non-reducible lifespan having the same amount of duration can be experienced in a short or long period. Seventh goal, Sharir 5. Five types of body. 1. Audaric Sharir, the gross body. 2. Vaikriya Sharir, the protein body. 3. Aharak Sharir, the communication body. 4. Tejas Sharir, the luminous body. 5. Karman Sharir, the karmic body. Body, Sharir, is that through which activities such as moving, walking, eating, and drinking, etc., are carried out, which has the characteristic of decay and degradation, which is formed through the rise of body making karma, Sharir Nam karma, and that which accommodates the worldly souls. The soul is non corporeal. It is not subject to our vision. But from a certain perspective, worldly souls are also considered as corporeal. Therefore, they are visible to us. All worldly souls possess a body. We understand the presence of souls by observing all the bodies of living entities around us. The soul itself constructs its own body and uses it as a means to carry out all the activities of life. Hence, when it leaves the body, all the activities come to an end. Therefore, this is an unambiguous fact that the body is a completely different entity from the soul. Souls possess knowledge, whereas the body is devoid of knowledge as it is a material entity. Whatever physical pleasure and pain are experienced by the soul, it occurs only through the body. Therefore, the body is also defined as Paudgalik Sukha Sadhanam Shariram, which means that the instrument for the experience of material related pain and pleasure is body. 1. Audaric, gross body. The body which is made up of gross material aggregates is called audaric body. Protein and the other bodies are made up of subtler material aggregates. Gross bodies can stay back even after they become dissociated with the soul, whereas protein and the other bodies disintegrate soon after they dissociate from the soul. The gross body can be split into parts, which is not possible in the case of other kinds of body. The attainment of emancipation is possible only through the gross body. This gross body is composed of flesh, bones, blood, etc., and is characterized by the nature of disintegration, decay, and destruction. 2. Vicria, protein body. The body which is capable of adopting diverse forms such as contraction, expansion, subtle, gross, single, and multiform, etc., which does not contain bones, flesh, blood, and which disintegrates after death as camphor is called as Vaikriya Sharir. 3. Aharak, communication body. Body built with a special kind of matter by an ascetic with the knowledge of 14 purvas on account of the occurrence of special kinds of situation is known as communication body. 4. Tejas, luminous body. Body which is capable of digesting food and which is composed of luminous atoms is called a luminous body. It is also known as the electrical body. 5. Karman, karmic body. The body which is made up of material aggregates of 8 karmas such as knowledge, obscuring, etc. is called karmic body. Out of these, the luminous and karmic bodies always accompany worldly souls. The gross body is acquired with birth. The protein body is acquired by birth and also by spiritual powers, labdhi. The communication body is obtained through yogic practices. The relation of the soul with the body doesn't have beginning from non-individual point of view, but it has beginning from an individual point of view. The gross body, protein body, and communication body have organs, whereas other bodies do not have organs. The Karman body is the cause of the other 4 bodies, such as gross body, etc., and which is again the resultant of influx of karmas, ashram. Question. How can a soul enter a new body leaving the old one? Answer. This problem seems very complicated to many of the Atmavadi, theist philosophers. However, after understanding the karmic body, it can easily be solved. Until the attainment of salvation, the soul cannot become bodiless. The soul leaves one gross body and enters another only when it is bound with a karmic body. The luminous and karmic bodies are very subtle and therefore their entrance is not restricted by any object of the world. Subtle entities have unobstructed movement everywhere, just like the entrance of fire into the hardest metal. The luminous and karmic body always accompanies all the worldly souls from the perspective of continuity. Gross body is liable to change. Worldly souls can have a minimum of 2 and maximum of 4 bodies at a time, but never 5 together. 2 bodies together, luminous and karmic body. 3 bodies together, luminous, karmic, and gross body, or luminous, karmic, and protein body. 4 bodies together, luminous, karmic, gross, communication, and protein. 8th bowl, Yoga 15. 15 types of activities. Mano Yoga, mental activities are of 4 types. 1. Satya Mano Yoga, truthful mental activity. 2. Asatya Mano Yoga, untruthful mental activity. 3. Mishra Mano Yoga, mixed mental activity. 4. Vyavhar Mano Yoga, practical mental activity. Vachan Yoga, verbal activities are of 4 types. 5. Satya Vachana Yoga, truthful verbal activity. 6. Asatya Vachana Yoga, untruthful verbal activity. 7. Mishra Vachana Yoga, mixed verbal activity. 8. Vyavhar Vachana Yoga, practical verbal activity. Kaya Yoga, physical activities are of 7 types. 9. Audarik Kaya Yoga, gross body activity. 10. Audarik Mishra Kaya Yoga, mixed gross body activity. 11. Vaikriya Kaya Yoga, protein body activity. 12. Vaikriya Mishra Kaya Yoga, mixed protein body activity. 13. Aharak Kaya Yoga, communication body activity. 14. Aharak Mishra Kaya Yoga, mixed communication body activity. 15. Karman Kaya Yoga, Karman body activity. The activity of the soul carried out through the body, speech, and mind is known as yoga. The soul carries out its operations with the assistance of material power, which is also known as yoga. As per Jainism, the efforts of the soul are called bhava yoga, psychical activity, whereas that of the collaborative material is called dravya yoga, physical activity, respectively. Without these two mechanisms, no mental, verbal, or physical activities can occur. Mano Yoga, mental activity. Mental activity means the efforts rendered by the soul through the mind. It is of two types, Dravya Mano Yoga, physical mental activity, and Bhav Mano Yoga, psychical mental activity. The Manovargana, mental material aggregates of mind that are acquired to carry on mental activities are called physical mental activity. The thought process that occurs with the assistance of those received material aggregates is known as psychical mental activity. There are four types of mental activities. 1. Satyamano Yoga. The activity of the mind regarding truth is known as Satyamano Yoga. 2. Asatyamano Yoga. The activity of the mind regarding non-truth is Asatyamano Yoga. 3. Mishramano Yoga. Mental activity which comprises both partial truth and partial falsehood is known as mixed mental activity. 4. Vyavhar Mano Yoga. The activity of mind which is neither truthful nor untruthful is known as practical mental activity. To think about giving orders or sermons, etc., are called practical mental activity. Vachana Yoga, verbal activity. The activity carried out by the soul through language is Vachana Yoga. It is of two types, Dravya Vachana Yoga, physical verbal activity, and Bhava Vachana Yoga, psychical verbal activity. Material aggregates of speech are known as Dravya Vachana Yoga. The effort of the soul in the use of language is called Bhava Vachana Yoga. There are four types of verbal activity, Satyavachana Yoga, truthful verbal activity, Asatyavachana Yoga, untruthful verbal activity, Mishra Vachana Yoga, mixed verbal activity, and Vyavhar Vachana Yoga, practical verbal activity. Satyavachana Yoga, truthful verbal activity, to speak the truth. There are 10 types of truthful verbal activity. 1. Janapada Satya, colloquial truth. Language that prevails in a particular region is called the Janapada Satya of that particular region. For example, the word chokha denotes good in Marwar region and rice in Mewar region. 2. Sammat Satya, accepted truth. The meaning of the words accepted by the ancient scholars in a particular context is called Sammat Satya. For example, Pankaj literally means that which is born in the mud. Lotus and frog both are born in sludge, but Pankaj refers to the flower lotus only and not the frog. 3. Sthapana Satya, representative or symbolic truth. To tag something by name and call it accordingly is Sthapana Satya. For example, to set up the shape of A as A sound, to denote 100 as 1 followed by 2 zeros and 1000 by 1 followed by 3 zeros. To call the wooden piece as horse, bishop, or the elephant, rookie in a game of chess. 4. Nama Satya, name truth. To call a thing or person by a particular name, though that quality is absent in that person, is called Nam Satya. For instance, a poor person named Lakshmipati is called by the name Lakshmipati, which means king of prosperity. 5. Rupa Satya, appearance truth. To call a person by a particular name based on how they appear. For example, referring to someone as a monk on seeing him in the attire of a monk. 6. Pratiti Satya, Apeksha Satya, relative truth. Calling an object small, big, heavy, light in comparison to other objects is called Pratiti Satya. For example, to call a ring finger smaller when compared to the middle finger and bigger when compared to the little finger. 7. Vyavhar Satya, conventional truth. Language that is commonly used is called Vyavhar Satya. For example, stating that destination is reached whilst traveling, whereas the vehicle reaches in actuality. Another example is stating that this road goes to Delhi, even when the road is always stationary. Only people or vehicles move on the road. We commonly say that the mountain is on fire, though actually the trees and bushes on the mountain are on fire and not the mountain itself. 8. Bhav Satya, formal truth. To speak of an object depending on its dominant characteristic is Bhav Satya. All visible objects have all five colors, yet we call some as black and some as white. A parrot has many colors, still stating that it is green in color. 9. Yoga Satya, activity truth. To refer anyone by the name based on the activity they are involved in is Yoga Satya. Calling a teacher as teacher even when they are not teaching. 10. Upama Satya, analogical truth. Based on one of the similarities, comparing one object with another, and to call it with that name is analogical truth. Such an analogy can be of four types. A. The analogy of existent to non existent. For example, a Tirthankar has an unimaginable power that can turn Mount Meru into a stick or earth into an umbrella, though the Tirthankar never does so, and therefore this is an analogy of existing power with hypothetical action. B. The analogy of non existent to existent. It is a poetic phrase that when the east direction sees the sun meeting the west, it turns pale. This expresses the fact that women are never bereft of jealousy. Here, the non existent is compared to existent. See, the analogy of a non existent to a non existent. For example, the flower of sandalwood blooms as the sky lotus. Neither flower of sandalwood exists, nor does the lotus in the sky. Thus, this is an analogy of a non existent with a non existent. B. The analogy of existent to an existent. For example, eyes are like lotus. Asatya Vachana Yoga, non-truthful verbal activity. To speak untruthfully, there are 10 types of non-truthful verbal activities. 1. Krodh Mishrit, anger mixed. The untruthful words spoken with anger. 2. Man Mishrit, pride mixed. The untruthful words spoken with ego. 3. Maya Mishrit, deceit mixed. The untruthful words spoken with deceptive intentions. 4. Lobh Mishrit, greed mixed. The untruthful words spoken out of greed. 5. Rag Mishrit, attachment mixed. The untruthful words spoken out of attachment or affection. 6. Dvesh Mishrit, avarjan mixed. The untruthful words spoken out of avarjan. 7. Hasya Mishrit, laughter mixed. The untruthful words spoken for amusement, laughter, or humor. 8. Bhaya Mishrit, fear mixed. The untruthful words spoken out of fear. 9. Akhyayik Mishrit, tale mixed. To add the impossible contents while narrating stories. 10. Upaghat Mishrit, violence mixed. Untruthful speech that talks about violence. Mishra Vachana Yoga, mixed verbal activity. Speech that contains both truth and untruth. The speech that includes a part of the truth and a part of untruth is called mixed speech activity. There are 10 types of the same. 1. Utpanna Mishrit, mixed information regarding birth. To mention more or less number of births than that have occurred. 2. Vigat Mishrit, mixed information regarding death. To mention more or less the number of deaths that have occurred. 3. Utpanna Vigat Mishrit, mixed information regarding birth and death. To mention more or less the number of both birth and death than that have occurred. 4. Jeev Mishrit, mixed information about living beings. To say what a huge group of living beings is this, whereas there is a big group of both living and non-living things. 5. Ajeev Mishrit, mixed information about non-living things. To say all these are non-living looking at a big heap of garbage, whereas there are also many living beings in it. 6. Jiva Jeev Mishrit, mixed information about both living and non-living beings to give the false number of living and non-living in a group of living and non-living beings. 7. Ananta Mishrit, infinite body mixed speech, referring to vegetables such as potato, cucumber as Anantakai when only potato is Anantakai. 8. Pratyeka Mishrit, single bodied mixed speech, referring to all the vegetables as Pratyek Vanaspati when vegetables such as cucumber, potato, etc. are lying together. Here only cucumber is Pratyek Vanaspati. 9. Adha Mishrit, partial truth about day and night, to speak partial truth about the day, night, etc. For example, a sleepy person at dawn says, there is still a quarter of night remaining, let me sleep. 10. Adhadha Mishrit, partial truth about day or night. A single part of day or night is called Adhadha. The sun is just rising till the master says to his attendant, why didn't you switch off the lights? See, it is already afternoon. Vyavhar Vachan Yog, practical verbal activity. The speech that is neither true nor false is practical speech. For example, to give orders, counsel, or advice, etc. It is of 12 types. 1. Amantrini, to call. For example, oh God. 2. Agyapani, to order. For instance, do this work. 3. Yachani, to beg, to ask for. For example, please lend me this. 4. Prachani, to ask queries for the clarification of doubt. 5. Pragyapani, to propound. For instance, living being exists, non-living being exists, etc. 6. Pratyakhyani, to take vows of renunciation, like I would not eat a particular thing. 7. Ichanuloma, to acknowledge other wishes. For instance, someone asked, shall I do this job or not? Then to respond as, yes, you do it. I will appreciate your work. 8. Anabhigrihita, not showing compliance. For instance, when one asks, shall I do this? Then to respond as you wish. 9. Abhigrihita, to suggest that you should do this work. 10. Sanchaykarini, to use a word which has many meanings. For instance, order is given to bring Saindhav. Here, the word Saindhav creates confusion as it has two meanings, salt and horse. 11. Vyakrit, to speak elaborately so that it can be clearly understood. 12. Avyakrit, to speak with such depth that it cannot be comprehended easily. Kaya Yoga, bodily activity. The types of material aggregates. 12. Avyakrit, to speak with such depth that it cannot be comprehended easily. Kaya Yoga, bodily activity. The types of material aggregates acquired for physical activities are known as Dravya Kaya Yoga, and the proclivity of the soul to undertake physical activities with the help of these material aggregates is called the Bhava Kaya Yoga. There are 7 types of bodily activities. 1. Avdarik Kaya Yoga, gross body activity. The activities carried out by Manushya, humans, Tiryancha, plants, animals, etc. using gross physical body after completing Sharir Paryapti, bodybuilding biopotential is Avdarik Kaya Yoga. 2. Avdarik Mishra Kaya Yoga, mixed gross body activity. This is possible in 4 ways. A. During birth in Manushya or Tiryancha form, the soul takes aliment, but the Sharir Paryapti, bodybuilding biopotential, has not fully accomplished in the physical body. Then it is called Avdarik Mishra Kaya Yoga, mix of karmic body activity with gross body activity. B. Some Manushya and Tiryancha are capable of making Vaikriya Sharir. Until this process of making the Vaikriya Sharir becomes complete, it is called Avdarik Mishra Kaya Yoga, mix of gross body activity with that of the protein body. C. Higher special aspirants can have special powers to form Aharak Sharir. Until this process of making the Aharak Sharir becomes complete, there is a mixed state of Aharak Sharir with gross body. Then it is called Audarik Mishra Kaya Yoga, mix of gross body with communication body. D. During the second, sixth, and seventh instant of Kevali Samudghat, there is a mix of gross body activity and Karman body activity. Footnote Kevali Samudghat. When the duration and quantum of Vedaniya karma, feeling producing karma, is more than Ayushya karma, lifespan determining karma, then to balance them, Kevali Samudghat happens. It happens only when the lifespan of a liberating soul remains up to Antar Muhurta, 1 intra hour. It takes 8 samay. In the first samay, the soul points spreads in the form of a stick. This stick's length is of the size of the universe in one dimension, and its width is the size of the body. In the second samay, the stick spreads in the east, west, south, and north directions to give the shape of a door, which spreads completely in 2 dimensions. In the third samay, the door-shaped soul points of the soul spreads in the shape of a churner in the east, west, north, and south, completely spreading in 3 dimensions. In the fourth samay, the units of the soul spreads into the remaining corners and empty sections of the cosmos. With this, the soul points spreads into the entire cosmic space points. Just like the soul points spreads in the first 4 samay, it sequentially shrinks back to the size of the body in the next 4 samay. In the fifth instant, it comes back to the shape of churner, 3 dimensions. In the sixth instant, it comes back to the shape of a door, 2 dimensions. And in the seventh, it acquires the shape of a stick, 1 dimension. And lastly, in the eighth instant, the points of the souls gets its original shape of body size. 3. Vaikriya Kaya Yoga, protein body activity. The activities of the living beings mentioned below using their protein body is called protein body activity. After the completion of Sharir Paryapti, the activities of Vaikriya Sharir in Dev, Narak, and the activities of Vaikriya Sharir acquired through superpowers, Labdhi, by Manushya and Tiryancha are called protein body activity. 4. Vaikriya Mishra Kaya Yoga, mixed protein body activity. This is possible in 2 ways. A. During birth in Dev or Narak Gati, heaven and hell, the soul takes aliment, but the Sharir Paryapti, body biopotential, has not yet accomplished. In such a situation, there is Vaikriya Mishra Kaya Yoga with the Karman Kaya Yoga, mix of karmic body activity with protein body activity. B. Those humans and animals possessing a gross body and who make a protein body with their special power and then take reverse until the gross body does not become complete again. There is a mix of protein body activity with gross body activity. 5. Aharak Kaya Yoga, communication body activity. After the completion of the formation of Aharak Sharir, its activity is called communication body activity. 6. Aharak Mishra Kaya Yoga, mixed communication body activity. Until the process of the communication body, that is accomplishing its task and returning to its original body, is complete, the mixture of communication body with the gross body is called mixed communication body activity. 7. Karman Kaya Yoga, karmic body activity. A. Transmigration of the soul from one birth to another happens through Rijugati, straight motion, or Vakragati, crooked motion. In the Rijugati, which is of one samay, the soul does not remain unalimented, but in the Vakragati, for minimum of 1 samay and maximum 2 samay, it remains unalimented as it has no access to any kind of aliment. The activity during this period is called Karman body activity. B. During Kevali Samudghat, there is Karman Kaya Yoga in 3rd, 4th, and 5th samay. Question. As in the case of 4 other bodies, why is there no activity of the luminous body? Answer. The activity of Tejas Sharir is included in the activity of karmic body. When gross, protein, and communication bodies exist, they carry out their functions, but in the absence of these bodies, during transmigration from one birth to another, the activities of energy, virya are carried out through karmic body. Such activities are of Tejas Sharir. Thus, the activity of the Tejas Sharir is included in karmic body activity. Question. What is mind? Answer. The instrument of thinking, speculation, and contemplation is mind. Mind cognizes and analyzes objects perceived by the five sense organs and also the other objects. Mental cognition is not limited to present as in the case of sensory cognition, but instead it cognizes all events of the three spans of time, trikalik, past, present, and future. Nature of mind. Mind is knowledge, and knowledge is an attribute of the soul. The attributes and the possessor of attributes have something in common and also have some distinct qualities from different perspectives. If the attribute is completely different from the substance, then this cannot be said that this attribute belongs to this particular substance. On the contrary, if both of them are one and the same, then we cannot distinctly say that this is the quality and that is the possessor of quality. Therefore, quality is qua-similar and qua-different from the possessor of quality. The mind can never be completely distinct from the soul. From this viewpoint, the mind is identical to the soul. But since the mind is an attribute to the soul, from this perspective, it is different from the soul. Classification of mind. There are two kinds of mind, Dravyaman, physical mind, and Bhavaman, psychical mind. The relation of the physical mind is with the brain and senses, whereas the psychical mind is related to the soul. The soul and psychical mind both are not different, they are the same. The power of the soul through which one can think is known as Bhavaman, and the subtle matter that helps in thinking is called Dravyaman. The psychical mind is present in all living beings, but like an elderly people cannot walk without a stick, though he possesses energy in his legs. Similarly, all living beings cannot think, speculate, or contemplate with the psychical mind without the aid of the physical mind. The categories of living beings as Sangi and Asangi are based on the attainment of physical mind only. One sense to four sensed beings do not possess the physical mind. Only five sensed beings possess the mind, but not all of them. There are four types of five sensed beings: heavenly beings, hellish beings, humans, and animals. Humans and animals that are born from the womb possess physical mind. If they are samurchin, spontaneously born, then they do not have a mind. Worms, bugs, etc. have subtle mental powers, on account of which they move around for their comfort and discomfort. Their mental functions are restricted only to sustain the body, and hence they are also categorized as asangi, without physical mind. Sangi living beings, Sangi living beings with an appropriate cause can remember all the instances of past lives, including all heavenly beings, hellish beings, and five sensed humans and animals born out of the womb are Sangi living beings. Sequence of knowledge. We perceive the outer world through our senses. The senses relay their information to the brain, which passes it to the Dravyaman, physical mind, followed by Bhavaman, psychical mind. This eventually makes it available to the soul. Soul, psychical mind, physical mind, brain, then outer world. Brain gets the information through eye, nose, ears, tongue, and skin. If there is no physical mind, Dravyaman, the soul cannot have any sensory knowledge. Mundane souls endowed with mind certainly possess physical mind. Liberated souls do not have the physical mind, and therefore liberated souls have no sensory knowledge. They themselves are the embodiment of knowledge. Functioning of mind. After the perception of sensory knowledge, that is touch, taste, odor, form, and sound, the activity of mind takes place. When the sense organs perceive their own object, then to process that information is the function of mind. Other thought processes can also emerge independently in the mind. Size of the mind. The physical mind formed out of material aggregates that assists in thinking is body pervasive. The physical mind is present in each pradesh, space point of the soul. The mind functions upon all the subjects of the senses. Without accepting the presence of mind all across the body, this cannot happen. The mind is present in the entire body and not in any specific location of the body. The objects perceived by sense organs situated in different parts of the body are processed by the mind. Hence, mind exists all over the body, as it is said, Yatra pavanas tatra manah, which means where there is air, there is mind. Ninth bowl, Upayog 12. 12 types of conscious activities. 5 kinds of Gyan, knowledge. 1. Mati Gyan, perpetual knowledge. 2. Shruta Gyan, verbal knowledge. 3. Avadhi Gyan, clairvoyance. 4. Manaparyo Gyan, mind reading. 5. Keval Gyan, omniscience. 3 kinds of Agyan, nescience. 1. Mati Agyan, perpetual nescience. 2. Shrut Agyan, verbal nescience. 3. Vibhang Agyan, paraclairvoyant nescience. 4 kinds of darshan, perception. 1. Chakshu darshan, ocular perception. 2. Achakshu darshan, non-ocular perception. 3. Avadhi darshan, clairvoyant perception. 4. Keval darshan, omniscient perception. The word upayog means utility. To utilize knowledge and perception is known as upayog, conscious activity. The quality of soul is to know. There are 2 basic qualities of things, general and specific quality or differentiating quality. To know things in general is known as perception. The knowledge of specific qualities of objects is known as sakar or determinate knowledge. For example, when we look at an audience or a garden, it is our perception, and after that we notice each person or tree distinctly. That is specific knowledge. This is determinate knowledge. In other words, it can be understood that there are 2 fundamental objects of knowledge, general and specific. Subduing the specific quality and giving importance to general quality is darshan, whereas giving importance to the specific quality whilst subduing the general quality is known as knowledge or gyan. There are 5 kinds of knowledge. 1. Mati gyan, perpetual knowledge. 2. Shruta gyan, verbal knowledge. 3. Avadhi gyan, clairvoyance. 4. Manaparyo gyan, mind reading. 5. Keval gyan, omniscience. Mati gyan, perpetual knowledge. The knowledge of the present that occurs with the help of sense organs and mind is perpetual knowledge. It is of 4 kinds. 1. Avagraha, sensation. 2. Iha, speculation. 3. Avaya, judgment. 4. Dharana, retention. Avagraha, sensation. The generic knowledge acquired by the contact and relation of object and sense organs is known as sensation. It is of 2 kinds. 1. Vyanjanavagraha. 2. Arthavagraha. The contact of sound waves, etc., with the organic structure, nivritti, of the sense organs, ears, is known as Vyanjan, and the indefinite knowledge acquired by this is known as Vyanjanavagraha. After Vyanjanavagraha, or even in the absence of such contact, in the sense of eyes and mind, there occurs ambiguous generic knowledge. For example, this is something. When such knowledge occurs, it is called Arthavagraha. Iha, speculation. A further analysis of the object which is cognized through sensation is speculation. After sensation of some further object, there occurs a doubt about what the object is. Is it a human being or something else? The movement of head and actions of the hands and legs, etc., are such visible characteristics that convey it should be human, and such knowledge is known as iha, speculation. Avaya, perpetual judgment. Further analysis of the object that is cognized through speculation, such as the object is this and not the other. Such determinate knowledge is known as perpetual judgment or avaya. Dharana, retention. When the knowledge acquired through avaya becomes so entrenched that it is not forgotten even after some time, it is known as dharana, retention. In other words, avagraha, the process of knowing, it can be explained as avagraha, sensation, primary knowledge. Iha, speculation, further analysis. Avaya, perpetual judgment, determination. Dharana, retention, capacity of retaining sensory knowledge. By sensation, speculation, perpetual judgment, and retention, One can know only the modes of substance, paryay, but not the substance. They know the substance only by mode. The main object of senses and mind is only the mode. Eyes cognizes only the mango. This implies that eyes have seen only a mango's shape and color, but not all its modes. Apart from the shape and color, there are many other modes of mango, such as touch, taste, and smell, which cannot be recognized through the eyes. Similarly, skin, tongue, nose can know their domain of touch, taste, and order, respectively. To think of all the aspects at once is not possible even for the mind. The four sense organs, that is, ears, tongue, nose, and skin, are called pratyakari, contactile. They can know the object only when direct contact with the object has been established. Until the sound waves do not enter the ears, sugar is not placed on tongue. The fragrance of the flower is not sensed by the nose. Water does not touch the body. The sound cannot be heard. The taste of sugar cannot be realized. The fragrance of the flower is not recognized, nor can the touch of water be known as to whether it is hot or cold. Eyes and mind are apratyakari, non-contactile. They do not need direct contact with the object to see and know about it. That is Vyanjanavagraha. Eyes and mind can perceive the object without direct contact, but the object which lies within a certain range. Eyes know the object such as a tree or a mountain even from quite a distance, and mind thinks of an object even though it is situated thousands of miles away. Thus, eyes and mind have been considered as apratyakari, non-contactile. Shrutagyan, verbal knowledge. Knowledge that is gained by Shrut, that by which we know the relationship between word and meaning, that which occurs after perpetual knowledge is known as Shrutagyan, verbal knowledge. For instance, after hearing the word fire and relating it to physical fire, or after seeing fire, relating that to the word fire, such an act of relating words with its meaning and meaning with the words and to contemplate all the related things of the same object is called Shrutagyan. Perpetual knowledge and verbal knowledge are related profoundly. It is impossible to separate them. They have a cause-effect relationship. Perpetual knowledge is the cause and verbal knowledge is the effect. Perpetual knowledge is only the act of reflection. It is useful for the self. This reflection, when it is translated into words or alphabet, becomes verbal knowledge, which serves others through the different forms of communications, such as order, preaching, etc. Speech concerning ordering and preaching in itself is not verbal knowledge, but it is verbal activity. The meaning implied by the words contain verbal knowledge, and the words through which meaning is communicated is dravya shrut, physical verbal knowledge. Avadhi Gyan, clairvoyance. This knowledge cognizes the corporeal object without the help of senses and mind within the limitation of substance, place, time, and modes is called clairvoyance. A clairvoyant can know the subtlest material objects. Manaparya Gyan, mind reading knowledge. The knowledge of mental states of samanaska, rational with mind, beings without any assistance of mind and senses, and with the limitation of substance, place, time, and mode, is known as mind reading knowledge or Manaparyogyan. The person endowed with this knowledge can know clearly the mental status of rational beings through Dravyaman, physical mind. Keval Gyan, omniscience. The knowledge through which corporeal, non-corporeal, subtle, and gross, and all substances with all their modes is known as Keval Gyan, omniscience. Agyan, nescience. It is of three types. They are perpetual nescience, verbal nescience, and paraclairvoyance. Avadhi Agyan, the word Agyan here does not mean the absence of knowledge, but it is in the sense of perverted knowledge. Question: how can knowledge be false? Answer: knowledge is never false or perverted. Knowledge is called nescience due to its association with perverted faith. Just as when a good person is also known as bad because of the company of bad people. Between knowledge and nescience, there is only a difference in the subject or beholder. If the subject has right faith, then their knowledge would be termed as knowledge. Whereas if they have perverted faith, then their knowledge will be termed as nescience. Both knowledge and nescience are acquired through destruction cum subsidence of knowledge obscuring karmas. Thus, both knowledge and nescience are acceptable and both are attributed to the act of knowing. There is another kind of nescience which is formidable, that is the observed knowledge, which hinders the development of knowledge. The definition of perceptual nescience, verbal nescience, and paraclairvoyance is similar to perceptual, verbal, and clairvoyant knowledge. Mind reading and omniscience are acquired only by qualified spiritual aspirants only, and they can never be acquired by people with perverse faith. Therefore, nescience is of only three types and not five. Darshan, perception, anakar upayog. Indeterminate cognition is known as perception. Any object can be known in two ways, generic and specific. When we know an object from a generic perspective only, then our knowledge perceives only the general qualities. Hence, it is general or indeterminate. When we know a single substance from various specific perspectives, then the same primary perception cognizes specific aspects, which is referred to as knowledge, as it knows only the specific qualities. There are four types of perception: ocular, non-ocular, clairvoyant, and omniscience. Chakshudarshan, ocular perception. Generic knowledge of substances acquired by visual sense organs on account of destruction cum subsidence of chakshudarshanavaraniya karma is known as ocular perception. Achakshudarshan, non-ocular perception. Generic knowledge acquired by other sense organs except for eyes, that is tactile, gustatory, olfactory, auditory senses, and mind on account of the destruction cum subsidence of achakshudarshanavaranīya karma is known as non-ocular perception. Avadhi darshan, clairvoyant perception. Generic knowledge of corporeal objects without the help of senses and mind on account of destruction cum subsidence of avadhi darshanavaraniya karma is known as clairvoyant perception. It is concurrent with clairvoyance. Keval darshan, omniscient perception. The generic knowledge of all substances on account of the destruction of keval darshanavaraniya karma is called omniscient perception. It is concurrent with omniscient knowledge. Question: why ocular and non-ocular has to be differentiated? It could have been just included under sensory perception, or if that is not acceptable, then each sense organ could have its independent type of perception. Answer: the classification of perception is primarily done based on generic and specific nature of the object. Ocular perception is generic perception, yet it is more reliable than other sense organs. Therefore, it has been considered as an independent perception. Question: why is there no mind reading perception as mind reading knowledge? Answer: perception always cognizes generic attributes. Mind reading cognizes only the modes of mind that are specific. The object of mind reading is mental states which are always in specific modes. Therefore, there cannot be mind reading perception. Question: what are the differences between sensory knowledge, ocular and non-ocular primary perception, sensory biopotentials, and bioenergy? Answer: sensory knowledge can be of two kinds, determinate and indeterminate. The knowledge gained due to the destruction cum subsidence of knowledge obscuring karma is determinate knowledge, sakar, and the knowledge acquired through the destruction cum subsidence of perception obscuring karma is indeterminate, anakar. When a substance is cognized with its modes, it is known as determinate perception, and when a substance is cognized without its modes, it is called indeterminate knowledge. The specific knowledge of touch, taste, etc. is specific sensory knowledge, and it emerges due to the destruction cum subsidence of knowledge obscuring karma. That which causes generic knowledge of touch, etc. is ocular and non-ocular perception. It is due to destruction cum subsidence of perception obscuring karma. During birth, shapes of sense organs are formed due to material aggregate and known as sensory biopotential, which is obtained due to rise of nam karma, body determining karma. In the acquisition of knowledge and perception, the partial or complete destruction of knowledge and perception obscuring karma is required. Similarly, the partial or complete destruction of antaraya karma, obstructing karma, is also needed. The sense organ bioenergy is the power of sensory knowledge. This power is obtained by the partial destruction cum subsidence of obstruction producing karma. Question: what is the difference between body, tactile sense, body bioenergy, and the activity of body called Kaya Yoga? Answer: the body is built of material aggregates of Odaric, etc. It is contained in the space in which it is visible. The tactile sense is of two types, physical and psychical. The physical tactile sense is present in the innumerable part of the angul, and it is obtained by the rise of Nam Karma. Psychical tactile sense organs have the power to cognize the touch of the object, and it is obtained by the destruction cum subsidence of Kyanavaraniya and Darshanavaraniya karma. The tactile sense organ is spread all over the body. Through this, a living being cognizes touch. There is no part in the body where this sense organ, that is Sparshanendriya, is not present. Although without body, Sparshanendriya cannot sustain, yet body and Sparshanendriya are two different entities. Body bioenergy. It is the power that works in the body which arises due to the partial destruction cum subsidence of obstruction producing karma. Kaya Yoga, physical activities refer to activities like moving, walking, etc. 10th goal, karma 8. 8 types of karma. 1. Jnanavaraniya, knowledge obscuring. 2. Darshanavaraniya, perception obscuring. 3. Vedaniya, feeling that is pleasure and pain producing. 4. Mohaniya, deluding. 5. Ayushya, lifespan determining. 6. Nam, body determining. 7. Gotra, status determining. 8. Antaraya, obstruction producing. The soul is a sentient, incorporeal substance. The subtle veil of impurity attached to the soul is known as karma. Karma is matter and non-living. The karmic matter attached to the soul is called karma dala, karma cluster, or karmic impurity. The karmic clusters are bound to the soul according to the intensity of our passions and fickleness in the form of activity. Karmic particles are attached to the soul since eternity. Over a period of time, some of these karmic bondages break apart and new ones get attached. In this way, the process continues. Due to perversion, non-abstinence, remissness, passions, and activities, the soul absorbs the karmic particles. Karmic particles are attached to the soul. It is called karma. Karmic particles are a kind of very subtle particles which can be known only by an omniscient and a clairvoyant. Definition of karma. Karmic particle is that which is attracted and bound to the soul by its good and bad activities, and that which obscures the pure nature of the soul, distorts and results in auspicious and inauspicious, good and bad effects. These particles are called karma. Although these karmic aggregates are of the same kind, they have different names according to their effect on a soul, such as obscuring, distorting, or affecting, etc. There are 8 attributes of the soul. 1. Keval Gyan, omniscience. 2. Keval Darshan, omniperception. 3. Atmik Sukh, spiritual bliss. 4. Kshayik Samyaktva, enlightened worldview obtained due to destruction of relevant karma. 5. Atal Avgahan, immortality, ever stable configuration of space units of the soul. 6. Amurtikapan, incorporeality. Incorporeality. 7. Aguru Lagupan, neither high nor low status. 8. Labdhi, omnipotence. The first attribute of the soul is infinite knowledge, omniscience. Karmic particles that obstruct knowledge are known as knowledge obscuring karma. All the souls in the world possess infinite knowledge. Until the veil of knowledge obscuring karmas is completely annihilated, knowledge remains partial. When this knowledge obscuring karma is completely destroyed, omniscience is acquired. The second attribute of the soul is omniperception. omniperception is present in all living beings. The karmic material covering this attribute is known as perception obscuring karma. Once this karma is destroyed, omniperception is obtained. The third quality of the soul is spiritual bliss. Karma particles that obstruct this quality are called feeling producing karmas. The fourth attribute of the soul is right faith. Karma particles that distort the quality of right faith are called deluding karmas. The fifth attribute of the soul is its ever stable configuration of space units of the soul. The karma particles that obstruct this quality of eternal stability are called lifespan determining karmas. The sixth attribute of the soul is amurtikapan, incorporeality. The karma particles that obstruct this quality are the body determining karmas. The body is obtained by the rise of body determining karma. Due to this, the incorporeal soul contained in the body seems to be corporeal. The seventh quality of the soul is aguru laghupan, equivalence neither high nor low. Karma particles that hinder this quality are called status determining karmas. The eighth quality of the soul is labdhi, omnipotence. Karma particles that obstruct this quality are called hindrance producing antaraya karmas. Karmic aggregates have only 4 types of touches and not 8. All material aggregates existing in this universe related to living beings can be divided into 2 categories. 1. Ashtasparshi, materials having 8 attributes of touch. Those material aggregates which possess color, taste, smell, along with 8 types of touch, such as hot or cold, viscous or dry, soft or hard, heavy or light, are called Ashtasparshi material aggregates. 2. Chatusparshi, material having 4 attributes of touch. Those material aggregates which consist of color, taste, smell with only 4 types of touch, hot and cold, viscous and dry only, are called Chatusparshi material aggregates. 2 categories of karma. Karmic materials that get attracted to the soul can be divided into 2 categories, Ghati karma and Aghati karma. 1. Ghati destructive karma. Karmic material that affects significant or primary attributes of the soul after being attached to the soul is called destructive karma. By completely cleansing them, the soul acquires omniscience and omniperception. There are 4 destructive karmas, namely knowledge obscuring, perception obscuring, deluding, and hindrance producing. 2. Aghati, non-destructive karma. Karmas that do not affect the original attributes of the soul are called non-destructive karma. They cannot exist in absence of destructive karma, and the non-destructive karmas get completely destructed in that very birth. Feeling producing, lifespan determining, body determining, and status determining karmas are the types of non-destructive karmas. Karma and their functions. 1. Knowledge obscuring karma is like a band on the eyes. Vision gets obstructed. Similarly, Gyanavaraniya karma obstructs knowledge. 2. Perception obscuring karma is like a doorkeeper. As a doorkeeper obstructs one to meet the higher authority, such as king, etc. Similarly, Darshanavaraniya karma obstructs the perception or vision. 3. Feeling producing karma is compared to a sword dipped in honey, which when tasted gives a sense of pleasure. This is like the pleasure-producing karma, Satvedaniya. On the other hand, when the sword cuts the tongue, it results in pain. This is like the pain-producing karma, Asatvedaniya. 4. Deluding karma is compared to intoxication. There is no presence of mind in an intoxicated person. Similarly, by the rise of deluding karma, person's view is perverted and the person indulges in material and sensory pleasures. 5. Lifespan determining karma is compared to shackles, as a man restrained with shackles is not able to free him without breaking them. Similarly, the soul cannot move from one birth to the other without experiencing all the effects of Ayushya, lifespan, karma, and without the complete destruction of this karma, one cannot attain liberation too. 6. Body determining karma is compared to a painter. As a painter makes different kinds of paintings, the effect of body determining karma makes different kinds of bodies and endows the soul with different shapes and organs. 7. Status determining karma is compared to a potter. As the potter makes pots of various sizes, such as small, large, etc., the rise of status determining karma determines whether an individual gets high or low status in life. 8. Hindrance producing karma is compared to a treasurer of a king. In spite of having permissions from the king, one cannot have access to the materials until the treasurer gives it. Similarly, without the destruction of hindrance producing karma, one cannot get the desired things. Causes of karmic bondage, 5 ashravas, influx, mithyatva, perverted faith, avirati, non-abstinence, pramad, remissness, kashay, passions, anger, ego, deceit, and greed. And yoga, activities of mind, speech, and body, are the 5 causes of karmic bondage and are called Panch Ashram, 5 doors of influx. The causes include the classification of all the different activities of all living beings. A common person cannot comprehend the causes of the karmic bondages. Therefore, its detailed study becomes necessary. Each type of karmic bondage has its independent causes. Causes of bondage of knowledge obscuring karma. 1. Gyan Pratyanikata, keeping a bad attitude towards knowledge or the learned person. 2. Jnana Ninhav, showing disrespect towards knowledge or the teacher. Example, to say that this teacher is not a knowledgeable person. 3. Jnana Antaraya, obstructing others from obtaining knowledge. 4. Jnana Pradvesh, hatred towards knowledge and the learned person. 5. Jnana Ashatana, misbehavior towards knowledge and the learned person. 6. Gyan Visamvadan, opposing the knowledge and the words of the learned person. Causes of bondage of perception obscuring karma. 1. Darshan Pratyanikata, keeping a bad attitude towards perception or its possessor. 2. Darshan Ninhav, disrespect towards perception or the teacher. Example, to say a good perceptor is not a good possessor of perception. 3. Darshan Antaraya, obstructing others from perception. 4. Darshan Pradvesh, hatred towards perception or its possessor. 5. Darshan Ashatana, disregard the perception or misbehavior with the perceptor. 6. Darshan Visamvadan, opposing the perception or the words of the perceptor. Causes of feeling producing karma. Vedaniya karma is of 2 types. Satvedaniya, pleasure producing karma, and asatvedaniya, pain producing karma. Causes of bondage of pleasure producing karma. Not inflicting pain to living things, pran, bhut, jeev, sattva, by violent activities in the following ways cause the bonding of satvedaniya karma. Not to hurt the body of the pran, bhut, jeev, sattva. Not to condemn the pran, bhut, jeev, sattva. Not to trouble the pran, bhut, jeev, sattva. Not to harm pran, bhut, jeev, sattva by any source of weapon. Not to torture pran, bhut, jeev, sattva. If the above mentioned deeds are conducted, then it binds pain feeling producing karma. Causes of bondage of deluding karma. Intense anger, ego, deceit, and greed. Intense delusion of right faith. Intense delusion of conduct. Intense perversity. Intense no kashai. 9 quasi passions like laughter, fear, etc. Footnote. प्राणाः द्वित्रिः चतुः प्रोक्ताः भूतास्तु तरवः स्मृताः जीवाः पंचेन्द्रिया ज्ञेयाः सत्त्वाः उदीरिता. Living beings having 2, 3, or 4 senses are known as prana. Vanaspati, that is one-sensed plant-bodied living beings, are called bhut, and 5-sensed beings are called as jeev, whereas the remaining 4 kinds of sthavar, immobile beings, earth, water, fire, and air-bodied, are termed as sattva. Causes of bondage of lifespan determining karma. A. 4 causes of narak ayu, lifespan in hell. 1. Maha-arambha, extreme violence. 2. Mahaparigraha, extreme possession. 3. Panchendriya Vadh, killing of five sensed beings. 4. Masahar, consumption of meat. B. Four causes of Tiryanch Ayu, lifespan in subhuman form. 1. Maya, deceitful act. 2. Gudh Maya, intense deceitful act to create a chain of deceitful deeds. 3. Asatyavachan, untruthful speech. 4. Kut Tol Map, corruption in weights and measurements. C. Four causes of Manushya Ayu, lifespan in human form. 1. Saral Prakriti, straightforwardness, simple and good nature. 2. Vinita Prakriti, humility, modest nature. 3. Daya, being compassionate. 4. Irsha na karna, not to be jealous. D. Four causes of Dev Ayu, lifespan in heaven. 1. Saraga Sanyama, to practice self restraint with attachment. Ayushya Bandha, lifespan determination, does not happen due to attachment, nor does it happen due to self restraint. It happens due to penance, self restraint, with attachment. By the Abhedopachar, considering cause and effect as one, this cause is called a Sarag Sanyam. 2. Sanyama Sanyam, partial self restraint, to follow the layman Shravak vows. 3. Bal Tapasya, penance with perverted belief. 4. Akama Nirjara, penance done without the desire for liberation. Causes of bondage of body determining karma. There are two types of body determining karma, Shubha, auspicious, and Ashubha, inauspicious. There are four causes of bondage of auspicious body determining karma. 1. Kai Rijuta, not performing any physical activity to cheat others. 2. Bhav Rijuta, not performing any mental activity to cheat others. 3. Bhasha Rijuta, not performing any verbal activity to cheat others. 4. Avisamvadan Yoga, no contradiction in speech and action. If the above mentioned acts are done with intention to cheat others, it results in the bondage of inauspicious body determining karma. Causes of bondage of status determining karma. There are two types of status determining karma, Ucha, superior status determining karma, and Nicha, inferior status determining karma. There are 8 causes of status determining karma. 1. Jati, class. 2. Kul, clan. 3. Bal, power. 4. Roop, beauty. 5. Tapasya, penance. 6. Shrut, knowledge. 7. Labh, benefit. 8. Aishwarya, prosperity. Not being proud due to any of the above 8 factors is the cause of superior status determining karma, and the ego of the above factors causes the bondage of inferior status determining karma. Causes of bondage of obstruction producing karma. By obstructing a person from 1. Dan, charity. 2. Labh, benefits. 3. Bhog, enjoyment. 4. Upabhog, indulgence. 5. Virya, spiritual potential, causes the bondage of obstruction producing karmas. 10 states of karma. 1. Bandha, bondage. 2. Udvartan, augmentation. 3. Apavartan, attenuation. 4. Satta, existence. 5. Uday, realization. 6. Udirana, premature realization. 7. Sankraman, transformation. 8. Upashaman, subsidence. 9. Nidhatti, incapability of all these processes except augmentation and attenuation. 10. Nikachana, incapacitation of all these processes. Bandha. Soul has innumerable units, Atma Pradesh. Mithyatva, Parvarjan, Avirati, non-abstinence, Pramad, remissness, Kashay, passions, anger, ego, deceit and greed, and Yog, activities of mind, speech and body, cause vibrations in the Atma Pradeshas, units of the soul. As a result, infinite karmic particles get attached to the individual units of Atma Pradesh in that area. This process through which the bondage of these karmic particles occurs with the units of the soul is called bondage. The relation of soul with karma is akin to milk and water or fire and hot iron. In essence, karmic aggregates bound with soul are called karma. There are 4 types of bondage. A. Prakriti Bandha, nature of bondage. Karmic particles are attracted by auspicious activity of the soul are auspicious, and by the inauspicious activities are inauspicious. They get classified into knowledge, obscuring, perception, obscuring, etc. After the contact of the soul with karmic particles, it's called Prakriti Bandha. B. Sthiti Bandha, duration of bondage. Karmic particles, both auspicious and inauspicious, attracted by the soul, remain bonded with the soul for a specific duration, keeping their nature intact. This includes the dormant phase called Abadha Kal. After this, they move into the active phase, giving auspicious and inauspicious results. This karmic bondage with the soul for a specific duration is called Sthiti Bandha. C. Anubhag Ras Bandha, intensity. Some karmas are bound with strong intensity, whilst others with mild intensity. The intensity of the activity of soul while doing auspicious and inauspicious activities determines the intensity of the bondage of karma and possess the same intensity while fruition of karma. D. Pradesh Bandha, karmic mass. The number of particles varies in different karmic aggregates, and this is Pradesh Bandha. The attracted karmic particles gets divided based on their nature in different quantum. This division into different quantum is Pradesh Bandha. The soul does not attract the aggregate of numeral karmic particles, Sankhyat Parmanu. Instead, it attracts the aggregate of infinite karmic materials particles. 2. Udvartan. Increase in duration and intensity of bondage is known as augmentation. 3. Apavartan. Decrease in duration and intensity is known as attenuation, preponing or postponing the effects of karma, and the change in intensity of effect is due to augmentation and attenuation. 4. Satta. Karmas do not bear their effects immediately. Results are experienced after a fixed duration. As long as karmas remain bound with the soul without giving its effects, it is known as satta. 5. Uday. On the completion of duration of karmic bondage, fruition of karmic particles is experienced as auspicious or inauspicious forms, which are called uday, that is rising state of karma. This is of two types, Phalodaya and Pradeshodaya. A. Phalodaya. Karmas experienced on physical levels, it's called Phalodaya. B. Pradeshodaya, virtual realization. Karmas which are experienced in the units of the soul is called Pradeshodaya. 6. Udirna, prior realization of the results of karma. This is a process whereby karmas that are towards rising state are pulled and realized before its fixed time. After the completion of the period of dormancy by the special efforts of the soul along with other karmas that are in the state of rising. This process is known as premature realization. 7. Sankraman, efforts through which mutual transformation of the subtypes of karma belonging to the same genus, interchange of subtypes of the same karma takes place. Interchange of anger and ego, etc. is called transformation. Ayushya karma cannot undergo such transformation. Darshan moha, faith deluding, and charitra moha, conduct deluding karma also cannot undergo transformation with each other. 8. Upashaman, complete ineffective state of mohaniya, deluding karma is called upashaman. This is the period when both actual and virtual rising does not take place. This state of incapacitation with exception is called subsidence. 9. Nidhatti, the state in which only udvartan and apavartan are possible and all other modifications like sankraman, etc. are not possible is called nidhatti. 10. Nikachana, the karmic bondages which have fixed duration and intensity and have to be physically experienced, phalodaya or vipakodaya, in the same form is called nikachana. These kinds of karmic bondages are very intensely bound to soul and cannot be modified through udvartan, apavartan, udirna, etc. In Jain philosophy, Karmavad holds the same position as the position of Karak in Sanskrit grammar. The diversity in all living forms is only because of their karma. Some are wise and some are foolish. Some are attached and some are detached. Some are born and some die. Some acquire reputations, others insult. Some scholars are poor, whereas some fools are millionaires. Some are writers but not poets. Some are poets but not speakers. Some are writers, poets, and even speakers at the same time. Some having all qualities are workers, others having no quality are leaders. There are innumerable differences in each and every living being, and the underlying cause is karma. In association with certain circumstances, the respective karmas become active and affect our life. Question: how can a non corporeal be in relation with corporeal? Answer: karmas are bound to the soul since time immemorial. Any worldly soul cannot stay in this world even for a single moment without karma. All the karmic bondages with soul are attached for specific duration only. No karmic particle is bonded with the soul forever. Therefore, we have to accept the fact that the stream of karmic bondage has been forever, but specific karmic bondage has a beginning based on individual souls. As per Tarka Shastra, logic, the nature of Dravya, substance, is such that anything present since eternity will continue to be forever. We also know that a soul attains liberation after breaking the unprecedented cycles of karmic bondages. Therefore, the solution to this enigma is that relationship of the soul and the karmic bondage is since eternity with respect to karmic cycles, but has a beginning and also an end with respect to bondage of specific karmic particles. The next question is, how can a non-living corporeal karmic matter get into the bondage with non-corporeal conscious soul? By nature, soul is non-corporeal. By nature, soul is non-corporeal. However, since worldly souls are covered with the veil of karma, they are partially corporeal. The bonding of karma occurs only with these worldly souls. When the worldly souls are completely cleansed of all karmic bondages, then no further karmic attractions or bondages can occur. The crux is that karmic bondages occur only to the worldly souls with existing karmic wells. It can be asked, how did the soul get attached with karma in the first instance? When we cannot find the starting point of the soul or karma, because those does not exist whatsoever, then how can we identify the starting point of their first bonding? The answer to this is that the relation between soul and the karma is a paschanupurvi. There is neither a posterior nor prior relationship. If we accept the soul before the existence of karma, then there exists no reason for karmic bondages. We cannot even accept karmic bondages before the soul, because it is the soul that binds karma, and in the absence of the soul, what will bind karma? Creation of both together is also illogical. First of all, there is no such creator. Secondly, if we imagine that God has created, then this paradigm gets more complicated. There can be so many other logical issues which will not result in any solution. Did God create existent from non existent or transformed the existent? It is a universal fact that one can neither produce the existent from non existent nor non existent from existent. Why was existent transformed? How was it done and what was the process? What was it before and what did it get transformed to later? There are no satisfactory explanations for these questions. Thus, we have to accept that the relation between soul and karma is since time immemorial. Their eternal beginningless existence is more logical and comprehensive. Question: soul is non corporeal and karma is corporeal. Then, how can there be any bondage between two opposite and contradictory objects? Answer: there can be no bondage of the corporeal karma with the non corporeal soul. But on each space point of worldly souls, infinite karmic aggregates are attached. Thus, although the soul is non corporeal, it becomes corporeal on account of being attached with the karmic body. This cycle of karmic bondage has been existing eternally. The bondage of karmic aggregates is only due to this karmic body. When the karmic bondages are completely cleansed, the soul becomes completely free, and then the karmas never get attracted to such a pristine soul. In summary, only when there is a presence of karmic body, a reason for karmic bondage with the soul, there can be new karmic bondages, not otherwise. Although liberated souls are also present in the space filled with all kinds of material aggregates, there is a complete absence of causes of karmic bondages in these souls. In spite of karmic particles being present, they cannot form any relation with liberated souls. Thus, the karmic particles being present there cannot make any relation with liberated souls. The karmic material not acquired by the activities of the soul remains spread in the universe. They do not have any power to produce effect on the soul. In mundane soul, there exists a cause for karmic bondage. Thus, the karmic particles acquired by the soul possess the power to get unified with the soul and ultimately produce their effects. They get disassociated from the soul after producing their effects. Therefore, the major cause of karmic bondage is activity appropriate for the bondage by the soul. The relation of the soul and the karma is eternal. Not even a single karmic particle is such that it has been attached to the Atma, soul, forever. The maximum duration of karmic bondage is of Mohaniya karma, which is 70 crore sagar, a major unit of time specific in Jainism. Therefore, there is no obstacle in liberation. Karmic bondages always have a cause. Until the causes of karmic bondage exist, bondages will keep on occurring and get disassociated from the soul after yielding its results. When the soul closes the door of karmic bondage in flux ashrav, it stops further karmic bondage, and the existing karmic bondages are either destroyed through premature realization or dissociate naturally from the soul after producing their effects, and the soul attains salvation. Question: if karmas are material, how do they produce appropriate effect? Answer: it is absolutely correct that karmas cannot judge as to whether a particular soul has done a particular good or bad deed, and therefore such and such effect must be given. According to the soul's activity, the auspicious and inauspicious karmas are attracted. Due to that bondage, the soul transforms and accordingly gets the result. When did alcohol have the knowledge of its power to intoxicate? When did poison learn to kill? Still, intoxication is felt after consuming alcohol, and death occurs after consuming poison. Healthy foods do not know how to provide health. Medicine does not know how to cure illness. Even then, healthy food improves the health and medicine cures the illness. When there are all such effects of external material substances, why should there be any doubt about the effect of subtle karmic materials on the soul, which are attracted by the soul's activities? With appropriate procedures, the power of medicine and poison can be altered. Similarly, by penance, there can be modification in resultant power of karma. Karmas with longer duration and high intensity can be modified into low intensity and shorter duration through apavartan attenuation. Question: every soul seeks comfort and not discomfort. Then why would a soul by itself experience the fruit of inauspicious karma? Answer: in this context, one wonders whether comfort and discomfort occur according to one's merit and demerit or according to one's wish. If we get happiness through our wish, then karma has no relevance. What you desire, you will get. In such a situation, the desire itself becomes the essence of the supreme power of the world. Whether you call it Chintamani, a wish fulfilling stone, or a Kalpavriksha, a wish fulfilling tree. If karma exists, then the result would be acquired according to karma. Good karmas bear good fruition, bad karmas result in bad fruition. Buddhi karmanusarini. Intellect follows the karma. This aphorism clears the subject that as the karmas decide the intellect decides the action, and the action produces the results. No judge is required to determine the results of our karma. A person can indulge in violence, theft, prostitution, and other immoral activities on account of the previously bound karma. A judge punishes in order to prevent a man to indulge in criminal acts. Then why should a pure, so-called supreme soul, God-like judge choose to punish man in such a way that the man is forced to get indulged in violence, theft, etc.? According to Jain philosophy, the universe is beginningless and endless. Neither it has a beginning, anadi, nor an end, ananta. There is no creator. According to some philosophies, the world is a creation. If it is a creation, then there must be a creator, and that creator is known as God. If we accept this logic, then many questions arise, such as if God manages everything, then he must suffer from blemish for being partial in giving happiness and misery to living beings. Those who are happy are in such a state because God loves them, and those who are in misery are because of God hates them. Thus, in this case, God in himself would stand impure because of the presence of malices like attachment and aversion in itself. Thus, how can we accept such a God as the supreme power? If we accept such a God as the creator of this universe, then there should be a creator of that God, and thus occurs the fallacy of regressus and infinitum. If everything is God's creation, then there is no space for purushartha, virtuous efforts, and the whole creation would run as per his desires. According to the Jain philosophy, each individual soul itself is responsible for all its karma, which results in different experiences of happiness and pain. The Paramatma, purest souls, are devoid of attachment and aversion. They are not concerned with worldly affairs. Question. Due to external circumstances such as war, etc., crores of people die. Ironically, noble and religious people suffer multiple troubles and sinful people relish happiness. Therefore, is it right to say that circumstances are a major cause of happiness and sorrow and not karma? Answer. Many people die in war. The cause for this is the udirana or premature realization of lifespan karma. Udirna means the karmas that are to be realized later are brought to fruition before its actual time with special efforts. In any sudden incidents and unusual circumstances, Udirna plays a vital role. The circumstance is a kind of an effect of karma. One has to experience the conditions of life according to one's own karmic bondages. The changes that occur in the circumstances are also due to the karmic effect. Some are born rich but die penniless, and vice versa. Some find happiness in prior part of their life and some in the latter part. Some are poor in rich countries and some are rich in poor countries. Some have wealth but suffer from poor health, and some have good health but suffer poverty. All such circumstances and changes are results of karma. Therefore, karma is paramount. Karma brings changes in these circumstances. Its effect is flawless. If previously inauspicious karmas are bound and are nikachit, certain with no alterations possible, then a person being righteous in the present will have to bear inauspicious results of those previous karma. If auspicious karma is bound and is definitive, then even being sinful at present, one will bear the auspicious result of karma. In this context, it is important to understand that Jain philosophy never advocates one to be totally dependent on karma and neglect the effort. There is neither supremacy of karma nor any objection to efforts, but a harmony between both. This is a significant component of spiritual development. The doctrine of karma generates hope, enthusiasm, and energy in life. With total faith in this doctrine, there remains no room for depression, discouragement, and laziness. The experiences of pain and pleasure do not affect the soul. Karma is the only cause of the soul's cycle of birth and death. Our present is the result of past deeds. Whatever a person inherits is the fruit of one's own deeds and the seeds which were cultivated by him. We make our destiny through our thoughts and desires. What we are today is the result of karmas we acquired in previous lives. Ishwar, God is not responsible for our present condition. We ourselves are responsible, and if this paradigm of the soul is understood, then we can shape our future for the better and our regression will cease. We can gradually grow spiritually until we achieve the ultimate goal of life. The soul is not dependent on any whims of a mysterious or mighty entity. It doesn't have to knock the door of the so called mighty God for the fulfillment of its desires. For spiritual growth or to absolve the sin, it is not necessary to beg for compassion, cry, or bow one's head before any mighty power. As per Karmavad, the doctrine of karma in Jainism, the soul of all living beings is equal and they all have the same potential. The differences we see in the worldly souls are based on the variation of spiritual development caused by karmic bondages. As per Karmavad, the person with the highest spiritual development, called Lord or Paramatma. Our spiritual development is hindered or hampered by karmic veils. However, through effort and exertion, Purushartha, these veils can be removed. Every soul has the capability to cleanse the soul, clear the veils of karma, and such powers can be developed to attain the supreme state of purity and become Paramatma. Jain philosophy believes that for anything to happen, karma and efforts are not sufficient factors. There are five ultimate causes, namely Kal, time, Swabhav, nature, karma, Purushartha, effort, and Niyati, destiny. Kal, time, Niyati, destiny, Swabhav, nature, and Purushartha, effort, do not operate without time. The effects of auspicious and inauspicious karma do not occur as soon as they are bound. Their effects are realized after a specific period. A baby cannot be taught to walk and talk as soon as it is born, even after arduous efforts. It can only learn to do things at an appropriate time. A seed of mango has the potential to become a huge tree and bear thousands of fruits, but this does not occur as soon as it is sown. Similarly, the disease cannot be cured as soon as the medicine is given. It takes time. All substances undergo origination, persistence, destruction, integration, and disintegration, which occur through a definite passage of time. Swabhav, nature. The seed of mango has all the qualities of becoming a gigantic tree with the efforts of a farmer. Each object has its specific nature. Babul tree cannot produce mangoes. Karma. A woman gives birth to two babies, one good looking and smart, whereas the other is ugly and unintelligent. Why? Although factors such as time, effort, and nature are the same, why is there a difference? Having the same ovum, sperm of the same mother and father, born out of the same womb, having the same environment, still such differences occur. Why? This is all due to the this is all due to the effect of karma. The soul that has done good deeds in its previous birth acquires favorable conditions, whereas the soul that is indulged in sinful actions acquires unfavorable conditions. Purushartha, effort. Karma is the cause of transmigration in the world and it does not have the capacity to liberate the soul. For liberation, exertion is required. In spite of good deeds of previous birth and bondage of auspicious karma, one may not get the desired positive effects if there is no effort in the present life. For this, effort is necessary. In spite of having all the ingredients such as flour, water, fire, etc., to make food, the food cannot be prepared just by fate. There has to be a physical effort in preparing food. Without doing any effort in the present, nothing can be accomplished. Efforts design the fate, but once designed, then the fate is independent. Efforts have no say in this regard. Niyati, destiny. Niyati, destiny is the material aggregate of karmic particles whose effects cannot be modified or changed in any form. Such karmic bondages are called Nikachit Bandha. When, even after all the exertions and efforts for a particular purpose, does not yield the desired results, then it must be understood that it is because of destiny. Efforts fail only in case of destiny. For successful completion of any activity, all the above five factors are essential. For example, if a student has to clear his class 10 examinations, Kal, it would require at least 6-7 years of preparation. Swabhav, only with the concurrence of some of the qualities such as concentration, interest, and capacity of learning, etc., it is possible to pass the exams. Karma, intelligence and good health are required, which is obtained by rising or destruction comes subsidence of previous karmas. Purushartha. Efforts are required. One has to go to school, learn the lessons. Niyati. Even when all the above four factors coincide, one can still have a lot of hurdles. There can be a brief illness, but a doctor's medicine can help and one may pass the exam. But there can be other hurdles, and in spite of all effort, they cannot be avoided and the students fail. This is the result of Niyati, fate. Life is full of challenges, obstacles, and pains. These things can easily frighten a person. The mind becomes very unstable. It is easy to curse and blame the circumstances for all suffering. In these difficult situations, the doctrines of karma can show the right way. Its chief maxim is soul itself is the creator of its destiny. All the suffering is self procured and it is the result of one's deeds. No external factors can make a soul happy or miserable. All other factors can only be circumstantial, nimitta. With strong faith, all the challenges can be dealt with without fear and without blaming the circumstances. Karmavad protects us from pessimism, provides power to tolerate sorrows, and gives strength to face adverse conditions with mental stability. 11th Bol Gunasthan 14. 14 stages of spiritual development. 1. Mithya Drishti, perverted faith. 2. Saswadan Samyak Drishti, receding spiritual faith. 3. Mishra Drishti, right come wrong faith. 4. Avirat Samyak Drishti, right faith with non-abstinence. 5. Deshvirati, partial abstinence. 6. Pramatta Sanyat, renunciation with laxity. 7. Apramatta Sanyat, renunciation devoid of laxity. 8. Nivritti Badar, removal of gross passions. Anivritti Badar, presence of subtle passions. 10. Sukshma Samparai, subtle delusion, subtle passion of greed. 11. Upashanta Moha, repressed delusion. 12. Kshina Moha, complete elimination of delusion. 13. Sayogi Kevali, omniscience with activities. 14. Ayogi Kevali, omniscience with the total cessation of activities. The spiritual development from the lowest level to the highest, as per Jain philosophy, is classified into 14 stages. These stages through which one ascends the spiritual development are called Gunasthan. As the purity of the soul increases, one ascends the stages of spiritual development, whilst as impurity increases, one descends down. 1. Mithya Drishti, perverted faith. People with antagonistic spiritual beliefs, having no spiritual alignment or faith in spirituality, or having a perverted perception about liberation is called Mithya Drishti. This stage of spiritual development is known as Mithya Drishti Gunasthan. The perception of a person having perverted worldview due to partial destruction, cum subsidence of karma, is known as Mithya Drishti or Mithya Drishti Gunasthan. According to the first definition, the quality present in a person with a perverted view is Mithya Drishti. Hence, this Gunasthan is called Mithya Drishti Gunasthan. The first definition focuses on the quality of the person with perverted worldview, whereas the second definition focuses on the Kshayopashimic Drishti of the person, subordinating the person himself. However, the meaning of both remains the same, just the expression varies. 2. Saswadan Samyak Drishti, receding spiritual faith. This is the stage of spiritual development in which the viewpoint of the person is with the lingering state of the right belief. This is known as Saswadan Samyak Drishti Gunasthan. It is a transitory stage. When a person moves from Upasham Samyaktva, right faith due to subsidence of the relevant karma, to the first stage, that is Mithya Drishti Gunasthan of spiritual development, is called Saswadan Samyak Drishti Gunasthan. It is the moment in which the fruit has fallen from the tree but has not yet touched the ground. It's comparable to the second stage of spiritual development. 3. Mishra, right come wrong faith. This is a doubtful, oscillating state of the soul. The characteristic of this stage is that spiritual faith is inconclusive regarding reality It remains ambiguous, doubtful, and his view swings between right and wrong. This fluctuating state of spiritual development is called Mishra Gunasthan. The difference between the first and third stages of spiritual development is that in the first, the faith regarding truth is absolutely perverted, whereas in the third stage, the faith is skeptical. 4. Avirati Samyak Drishti, right faith with non abstinence. One who has acquired the right belief but does not have any kind of abstinence belongs to this stage of spiritual development called right belief with non abstinence. This is a state of right worldview without abstinence. Faith towards truth is entrenched, but the conviction to follow the abstinence is not yet developed. In this condition, the soul realizes itself. The person acquires wisdom of discretion between body and soul and ponders upon the fundamental questions, such as what is the goal of life? Why are we in this world? What are the ways of escaping from this worldly bondage? He endeavors to move towards liberation. In other philosophies, it is also called as self realization or self enlightenment. 5. Deshvirati, right faith with partial abstinence. Those who have both abstinence and non abstinence. The people who belong to this stage, they are not completely restrained. Their state of spiritual development is known as right belief with partial abstinence or the state of abstinent come non abstinent. This state of Deshvirati, partial abstinence, is also known as Sanyata Sanyati, restrained come non restrained, Vratavrati, vowed come vowless, Dharmadharmi, religious come non religious state. The onset of the conduct of truth commences. 6. Pramatta Sanyad, complete abstinence with remissness. Stage of spiritual development of a non-vigilant saint is known as a state of abstinence with remissness. In this stage, there is a strong resolution to follow the conduct of truth. Life of complete renunciation and spiritual practices begins from this level. Apramatta Sanyat, self-restraint devoid of remissness. The state of spiritual development of a vigilant saint is known as the state of self-restraint without remissness. In this state, remissness is totally absent. Therefore, this state is purer than the sixth state. 8. Nivritti Badar is dissimilar or dissociation from gross passions. The state in which soul absolves from gross passions, either partially suppressed or destroyed, is called a dissimilar gross passion state. In this state, the soul is devoid of intense passions, namely anger, pride, deceit, and greed. 9. Anivritti Badar, presence of similar residual gross passions. In this state, residual intense passions continue to exist. Though the soul becomes free from passions to a large extent, this stage is also called similar gross passion. In the eighth stage, there is the annihilation of passion to some extent. Therefore, it is known as nivritti, eradication. Whereas in ninth state, residual passion exists. Therefore, it is called anivritti badar gunasthan. The name of the eighth stage is based on passions that are eradicated, whereas the name of the ninth stage is based on passions that are left back but are to be eliminated. 10. Sukshma Samparai, subtle greed passions. The word Samparai means greed. The state of spiritual development where only subtle greed remains is known state of subtle greed passions. In this state, anger, ego, and deceit are repressed or completely destroyed. Only residual greed remains. 11. Upashanta Moha, complete subsidence of delusion. When a person's delusion is repressed for intra-arc, antar muhurta, it is known as Upashanta Moha Gunasthan. The greed that remained through previous stages is repressed completely, but not annihilated in this stage. It is just like a flame that is buried under the ash, which flares up again. 12. Kshin Moha, complete elimination of delusion. When a person's mohaniya, deluding karma, is completely destroyed, This spiritual state is known as Kshin Moha Gunasthan. In this state, delusion is completely destroyed. The subtle greed of the previous stage is completely removed. The soul becomes free from all passions in this state and is called Vitarag, free of all attachments. 13. Sayogi Kevali, omniscience with activity. In this spiritual stage, an omniscient has activities of mind, speech, and body. This state, therefore, is known as Sayogi Kevali Gunasthan. In this state, all destructive karmas, Jnanavarniya, Darshanavarniya, and Antaray are completely destroyed. The soul attains omniscience, omniperception, and omnipotence. Ayogi Kevali, omniscience with the total cessation of activity. In this stage, an omniscient is without any kind of activity of mind, speech, or body. Thus, this state is known as a yogi kevali gunasthan. Here, the omniscient stops all mental, verbal, and physical activities and becomes a yogi, that is, emotionless. All the remaining karmas are completely destroyed, and the soul attains absolute liberation and becomes free. This is the end of the transmigration of the soul forever. Question: what is the basis for stages of spiritual development? Answer: there are five types of impurities in the worldly soul. First is perverted faith, which obscures the right faith and perverts the wisdom. The second impurity is non abstinence, which traps the soul in the web of desires. The third impurity is remissness, which breaks the soul's everlasting spiritual enthusiasm and makes the person remiss. The fourth impurity is passion, which makes the soul agitated. The fifth impurity is activities, yoga, which makes the soul fickle. These five impurities are called as ashrav, influx in Jainism. These ashrav combined with the strong or mild intensity of mohaniya karma determine the 14 stages of spiritual development. The greater the impurities are removed, the purer the soul becomes. And this purity is known as stages of spiritual development. Sequence of spiritual development. In the first stage, the perverted spiritual faith remains as it is. There is a strong belief in materialism, and one feels that spirituality is meaningless. This is simply an opposite mental condition to that of spirituality. In such a situation, too, there is destruction cum subsidence of knowledge obscuring and other karma, etc. Thus, the purity that is obtained is considered as gunasthan. However, perverted faith towards reality is not gunasthan. As the perverted soul has some equanimity, so he takes order in gunasthan. The partial right conduct or general knowledge he holds is his gunasthan. A person with the perverted faith cognizes cow as a cow and buffalo as a buffalo and all other general things as they are. Such right cognition is gunasthan. He does not have an interest in spirituality, thus he is called a mithyatri, person with perverted world view. All his conduct may not necessarily be perverse. Some of his actions can also be in accordance with emancipation. In this condition, minimum spiritual development occurs, but it is not considered as a stage of spiritual development. The second stage is not a stage of spiritual progress. Instead, it is a stage of spiritual regression. It is a transitional stage of regression. The third stage is the movement of a soul towards both progression and regression. The movement from the fourth stage of development to third is a state of regression, whereas from the first stage to the third stage of development is a state of progress. Once the duration of karmic bondages reaches completion and the congenial environment and proper ingredients are found, the internal efforts of the soul begin. In this effort, the invincible Gordian knot of delusion, which had never been severed before, is cut down and the person attains an enlightened world view, samyak drishti. This is the fourth stage of spiritual development. After the attainment of an enlightened worldview, the practice of partial abstinence occurs for a limited period of time. This is the fifth stage of spiritual development. When it enters into a lifelong practice of full abstinence, it is a state of only abstinence where all material possessions are left out. This is the sixth stage of spiritual development. This leads to an experience of gradually increasing spiritual bliss, leading to the seventh stage of spiritual development. As the spiritual enthusiasm decreases, soul comes back to the sixth state of spiritual development from the seventh. And again, when the enthusiasm increases, the seventh stage is attained. Thus, the transition from sixth to seventh and seventh to sixth continues. In the eighth state of spiritual development, there is a need for more spiritual power to destroy delusions. In this state, there is novel spiritual purity. Therefore, it is also called an unprecedented state, apurvakarana. From this stage, two paths or ladders appear, the ladder of subsidence and the ladder of destruction. In the ninth stage, anger, pride, and deceit, and in the tenth stage, greed are destroyed or subsided. If anger, etc., subside, the soul moves towards the 11th stage, and if they are destroyed, then the soul moves to the 12th stage of spiritual development. In the 11th state, the soul moves forward by subsequent subsidence. Therefore, after an intra-hour, 48 minutes, it becomes essential to transcend down from 11th to the lower stages of spiritual development. The soul in the 12th stage destroys delusion and moves forward to attain omniscience. In the 13th stage, a soul first inhibits its mental activities, followed by verbal physical activities, and eventually attains the 14th stage of spiritual development. This stage is of a short period after which the soul is liberated. Upward movement of the liberated soul. The natural movement of pure souls is an upward direction. The liberated soul rises until it has the support of medium of motion. Beyond that, there cannot be any movement. Therefore, the pure souls become stable in Siddhashila. This place is the upper end of the universe, which is also called Siddhagati or Moksha, the abode of liberated souls. Avgahana, configuration of liberated souls. One third part of the body, mouth, eyes, stomach, is a hollow, whereas the two-third part of it is dense. When the soul gets liberated from its last body, the soul points residing in its dense two-third part remains spread out in Siddhasthan, abode of liberated souls. This is called as configuration of the soul. The space points of different liberated souls are non-obstructive to each other. Still, each soul remains independent. Just as a room have thousands of lamps without the light of the one lamp obstructing the other. Instead, light pervades the entire room. Such absolutely pure souls are devoid of attachment, delusion, and aversion. Therefore, they do not return to this transmigratory world. Duration of stages of spiritual development. The soul that dwells in the first stage of the spiritual development has no limit of transmigration in the mundane world. This first stage is an everlasting treasure of souls who would never attain emancipation. In no other stage, the soul can stay for infinite times as it can in the first Gunasthan. This stage is compared with an ocean, whereas other stages are compared with the ponds. This stage is unprecedented and endless for the abhavya beings, which are incapable of attaining emancipation. And for the bhavya who can attain emancipation, it is unprecedented, but it has an end. Those beings which attain the right world view, abandoning perversity and fall back to the perversity, can attain the right world view again. For them, the first stage is with a beginning and with an end. Apart from this, all other stages have a beginning and an end. Duration of other states of spiritual development. Second state of spiritual development, 6 avalikas. The fourth state of spiritual development, little more than 33 sagar. Fifth, sixth, and 13th state of spiritual development, little less than 1 crore purvas. 14th state of spiritual development, pronunciation of 5 short vowels, A, I, O, U, A, E, U, Ri, Ri. The duration of all the remaining states of spiritual development, stages 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is Antar Muhurta. Intra are the time span within 48 minutes. 12th बोल 5 इंद्रियों के विषय 23. 23 objects of 5 sense organs. 1. The object of auditory sense, Shrotrendriya, ears, is of 3 kinds. 1. Jeev Shabda, the sound produced by living being. 2. Ajeev Shabda, the sound produced by non-living being. 3. Mishra Shabda, the sound produced by a mixture of both. 2. The objects of visual sense, Chakshurindriya, eyes, are of 5 kinds. 4. Krishna Varna, black color. 5. Neela Varna, blue color. 6. Rakta Varna, red color. 7. Pita Varna, yellow color. 8. Shweta Varna, white color. 3. The object of olfactory sense, Pranindriya, odor is of 2 kinds. 9. Sugandha, pleasant odor. 10. Durgandha, unpleasant odor. 4. The object of gustatory sense, Rasnendriya, taste, is of 5 kinds. 11. Tiktaras, acrid taste. 12. Katuras, bitter taste. 13. Kashai ras, astringent taste. 14. Amla ras, sour taste. 15. Madhur ras, sweet taste. 5. The object of tactile sense, Sparshanendriya, touch, is of 8 kinds. 16. Sheet sparsha, cold touch. 17. Ushna sparsha, hot touch. 18. Ruksha sparsha, dry touch. 19. Snigdha sparsha, moist touch. 20. Laghu sparsha, light touch. 21. Guru sparsha, heavy touch. 22. Mridu sparsha, soft touch. 23. Karkash sparsha, rough touch. There are 23 objects of sense organs. In other words, there are 23 functions or domains of the 5 senses. In brief, each sense organ has a specific utility, that is, sound for the auditory sense, color for the visual sense, odor for the olfactory sense, taste for the gustatory sense, and touch for the tactile sense. When these are expanded, it becomes 23 types. All objects in the world can be divided into 2 categories: Murta, having form, and Amurta, formless. Objects which are composed of touch, taste, odor, and color are corporeal, and those devoid of them are non-corporeal. Only corporeal materials are perceived by senses. The 23 objects of the 5 senses are not different entities, but attributes of a single substance. For example, a laddu, sweet ball, can be perceived by all the 5 senses in its different forms. The fingers know it as hot or cold by touching it. The tongue knows it as sweet or sour by tasting it. The nose will give information about its pleasant and unpleasant odor. Eyes will know its color like red, yellow, etc. The ears will hear the sounds made while eating it and can know if it's freshly made or a few days old. Thus, touch, taste, color, and smell are not present at different locations of the laddu. Instead, they are all present in each and every part of the laddu simultaneously. They are integrated attributes of the same object. Touch, taste, odor, and color are attributes of material substance, and sound results out of matter. No matter how potent the senses are, they cannot cognize the object besides their own functional capacity. Eyes can never hear and ears cannot see. Each of the 5 senses has their own independent objects. Shabda, sound. It is produced by infinite aggregate atoms of matter. Sound is produced due to 2 causes: integration and disintegration. The sound is generated by the integration of 2 separate material objects or by the disintegration of the same objects. There are 3 types of sound: living sound, non-living sound, and a combined sound. What is spoken by living beings is living sound, Sachit Shabda. For example, sound produced by human beings. The sound created by non-living material objects is a non-living sound, Achitta Shabda. For instance, the sound of cracking wood. The sound produced by the combination of both living and non-living is known as combined sound, Mishra Shabda. For example, the sound of musical instruments when used by human beings Sound is an object of auditory sense organs, ears only. Roop, form. Roop, form. The form is material. It has two meanings, color and shape. In the present context, the term roop refers to only color, not the shape. Color in itself is not matter, but it is an attribute of matter. Color is of five kinds: black, blue, red, yellow, and white. The mixture of these colors can produce many hues. For instance, 1 degree of white color, when mixed with 1 degree of black color, produces a gray color. The form is an object of the visual sense, eyes only. Gandha, odor. Odor is also material. It is of two types, pleasant and unpleasant. The pleasant odor is an agreeable smell that pleases the mind and relishes the senses. An unpleasant odor is that which the mind and senses dislike. The smell is an object of olfactory sense, nose only. Ras, taste. Taste is also material. It is of five kinds: bitter, acrid, astringent, sour, and sweet. 1. Dry ginger, saunt is acrid. 2. Neem is bitter. 3. Myrobalan, harad is astringent. 4. Tamarind, imli is sour. 5. Sugar, chini is sweet. Taste is the object of gustatory sense organ, tongue only. Sparsh, touch. Touch is also material. It is of eight kinds. 1. Sheet, cold. 2. Ushna, hot. 3. Snigdha, viscous. 4. Ruksha, dry. 5. Lagu, light. 6. Guru, heavy. 7. Mridu, soft. 8. Karkash, rough. The first four are primary and the last four are based on the predominance of the four primary touches. Light, heavy, soft, and hard are relative. From a practical point of view, the material can be of four kinds: heavy, light, both heavy and light, and neither heavy nor light. Stone is heavy, a flame is light, the air is both heavy and light, and space is neither heavy nor light. But from a transcendental point of view, no substance is absolutely heavy or absolutely light. Stones, etc., are heavy, but by force they can be moved in an upward or downward direction. Thus, it cannot be absolutely heavy. For instance, a piece of cotton thrown from the roof falls down. Thus, it is not absolutely light. In fact, the stone is relatively heavier than a piece of cotton, and cotton is lighter than the stone. Moving upwards and downwards is definitely not only due to heaviness and lightness. The inherent nature of upward and downward movement of material makes the matter to move upward or downward respectively. The smoke has an inherent nature of urdhvagati pariman, to move in upward direction. Due to the adhogati pariman, nature of downward movement, some objects move downward. Here the only cause of movement is the nature of objects to move upwards and downward, and not lightness and heaviness. Nature keeps changing. This change can occur both naturally or by efforts. Materials consisting of four primary touches are weightless. For example, material aggregates of respiration, mind, speech, and karma. The materials containing eight touches can be heavy or light. For example, the material aggregates of four types of bodies, with the exception of karmic bodies. Some of the scriptures describe the characteristic of touch as follows. Hot touch produces heat and softness, whereas cold touch produces purity and stability. Viscous touch is responsible for bonding, whereas dry touch is responsible for non-bonding. A light touch is responsible for upward and horizontal movement. Heavy touch is responsible for downward movement. The soft touch is responsible for movement such as bending, and hard touch for stiffness. The predominance of dry touch causes lightness, and the predominance of viscous touch causes heaviness. The predominance of cold and viscousness leads to soft touch, whereas the combination of dry and heat leads to rough touch. In this way, the four touches produced by the combination of four primary touches transform even the subtle aggregate into the gross ones. The reason for the formation of eight touch aggregates from the four touch aggregates is its viscosity and dryness. शीत उष्ण निध रूक्षरे सूक्ष्म ए चिहु मूलघा अन्य चिहु कख ड प्रमुखरे ते किम बाबर नीपजे लूख फर्शनी जान रे बहुलाई करी हुए लघु निध तणी पहचान रे बहुलाई करी हुई गुरु. Touch and other senses are corporeal as they are material, so they are sensed by senses. There is no rule that dictates all corporeal materials should be known to senses. Atom is corporeal but not an object of senses. Infinite atoms make a material aggregate but remain invisible. Until it does not transform itself from subtle to gross, it does not become an object of the senses. All objects that are visible are corporeal and made up of aggregates of infinite atoms. The subtlest objects visible through modern scientific instruments are also aggregates of infinite atoms, and so they are in the boundaries of sensory knowledge. Atoms cannot be seen without avadhigyan, clairvoyance. Sound and all other sensory objects are aggregates consisting of infinite atoms, and so they are in the boundaries of sensory knowledge. Only gross objects are known through sense organs and not the subtle objects. If this is applied in the context of the eyes, then we will have to accept that whatever is visible is gross and that which can be seen only through an apparatus is subtle. But this is not the ultimate truth. Whatever is visible in gross, irrespective of whether it is seen through eyes or through apparatus. The question arises that if they are all gross, then why are they not seen directly without the help of proper instruments? The response to this question is that for sensory knowledge, external assistance is needed. Until a sense does not acquire proper external assistance, it cannot comprehend its objects totally. 13th Bol Mithyatva 10. 10 kinds of perverted faith. 1. Believing dharma, righteousness as adharma, non-righteousness. 2. Believing adharma, non-righteousness as dharma, righteousness. 3. Believing marga, right path of liberation as kumarga, wrong path. 4. Believing the kumarga, wrong path of liberation as the marga, right path. 5. Believing Jeev, soul as Ajeev, non-living. 6. Believing Ajeev, non-living as Jeev, soul. 7. Believing sadhu, ascetic as asadhu, non-ascetic. 8. Believing asadhu, non-ascetic as sadhu, ascetic. 9. Believing mukta, liberated as amukta, non-liberated. 10. Believing amukta, non-liberated as mukta, liberated. The state of a soul with perverted faith is known as mithyatva or perversity. Believing a fact as not true or having opposing belief is mithyatva. The nature of any object is known through its distinctive characteristics, which makes the object distinct. The word lakshan, characteristic, is defined as that which differentiates it from the other objects. One must understand the connotation of the terms dharma, righteousness, adharma, non-righteousness, etc., through which one can understand the present chapter in its real sense. Dharma, adharma, righteousness and non-righteousness. That which leads to the development of spirituality of the soul is known as righteousness. The complete development or upliftment of the soul is known as liberation. Righteousness is of two kinds. Samvar, stoppage of influx or inhibition of karma. Nirjara, the shedding of karma. The samvar or inhibition means the stoppage of the influx of new karmas. Nirjara or shedding of karma means to destroy previously bound karmic bondages. By inhibition, purity of the soul is protected, and by shedding of karma, the soul is purified. In other words, inhibition is called self-restraint, and shedding of karma is called as right action. To apprehend righteousness as non-righteousness and non-righteousness as righteousness is perversity. Marga kumarga, right path, wrong path, knowledge, faith, conduct, and penance. These comprise the path of liberation. They are the means, the method of liberation. Through knowledge, the soul knows the real nature of objects. By faith, it develops the right attitude towards them. By conduct, the soul stops the entry of new karmas, and through penance, it gets purified by destroying the karmas acquired in the past. It becomes wrong faith if these four ways are not apprehended as the ways of liberation, and the contrary ways are apprehended as the path of liberation. This is perversity. Jeev, Ajeev, living and non-living. In Jain scriptures, the distinction between living and non-living is detailed with the different points of. It is very important to have the right knowledge of the soul and non-soul for a person advancing in spiritual development. One who knows the nature of living and non-living can know the nature of restraints. The characteristic of the soul is consciousness, and this consciousness is the characteristic that distinguishes soul from non soul. That which has consciousness is the soul, and that which does not have it is non soul. To believe non soul as soul and soul as non soul is perversity. Sadhu, asadhu, ascetic and non ascetic. An ascetic following the five great vows completely is an ascetic. The defining qualities of an ascetic are non-violence, truthfulness, non-stealing, celibacy, and non-possessiveness. To consider those who follow these five vows as non-ascetic and those who are not following these as ascetic is perversity. Mukta, amukta, liberated and non-liberated. Complete freedom from the eightfold karmas is a characteristic of liberated souls. Liberated souls are bereft of karmas. Believing liberated souls as bound with karmas and apprehending souls with karmas, non-liberated souls as liberated is perversity. Dharma, righteousness, arga, path of liberation, jeev, soul, sadhu, saint, and mukta, liberated. These five elements are pillars for the building of spirituality. The soul is the foundation, and righteousness and path is the way to liberation. Sainthood is the field work of spiritual development because righteousness and ways of liberation can be followed diligently and resolutely in the state of sainthood. The ultimate and final destination of spiritual practice is the liberation or moksha. 14th bowl, 9 tattva ke 115 bhed. 115 subdivisions of 9 tattva. 1. 14 types of Jeev, living. 2. 14 types of Ajeev, non-living. 3. 9 types of Punya, merit. 4. 18 types of Pap, demerit. 5. 20 types of Ashrav, influx of karmas. 6. 20 types of Samvar, inhibition of karmic bondage. 7. 12 types of Nirjara, shedding of karmic bondage. 8. 4 types of Bandha, bondage of karma. 9. 4 types of means that lead to moksha, liberation. The meaning of tattva is sadvastu, that is objects whose existence is real. There are 9 tattva. 1. Jeev, an indivisible aggregate of innumerable space points that has consciousness. 2. Ajeev, non-living entity, non-conscious entity. 3. Punya, rise of pleasure-producing auspicious karmic aggregate. 4. Pap, rise of pain-producing inauspicious karmic aggregate. 5. Ashrav, the state of the soul which attracts karma. 6. Samvar, the state of the soul which stops or inhibits the attraction of karma. 7. Nirjara, the state of the soul which sheds the bonded karma. 8. Bandha, the union of karmic aggregate with the soul as milk and water. 9. Moksha, elimination of total karmic bondages and manifestation of the pure nature of the soul. 1. Jeev, living beings. There are 5 kinds of living beings based on sense organs. 1. Sense beings are of 2 kinds. 1. Sukshma, subtle. Those which are not visible through eyes, the body of these beings are not visible. 2. Badar, gross, the body of these beings is visible. There are no living beings which are subtler than one-sensed beings. What we mean by subtle organisms is that they are so subtle that they cannot be destroyed by any kind of attack or weapons and are present in the entire universe. So, no human beings can get the demerit of hurting their bodies. Gross one-sensed beings having one soul in one body are not always visible to us. What we see is a group of innumerable bodies with innumerable souls. They can be seen in the aggregate forms, thus are named as gross. Such 4 divisions of living beings are found in either one-sensed beings or 5-sensed beings. Just as one sense beings have been classified into two groups that are subtle and gross, five sense beings are also classified into two groups, Sangi with mind and Asangi without mind. One sense to four sense One sensed to four sensed living beings have no mind, thus, they have not been categorized on the basis of mind. Five sensed beings which take birth asexually also do not have mind. All other five sensed beings possess mind and are Sangi. Living beings, Jeev, are of 14 types. 1, 2. Two types of subtle one sense beings, undeveloped, aparyapta with incomplete biopotentials, and developed, paryapta with biopotentials completed. 3, 4. Two types of gross one sensed beings, undeveloped and developed. 5, 6. Two types of two sensed beings, undeveloped and developed. 7, 8. Two types of three sensed beings, undeveloped and developed. 9, 10. Two types of four sensed beings, undeveloped and developed. 11, 12. Two types of asangi, five sensed beings, undeveloped and developed. 13, 14. Two types of sangi, five sensed beings, undeveloped and developed. The above 14 categories are of embodied living beings. Living beings are infinite in numbers. In respect of the space points, extension, and consciousness, all living beings are equal. Nonetheless, based on karmic diversities, they have been divided into many types. For example, one living being may have a subtle body, others may have a gross body. One may possess one sense organ, others may have more senses, and some are sangi and some are asangi. Such variations are on account of karmic variations. Though all beings are of the same nature, they appear to be different due to karmic variations. The 14 types mentioned in the present context are in respect to their acquisition of biopotential during their birth. Biopotentials are not equal in all beings. One sensed beings possess aliment, body, senses, and respiration, the first four biopotential. Two sensed to asangi, five sensed beings possess five biopotentials except mind biopotential. Sangi, five sensed beings possess all these six biopotentials. If a being dies before acquiring the number of biopotentials to be acquired in a particular state of being, or until they are acquired, that state is called aparyapta, undeveloped, and those who acquire them are called paryapta, developed. Until the first three biopotentials are acquired, no being can die. Even after acquiring them until the fourth biopotential, that is respiratory biopotential, is not completed, the one sensed beings are undeveloped, and when they complete the fourth biopotential, they are called developed. The two sensed to asangi five sensed beings are undeveloped until speech biopotential is not completed, and they are developed once that is completed. Sangi five sensed beings are undeveloped until the mind biopotential is not completed. They become developed as soon as it is completed. 2. Ajeev, non-living. Non-living substances are mainly divided into five classes and further subdivided into 14 categories. 1. Dharmastikai, medium of motion, is of three types. A. Skandha, aggregate. B. Desh, imaginative fraction of Skandha. C. Pradesh, indivisible unit of Skandha. 2. Adharmastikai, medium of rest, is of three types. A. Skandha, aggregate. B. Desh, fraction. C. Pradesh, indivisible unit. 3. Akashastikai, space, is of three types. A. Skandha, aggregate. B. Desh, fraction. C. Pradesh, indivisible unit. 4. Kal, time has only one type. A. Kal, time. 5. Pudgalastika, matter, has four types. A. Skandha, aggregate. B. Desh, fraction. C. Pradesh, indivisible unit. D. Parmanu, atom. Skandha, aggregate. That which is indivisible, does not have any part, is known as aggregate. According to the second definition, when different parts come together and become a whole, it is also called an aggregate, but in the present context of astikai, Only the first definition is considered. There are infinite aggregates and they are of different types. For example, an aggregate of two atoms is called Dvipradeshi diatomic aggregate. The aggregate of three atoms is called Tripradeshi triatomic aggregate. Similarly, the aggregate of innumerable atoms is Asankhya Pradeshi innumerable atomic aggregate. An aggregate of Ananta, that is infinite atoms, are Ananta Pradeshi called infinite atomic. An aggregate of Anantananta, infinite multiplied by infinite atomic aggregates, is called Anantananta Pradeshi Skandha. Aggregate is of two kinds. One, Swabhavik, natural aggregate, medium of motion, medium of rest, space, and soul are natural aggregates. They can never be broken or divided. Two, Vaibhavik, aggregate made with efforts. An aggregate of matter which is liable to integration and disintegration is unnatural aggregate or aggregate made with efforts. Desh, fraction. The imaginary section of an aggregate is known as a fraction. Pradesh, indivisible unit. The subtlest part of aggregate is known as the indivisible unit. Parmanu, atom. An atom has one color, one taste, one smell, and two touches, one out of hot and cold, and one out of viscous and dry. Indivisible units and an atom are the same. Until an atom is attached to an aggregate, it is known as Pradesh, an indivisible unit, and once it dissociates from it, it is known as an atom. 1. Medium of motion. It is a substance that renders auxiliary assistance in the movement of living beings and matter, just as water assists the fish to move. 2. Medium of rest. It is a substance which renders auxiliary assistance in the repose of living beings and matter which tends to rest. 3. Space. That which accommodates or provides space for soul and matter is known as space. 4. Time. It is a metaphorical substance. It has been accepted on the basis of the solar and lunar movements. It does not have divisions like Skandha, Desh, or Pradesh. The smallest unit of time is Samay, instant. The Samay originates and gets terminated automatically immediately. The Samay which is to be originated, yet it is non-existent, and the present Samay is one. Aggregate is produced out of a group. The quantum of time is 1 instant. Time does not have a skandha because there is no group of samay. Without skandha, there is no desh, etc. Time emerges and ends at the same moment. Hence, time does not have pradesh. Therefore, time does not have any subdivisions and remains as one. 5. Matter. The substance which possesses color, taste, smell, and touch is called matter. 3. Punya, merit. Merit is the rise of auspicious karma. It is the fruition of previously bound auspicious karma. Merit is of 9 kinds. 1. Anna Punya, offering food. 2. Pana Punya, offering drink. 3. Sthana Punya, offering shelter. 4. Shayana Punya, offering bed. 5. Vastra Punya, offering cloth. 6. Man Punya, meritorious thoughts. 7. Vachan Punya, meritorious words. 8. Kai Punya, meritorious physical activities. 9. Namaskar Punya, offering homage. The above list is not actually the types of merit, but types of causes of merit. These causes are also not primary, but secondary. For each effect, two causes, primary cause and the auxiliary cause, upadan and nimitta, are required. Sometimes there is even a need of a third cause, that is a creator, nirvartak. The primary cause of pot is sand, whereas the auxiliary, secondary cause is wheel, thread, etc. And the third creator cause is a potter. Similarly, the material cause for merit is karmic matter, which itself gets transformed into merit. The auxiliary cause of merit is food, water, place, bed, cloth, etc. And the creator cause is auspicious activity and the rise of auspicious body determining karma. It is believed that the above 9 types of merits are proposed to keep the monk into consideration. A monk needs food and water, not the gold or silver, therefore, giving food, water, etc., according to the monk's requirements. Moreover, keeping mind, speech, and body pure whilst giving alms and paying homage to the monks is part of Shravak's layman life. No meritorious bondage can occur without spiritual activity. Dharma vina bhavi punyam. Merit is regarded as a concomitant to spiritual activity. The auspicious activities of soul, whether mental, vocal, and physical, are spiritual and righteous. It leads to the purification of soul, and with this purification, bondage of meritorious karma occurs. This conglomeration of meritorious karma is called dravya punya, physical merit. When previously accumulated bound meritorious karmas come into the rise and give auspicious results, effect, then they are called auspicious karma or merit. Normally, good action is treated as merit, punya. But in reality, a good action is the cause of merit and not the merit itself. Merit is the fruit of good deeds. This is not the main, but it is the incidental results of good deeds. The main result is the purity of the soul due to the shedding of the karma. For instance, the main fruit of agriculture is the grain and not the fodder. Therefore, good action should be done for shedding karma and not for merit. Question: how can single righteous activity lead to two effects, purity of the soul and bondage of merit? Answer: there can be many subsidiary results with one main outcome. When agriculture is done for crops, one can get many other byproducts along with crops such as weeds, etc. The act of giving food, etc., to a monk is an auspicious physical activity that leads to the purity of the soul, and at the same time, it is the cause of meritorious karmic bondage. Considering that cause as effect, even the cause itself of giving, etc., is accepted as merit. Question: what is the difference between merit, punya, and righteousness, dharma? Answer: generally, they are regarded as synonymous, but from the perspective of metaphysics, both are as different as sky and earth. The inhibition of perversity, non-abstinence, remissness, passions, and activities is called inhibition and is dharma. The auspicious activities of mind, body, and speech leads to shedding of the karma and is dharma. Whenever auspicious activity is done, auspicious karma get bound to the soul, which are called dravya punya, physical meritorious karma, or bondage of auspicious karmas. When those karmas come into fruition and give its effect to the soul, that rising state of auspicious karma is known as punya or merit. Righteousness is a purificatory state of the soul, whereas merit is material and it is the cause of material pleasure. Question: what is the difference between demerit and non-righteousness? Answer: perversity, non-abstinence, non-vigilance, passion, and inauspicious activities, etc., are the causes of influx of karma, and it is non-righteous. This state of soul causes the bondage of inauspicious karmas. This is known as inauspicious bondage. When this bondage comes into fruition, it is called a demerit. Non-righteousness is the impure state of the soul, and demerit is material aggregate leading to the obscure of qualities of the soul, such as knowledge, etc., and giving painful conditions to the being. Question: does meritorious bondage occur independently or not? Is it possible that meritorious bondage takes place without righteousness? Answer: all the activities of the soul can be divided into two: inauspicious and auspicious. Inauspicious acts lead to bondage of demerit. There are two results of auspicious activity: primary and secondary. Primarily, an auspicious activity leads to purification of the soul, and as an incidental effect, bondage of merit occurs. This is the nature of meritorious karma bondage. The most important thing in this context to be considered is that an inauspicious activity can never lead to meritorious bondage. But whenever there is auspicious activity, Certainly, shedding of karmas occurs, which purifies the soul and therefore it is righteous. There are no other situations where merit is bound in the absence of righteousness. Also, it is certain that nothing occurs without auspicious and inauspicious activity. Thus, without righteousness, no merit is possible. This fact is consistent both theoretically and logically. Question. Many people believe that a person with perversity cannot practice righteousness but get the meritorious bondage. How can this be resolved? Answer. That state of the soul is righteous, which purifies the soul. A person with a perverted belief does good activities. This leads to dissociation of karmas, and by that, soul gets purified. Therefore, auspicious activities of such people are righteous. If the purification of a soul is not accepted in the person with perverted faith, then how would that person attain the right faith without the purification of the soul? 4. Path, demerit or sin. Sin is the rise of inauspicious karma. When inauspicious karma comes into the rise and gives inauspicious fruits, then it is called path or demerit. Sins are of 18 kinds. 1. Pranatipat, injury to life. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through injuring life in any form. 2. Mrishabad, falsehood. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through falsehood or untruthfulness. 3. Adattadan, stealing. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through stealing. 4. Maithun, sexual activity. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through non-continence, a brahmacharya. 5. Parigraha, possession. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through possessiveness. 6. Krodh, anger. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through anger. 7. Man, pride. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through pride. 8. Maya, deceit. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through deceit. 9. Lobh, greed. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through greed. 10. Rag, attachment. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through attachment. 11. Dvesh, hatred. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through hatred. 12. Kalaha, quarrel. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through quarreling. 13. Abhyakhyan, abuse. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through false blaming. 14. Paishunya, backbiting. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through backbiting or speaking ill about someone in his absence. 15. Paraparivad, censor. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through censor or criticism. 16. Rati arati, perverse indulgence in respect of non-restraint and restraint. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through perverse indulgence. In respect of non-restraint and restraint, to have interest in non-restraint and no interest in restraint. 17. Mayamrisha, deceitful untruthfulness. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through deceitful untruthfulness or falsehood with deceit. 18. Mithya darshan shalya, the thorn of false faith. The inauspicious karmic aggregate bound to the soul through the thorn of perverted faith. This division is not actually of demerit, but this classification is made on the basis of the causes of bondage of demerit karma. It has been divided into 18 types. The separation of life from the body, that is killing, is yog ashrav, and the karmas bounded by killing are called as pranatipat papa. The cause of material aggregates, karma, to be bound to the soul is killing. If there would be no such activity, there would be no relation to such corresponding karmic aggregates with soul. Therefore, that activity due to which particular karma is bound is correspondingly named after it. That karma by the rise of which a living being indulges in violence, lying, and such similar demeritorious actions, such karmas are termed as pranatipat papasthan, Mishavad, Papasthan, and so on. 5. Ashram, influx. The state of the soul which attracts the karma is known as influx. It is a state of the soul, therefore, it is categorized as living. The karmic particles that are attracted by the soul are non living. Broadly, ashrav is categorized into 5 types. 1. Mithyatva ashrav, perverted faith in flux, having perverted faith or no interest in seeking truth. 2. Avirati ashrav, non abstinence in flux, non renunciation, the implicit desire for material and worldly pleasures. 3. Pramad ashrav, remissness in flux, the absence of enthusiasm and vigor in respect of spirituality. More often, there are 5 kinds of remissness are mentioned in the form of sleep, chatting, etc. When the above definition is considered, there remains no difference between influx due to activity and influx due to remissness. According to Acharya Bhikshu, the influx due to remissness is an absence of interest and internal enthusiasm towards spirituality, not merely sleep, etc., because they are activities of mind, speech, and body. Such activities would be included only in activity influx. The difference between the influx of remissness and activity influx is clear that the latter, example, sleep, is not constant, but remissness is constant. This is why Acharya Bhikshu writes, Tinsu lage nirantar papore, which means remissness causes continuous inauspicious karmic bondage. 4. Kashaya Ashra, passion. It is the arousal of the 4 passions, such as anger and so on, at the level of the soul. The redness of the face, the changes in the eyebrows, and so on is part of activity influx and not passion influx. Passion influx leads to internal aggression. 5. Yog Ashrav, activity influx. It is the action of the body, mind, and speech. It is of 2 types, auspicious activity influx and inauspicious activity influx. Auspicious activity leads to shedding of karma, nirjara. From this point of view, auspicious activity is not cause of influx, but since it is also the cause of auspicious bondage, therefore this auspicious activity is also called yog ashrav, that is the cause of influx through activity. Question: why is an auspicious activity considered as influx? Answer: there are 2 effects of auspicious activity: bondage of auspicious karma and shedding of inauspicious karma. Since it leads to bondage of auspicious karma, it is called auspicious activity influx. Since it eliminates inauspicious karma, it is known as shedding of karma. The fact is that without auspicious activity or auspicious subtle vibrations, there cannot be any purification of the soul or any bondage of auspicious karmas. There are 2 kinds of activities of the soul, external and internal. The external activity is known as yoga and the internal activity is known as adhyavasaya. Yoga and adhyavasaya both are of 2 types, auspicious and inauspicious. When they are inauspicious, they lead to demerit and impurification of the soul. When they are auspicious, they lead to the elimination of karma, purification of soul, and at the same time bondage of meritorious karmas. How can one cause produce 2 effects? The, the scriptural solution to this problem is that auspicious activity occurs due to destruction, subsidence, and destruction comes subsidence of deluding karma, and rise of the auspicious body determining karma. Due to the first cause, shedding of karma takes place, and due to the second cause, bondage of auspicious karma takes place. Hence, the cause of shedding of karma and bondage of auspicious karma seems empirically one, but in reality, it is not so. The destruction, subsidence, destruction along with subsidence, nature of the auspicious activity is the cause of nirjara. The audayic nature of the auspicious activity is the cause of the bondage of merit. Therefore, it can be said that a single auspicious activity is of 2 natures, and these 2 natures produce 2 different effects. For example, a sun produces 2 effects from its 2 natures, that is, it gives a light and also heat. On the burning of an earthen candle, one effect is the production of light and the other is the production of kajal, collyrium. Through a gross view, we infer that both the production of light and kajal is from a single nature of the earthen lamp, but the fact is that the light is produced due to the effulgent nature of fire. It is the burning of oil that produces carbon, which when collected becomes kajal. Sowing of wheat seeds produces not only the wheat crop but also the husk. Taking this example of the wheat crop, sowing the seeds of auspicious activity leads to the production of a crop like shedding of karma, which is accompanied by husk like meritorious karma. As an auspicious activity is never bereft from the rise of the body determining karma, so there occurs the bondage of meritorious karma. In this context, it should be noted that the shedding of karma occurs due to auspicious activity and not due to auspicious activity influx. Question. Auspicious activity leads to shedding of karma, and shedding of karma leads to liberation. But auspicious activity also leads to auspicious karmic bondage. Then, how is liberation possible? Answer. The soul is covered with so much karma that liberation is not possible at once. Gradually, through continuous efforts, as and when shedding of karmas increases, the soul gets purified. The relation of the soul to karmic matter mainly occurs with the help of passions and activity. When passions are intense, a higher number of karmas get attracted. Footnote. Jayacharya wrote, शुभ योगा ने सोय रे कहिए आश्रव निर्जरा तास न्याय अवलोय रे चित्त लगाई संभालो शुभ जोगा करितास रे कर्म कटे तिण कारणे कही निर्जरा जास रे करणी लेखे जानवी ते शुभ जोग करी जरे पुण्य बंधे तिण कारणे आश्रव जास कही जरे वारु न्याय विचारिये by the soul, which in turn stays for longer periods and produce intense effects. When the passions become weak, then the bondage of karma particles is also weak. Question. Does auspicious activity support or become a hurdle to liberation? Answer. It is both a support and a hurdle. The auspicious activity leads to purification of the soul, and hence it is a means to liberation. An auspicious activity also leads to the bondage of meritorious karma, and hence it is a hurdle to liberation. The more wet the fuel is, more is the smoke produced with the light. Similarly, the stronger the passion and activity of the soul, the stronger is the karmic bondage. Once the passions are destroyed, the inauspicious karmic bondages completely stop, and even the auspicious karmic bondage occurs for such a short period that in the first instant the bondage occurs and the rise takes place in the second instant and gets destroyed in the third instant sequentially. Thus, there is no obstacle in the liberation of the soul. There are two obstacles to the liberation of the soul. One, continuous bondage of karma, and two, non destruction of the previously bonded karma. In the 12th stage of spiritual development, there is a complete stoppage of four kinds of influx and inauspicious yoga influx. Thus, there is a stoppage of the bondage of inauspicious karmas. Only auspicious karmic bondages remain, and that too for a very short time, for a period of 2 instants. In the 14th stage of development, even the activity is completely stopped. Footnote. जयाचार्य साधक बाधक सोरठा छद्मस्थना शुभ योग रे कर्म कटे छे ते हथी क्षयोपशम भाव प्रयोग रे शिव साधक छे ते हसु छद्मस्थना शुभ योग रे पुण्य बंधे छे ते हथी उदय भाव सु प्रयोग रे शिव साधक इण कारणे. In the absence of activity, even the bondage of auspicious karmas comes to an end, and the remaining karmas are also destroyed, and the soul gets liberated. The activity of influx is independent and at the same time exhibits the first four influxes externally. The above is a brief description of the five types of influx. The remaining 15 types are the secondary classifications of activity influx. The description of those is as follows. 1. Pranatipat Ashrav, injury to life influx, to kill a living entity. 2. Mrishavad Ashrav, falsehood influx, telling lies. 3. Adattadan Ashrav, stealing influx, taking things without permission. 4. Maithun Ashrav, incontinence influx, non-celibacy. 5. Parigraha Ashrav, possession influx, having attachment towards materialistic items like wealth house. 6. Shrotrendriya Ashrav, auditory sense influx, the activity of auditory sense with attachment and aversion. 7. Chakshurendriya Ashrav, visual sense influx, the activity of visual sense with attachment and aversion. 8. Granendriya Ashrav, olfactory sense influx, the activity of olfactory sense with attachment and aversion. 9. Rasnendriya Ashrav, gustatory sense influx, the activity of gustatory sense with attachment and aversion. 10. Parshanendriya Ashrav, tactile sense influx, the activity of tactile sense with attachment and aversion. 11. Man Ashrav, mental influx, mental activity. 12. Vachan Ashrav, verbal influx, verbal activity. 13. Kai Pravritti Ashrav, physical activity influx, bodily activity. 14. Bandopakaran Ashrav, the influx of keeping articles without awareness. 15. Shuchikushagra Matra Ashrav, to indulge in sinful activities to the least extent, similar to that of the tip of the needle. The inauspicious karmas are bound by perverse faith, non-abstinence, remissness, passion, and inauspicious activity. Auspicious activity leads to auspicious karmic bondage. Thus, on account of auspicious karmic bondage, the auspicious activity is considered as an influx. It is called auspicious activity influx. 6. Samvar, inhibition. The state of the soul that inhibits the bondage of karma is samvar. This is the opposite of ashrav. The influx of karmic bondage is ashrav, and inhibition of the same is samvar. There are 20 classifications of ashrav, and therefore samvar also has 20 classifications. For each ashrav, there is a contradictory samvar. For instance, for mithyatva ashrav, wrong faith, there is samyaktva samvar, right faith. For avrat, non-abstinence, there is vrat, abstinence. For pramad, remissness, there is apramad, mindfulness. For kashay, passions, there is akashay, passionless. And for yoga, activity, there is ayoga, inactivity. Similarly, for the 15 secondary sub-classifications of ashrav, there are corresponding samvar. For example, for pranatipat ashrav, there is pranatipat samvar. 1. Samyaktva samvar, inhibition due to right faith inhibition. To renounce the perverse faith is samyaktva samvar. Even when samyaktva is obtained, if there is no renunciation, there cannot be samyaktva samvar. With subsidence of the anantanubandhi kashay, highest degree, one acquires samyaktva. With kshayopasham, partial destruction or subsidence, or apratyakhyan kashay, third degree, one attains samvar. 2. Vrat samvar, inhibition due to right abstinence, inhibition abstinence. To renounce both expressed and unexpressed desires is called abstinence inhibition. The desires that exist for things unseen, unheard, and unused is unexpressed desire. Both the samyaktva and vrata samvar is achieved only through abstinence or renunciation, not through anything else. 3. Apramada samvar, inhibition due to right vigilance, vigilance inhibition. The complete elimination of remissness present in the space unit of the soul is vigilance inhibition. 4. Akashay samvar, inhibition due to right dispassion, dispassion inhibition. The complete elimination of passions, anger, pride, deceit, and greed present in the space unit of the soul is inhibition of dispassion. 5. Ayog samvar, inhibition due to right non-action inhibition. Non-action inhibition. The complete stoppage of activity of the mind, speech, and body is non-action inhibition. Inhibition of vigilance, dispassion, and non-action. These three inhibitions are not obtained by renunciation, but they happen naturally after the soul is purified by tapasya, penance, etc. Footnote. नव पदार्थ संवर पदार्थ ढालवन गाथा नवही पदार्थ श्रद्धई यथा तथ्य विण न कहीजे सम्यक्त्व निधान पछे त्याग करे उंधा सर धन तना ते सम्यक्त्व संवर प्रधान 2 नव पदार्थ संवर ढाल 1 गाथा 9 1 प्रमाद आश्रव ने कषाय योग आश्रव ये तो नहीं मिटे किया पच्चक खाण ये तो सहजे मिटे छह कर्म अलग हुआ तिणरी अंतरंग की जो पहचान right faith abstinence vigilance dispassion and non-action are 5 types of inhibition. Apart from these 5 there are 15 other kinds of inhibition which are directly related to vrat samvar. To follow these 15 kinds of inhibition abstinence is needed. That 15 samvar is obtained only by the renunciation of sinful savadya activities. Those 15 types are as follows. 1. Pranatipat Virman Samvar, inhibition of injury to life. 2. Mrishavad Virman Samvar, inhibition of false speech. 3. Adattadan Virman Samvar, inhibition of stealth. 4. Maithun Virman Samvar, inhibition of incontinence. 5. Aparigraha Virman Samvar, inhibition of possessions. 6. Shrotrendriya Nigraha Samvar, inhibition of auditory sense activity. 7. Chakshurindriya Nigraha Samvar, inhibition of ocular sense activity. 8. Ghanendriya Nigraha Samvar, inhibition of olfactory sense activity. 9. Rasnendriya Nigraha Samvar, inhibition of gustatory sense activity. 10. Sparshanendriya Nigraha Samvar, inhibition of tactile sense activity. 11. Mano Nigraha Samvar, inhibition of mental activity. 12. Vachan Nigraha Samvar, inhibition of verbal activity. 13. Kai Nigraha Samvar, inhibition of physical activity. 14. Bhandopakaran Samvar, inhibition of unalert keeping and using of utensils and other articles. 15. Shuchikushagra Matra Samvar, not to indulge in the minutest blemish in conduct. Question. Inhibition of injury to life and others are categorized under Vrat Samvar. Abstinence inhibition, whereas in the influx, injury to life, etc., is a part of Yog Ashrav, activity influx. Why is an injury to life, etc., not considered under a Yoga Samvar, activity inhibition? Answer. The cause of non-abstinence influx is sinful activity. This means there are 15 kinds of influxes, namely injury to life, etc. Not refraining from such sinful activities is known as non-abstinence influx. These 15 influxes are activities. These sinful activities are carried on through the inauspicious state of the mind, body, and speech. To act is yog influx, so all these come under activity influx. When one renounces such activities, one acquires the inhibition of non-abstinent influx, and thus abstinence inhibition is obtained. Therefore, by the renunciation of sinful deeds, ayog samvar is not obtained. The reason being all activities are of two kinds, auspicious and inauspicious. Inhibition of activity is acquired when both the activities are completely stopped. Inhibition of inauspicious activities takes place partly until the 5th stage of spiritual development and completely in the 6th stage. But the auspicious activity persists until the 13th stage of spiritual development and completely stops in the 14th stage before salvation. Therefore, by the renunciation of injury to life, etc., inhibition of abstinence takes place prominently. Its effect on a yog samvar is only to the extent that it hinders all inauspicious activities. Though from one point of view, it can be considered as a part of it, but it cannot be called a complete inhibition or ayog samvar. 7. Nirjara shedding. The partial purification of the soul on account of auspicious activities is known as the shedding of karma. Though shedding is of one nature only, it cannot be categorized till considering the cause in the effect. Shedding has been divided into 12 types. Just as fire is of one kind, still depending on the fuel, it has been categorized as a wood fire, grass fire, cow dung fire, mountain fire, etc. Similarly, depending on the kinds of penances, even shedding or nirjara has been categorized into 12 kinds, but there remains no difference in shedding and purity of the soul acquired. Shedding, nirjara, is of 12 kinds. 1. Anshan, fasting. To abstain from 3 or 4 kinds of food, grains, beverages, dry fruits, and mouth fresheners is fasting. It is for a minimum of 1 day and night and a maximum of 6 months. 2. Unodari, semi-fasting. Eating less than the appetite to keep the stomach a little hungry or empty is semi-fasting. 3. Bhikshachari, Vrittihas, conditional acceptance of alms. By making resolutions, abhigraha, a saint makes abhigrahas by saying, I will not take alms from more than a particular number of houses. If I do not get a particular food, then I will not have food. 4. Ras parityag, abstinence from the delicacies. To abstain from vinegar, milk, curds, butter, etc. 5. Kaiklesh, bodily austerity. To do asan, exercises, etc. and to abstain from the attachment towards the body. 6. Pratisanlinata, seclusion. To keep the senses secluded from their objects. The above 6 are classes of external austerities. They are external causes of purity of the soul and have their effect on the external body, making it strong enough to practice spirituality. Thus, it is known as external austerities. The last 6 types of austerities are of internal penance. 7. Prayashchitta, atonement. To do special and prescribed penance for the purity of the action done against right conduct. It means to purify the impurity caused by the defiled action of the soul through the auspicious activity. 8. Vinay, reverence. To follow modesty and renounce mental, verbal, and physical ego. 9. Vaiyavritya, service. To serve acharyas and aged saints and so on. 10. Swadhyay, scriptural study. Following the rules of time, etc. To study scriptures and develop spirituality. 11. Dhyan, meditation. Secluding the mind from inauspicious activity and to concentrate on auspicious activity. 12. Vitsarga, abandonment. To stop the activities of the body and to renounce anger, etc. The above are internal causes of the soul's purity, which cleanses the internal activities of the soul. Thus, they are known as internal austerities. The cause of inhibition is stoppage of karma. The cause of shedding of karma is activity. With inhibition, there is always shedding of karma. Purity can be without inhibition too. In fasting, the renunciation of not eating food is inhibition of karmic influx. During fasting, there is tolerance of physical pain and there is a flow of pure thoughts. Auspicious activities are also done. All this leads to shedding of karma and purifies the soul. Thus, fasting is both shedding with inhibition. A person stays hungry for spiritual purity without taking a vow to not eat food. In this case, it is shedding of karma without inhibition. The crux is that shedding is the result of auspicious activity, whether it is associated with inhibition or not. There are 2 kinds of shedding of karma. 1. Voluntary sakam, involuntary akam. The penance done with the aim of the purity of the soul is voluntary shedding, and the penance done without such aim is regarded as involuntary. 8. Bandha, bondage. The union of karma particles with the space points of the soul, just like mixture of milk and water, is known as bondage. There are 4 types of bondage. Prakriti, bondage of nature of karma. Sthiti, duration, Anubhag, intensity, and Pradesh, mass of material atoms bound. Bondage is of two kinds, auspicious and inauspicious. Question. What is the difference between merit and demerit and bondage of karma? Answer. Merit and demerit are the rising states of karma. Bondage is the bound state of karma. Until karma particles are bound with a soul or they are present in the form of existence, the soul does not experience good or bad results. When there is a rise of auspicious karma, then the soul obtains pleasure. This rising state of karma is called merit. When there is a rise of inauspicious karma, then the soul obtains pain, which itself is called demerit or sin. Until the karma is in the bound state, that state is called bondage. And when those bound karmas give good and bad results, and then the auspicious cushion is called merit, and the inauspicious cushion as a demerit. 9. Moksha, liberation. The partial destruction of karma is shedding, and the complete destruction of all karmas is called liberation. The place where the emancipated soul resides is also metaphorically termed as liberation, but it is not moksha tattva, real liberation. The moksha tattva refers to the liberation of the souls only. There are four means to achieve liberation. 1. Gyan, knowledge, to know the objects actually as they are. 2. Darshan, faith, to have faith in reality, right faith. 3. Charitra, conduct, to stop the inflow of karma. 4. Tap, penance, such a penance in which there is no violence of any being and the soul is purified. 4. Tap, penance, such a penance in which there is no violence of any being and the soul is purified. The living being knows the tattva through knowledge and believes in the tattva through faith. Through conduct, it stops the inflow of karma, and through penance, shades the accumulated karma and purifies oneself. The worldly existence is full of disturbances and struggles. It is filled with terrible miseries and problems at each step. One can reach a state of utmost peace through the right knowledge, faith, conduct, and penance. By acquiring this state, one becomes complete. This is the highest limit of happiness. This is the highest state of being. This itself is liberation. This is emancipation. This is nirvana. Some people think of heaven itself as the ultimate goal. In their view, the happiness of heaven is the highest, but even that happiness has an end. Therefore, in Jain philosophy, it is not recognized as the highest happiness, though the lifespan of heavenly beings is much longer compared to the lifespan of humans, but it comes to an end one day. The merit that leads to heaven comes to an end after enjoying the heavenly pleasure. The heavenly being then leaves the abode of heaven and takes another birth in the realm of the world. Therefore, those who aspire to the eternal bliss cannot believe in the heaven to be the source of eternal bliss. We rather aspire to such an endless bliss which does not have unhappiness, even to the minutest extent, to which there is no higher degree of happiness. Such an eternal bliss can never be attained anywhere else than liberation. Some conceive that liberated souls are in a state of bliss only until the final disaster of the universe or catastrophe, after which the souls get back into the or catastrophe, after believe that or catastrophe, after which the souls get back into the worldly existence. They believe that when there is a catastrophe, the world comes to an end, and when the new creation begins, and then even the liberated souls come back in this world. Those who believe in such a contention argue that if the liberated soul does not come back, then one day all living beings will be liberated and the world would be devoid of living beings. If this creation is there from time immemorial, then all the living beings should have been emancipated. But until now, the world has not been emptied. As a result, after a catastrophe, when recreation happens, then those liberated souls will take birth again and keep the world going on. According to this view, emancipation has a limited duration, and there is no difference between heaven and liberation. Heavenly beings have more lifespan when compared to us. Liberated souls have more lifespan than heavenly bodies. In this viewpoint, the bliss of the liberated soul is proved finite. One day that bliss would come to an end. In such a condition, even to think of eternal bliss is like a dream. This means that the soul will be transmigrating for the infinite period. This will never stop and it will never acquire eternal bliss. According to Jain philosophy, an infinite number of souls have been liberated and an infinite number of beings will attain liberation. There are infinite souls in the world. Though infinite souls will get liberated, still there would remain infinite souls in the world. Thus, there would be no end of the world. Thus, it is devoid of a beginning and an end. If a student of mathematics is asked to subtract infinite from infinite, what remains? The response would be infinite. Then how could there be an end of the world comprised of infinite beings? When we compare the total number of living beings to the totality of liberated beings, they are just like a drop in the ocean. To think that by the liberation occurring continuously and those liberated souls not coming back to this world would be devoid of living beings is just like thinking that if the ant removes water from the ocean, one day the ocean will become empty of water. According to Jain philosophy, one can attain liberation only when all the karma is destroyed. Those who have destroyed all the karmas, then in the complete absence of karmas, how they can come back to worldly existence. And if they come back, then it must be admitted that they were not liberated at all. Primarily, there are only two types of beings, living and non living. But to reveal the mystery of liberation, they have been divided into nine categories. Out of these nine, the first class is of living beings, and the last is that of liberation. The in between types of reals are either conducive or obstructive for liberation. The true nature of the soul is consciousness. The soul desires to discover its nature, but the obstructive real becomes a hurdle for the soul to reach its nature. The obstruction is non living things. Since it is non living, it cannot produce any hindrance by itself, but the soul accepts it through its activities. This state of the soul is called influx. The accepted non living being gets intermingled with the soul and veils the original nature of the soul. This is bondage, which remains for a fixed period, after which the soul experiences pleasure or pain, and finally it is released from the soul. This condition is known as merit and demerit. When the soul destroys the same karma before the actual time of rise, or by its auspicious activity, that state is known as shedding karma. Through the intense desire for liberation, the soul inhibits all such activities which lead to the bondage of new karma somewhere, and the soul thus becomes free by eliminating the previously acquired karmas too, and this state is liberation. The soul is the primary real. Non living is its opposing real bondage. Merit and demerit Merit and demerit are all different states of non living caused by the activity of the soul, which hinder the soul to express the true nature of the soul. Influx is the hindrance producing state. Inhibition and shedding of karma are conducive to self realization. Liberation is the true nature of the soul. 15th bowl, Atma 8. Eight states of the soul. 1. Dravya, substantial soul. 2. Kashaya, soul in the state of passion. 3. Yoga, soul in the state of activity. 4. Upayog, soul in the state of conscious activity. 5. Gyan, soul in the state of knowledge. 6. Darshan, soul in the state of faith. 7. Charitra, soul in the state of conduct. 8. Virya, soul in the state of energy. As many varied conditions of a soul, that many are the states of the soul. There are so many states of soul that they all cannot be brought into discussion. Therefore, in the present chapter, mainly eight types of the souls are discussed. 1. Substantial soul. The aggregate of innumerable points of consciousness is called substantial soul. 2. Soul in the state of passion. The passionate transformation of the soul is anger, pride, deceit, and greed. 3. Soul in the state of activity, the transformation of the soul in the form of mental, verbal, and physical activities. 4. Soul in the state of conscious activity. It is the soul's state of knowledge and primary perception. 5. Soul in the state of knowledge, the cognitive state of the soul. 6. Soul in the state of faith, the state of the soul where the soul has the right or perverted faith towards the ultimate realities like soul, non soul, etc. 7. Soul in the state of conduct, the state of the soul which stops the inflow of karma. 8. Soul in the state of energy, the state of the soul which is in the form of energy. Atma, soul, and Jeev, living being. Atma is synonymous to Jeev. Dravya Atma and Jeev refer to the same object. Passion is the impurity of the soul caused by karma. Activity is the action of the soul. Conscious activity is the significant characteristic of the soul. Knowledge is its attribute, and faith is the inquisitiveness or predilection towards the soul. Conduct is the pursuit of self control. Virya is the vital energy of the soul. Here, substantial soul is the fundamental soul, and out of the rest, seven souls, some define its characteristics. Some are virtuous, whereas some are detrimental. Just like seven different basic states of one Dravya Atma is mentioned here, similarly, as many types of transformations take place in Dravya Atma, that many are the souls, that is, states of the soul. In conclusion, we can say the soul is eternal come transitory substance. There are infinite transitions which are actually the states of the soul. The word Atma refers to all these states of the soul. Existence of the soul. The soul is incorporeal. It does not have colors such as black, yellow, etc., or any form, and thus cannot be perceived by sense organs. The sense organs can recognize only corporeal objects, and that is why people who believe only in sensory knowledge as valid cannot acknowledge the existence of the soul. Those people say there is nothing beyond sensory knowledge. How can one negate the existence of any object in the absence of complete knowledge? How can one deny the existence of microorganisms in the absence of tools like microscope? The sensory knowledge works with material instruments. The stronger the instrument, the clearer is the knowledge. But it can recognize only material objects and not the incorporeal objects. The objects which are normally not perceived through eyes can be perceived through laboratory instruments. And what cannot be perceived through scientific instruments can be perceived through the development of spiritual or intuitive knowledge. or intuitive knowledge. Therefore, to say and believe that soul is non existent on account of its non perceptibility through the senses, it is illogical. Through sense organs, one can know only the external aspects of objects. For the knowledge of finer details, inventions of scientific instruments have been made and have achieved some success. But after some days of its use, the attraction towards them comes to an end. We again try to invent more efficient instruments. In this way, even after newer inventions and discoveries, we feel that we have not reached to any ultimate truth. We feel that we are helpless even today to know the ultimate truth. Finally, it is concluded that however efficient an instrument may be, it cannot recognize an object beyond perceptual knowledge in its real form, in spite of spending a lot of time and energy. The knowledge produced by such instruments today may turn false tomorrow, and the knowledge of this century may stand false in the next century. Knowledge of the soul through inference. Knowledge of the soul through inference. One can know about the existence of the soul through inference. We cannot see air, still we feel its presence through touch. Similarly, we cannot perceive the soul, still we infer its existence through the power of knowledge and experience. In a closed dark room, a movie is being watched on screen. We are looking at its images. Someone opens all the windows. Someone opens all the windows and doors of the hall, and full sunlight falls on the screen. Suddenly, images cannot be seen. The images are still there, but we cannot see them. Can we negate the presence of images on the Can we negate the presence of images on the screen under such condition? negate. No, similarly, the instances of past lives are still with our soul. Although we cannot recall them, they still exist. Our knowledge in the present life has blocked the knowledge of our past lives. Therefore, if we close the windows and doors of present sensual knowledge and then try to recollect by meditating on the soul with intense concentration, then we can acquire the knowledge of complete instances and experiences of past lives. Soul is immortal. The soul has never taken birth, nor will it Soul is immortal. The soul has never taken birth, nor will it ever die. It does not have an origin or an end. It is eternal, permanent, and immortal. After the death, the body perishes, but the soul continues to exist. Continues to exist. It is an eternal law of nature. Everyone has to face the consequences of their deeds. It is not possible that one person suffers the results of the deeds of another person. This also means that if in this birth the fruits of karma remains unrealized, then to realize them the soul has to take rebirth to suffer the results of those unrealized karma. The soul obtains the states like childhood, youth, and old age in the present life. Similarly, it obtains life in the next birth also. The body goes through a lot of changes, but the soul does not change. The soul that existed during childhood in our body is the same soul during our old age. If this was not possible, then we would not remember things of 10, 20 years back. As the soul remains the same in spite of changes taking place in the body, similarly, the soul remains the same even after acquiring the new body after death. In reality, the body undergoes changes, but the soul remains the same. According to philosophy, according to physiology, we die in each instant. It is said that every 7 years the whole body changes. Still, our existence continues, and we can recall the incidents of 14 or 21 years and even of more years. This proves the fact that there is something other than the body which keeps our existence intact, and that is the soul. Question: how does a soul leaving one body enter into another? Answer: through subtle karmic bodies, Karman and Tejas bodies. Question: why cannot we see the soul? Answer: because it is not corporeal. Question: how can we believe the existence of soul? Question: how can we believe in the existence of soul without perceiving it directly? Answer: just on account of non-perceptibility. Answer: just on account of non-perceptibility, the existence of anything cannot be denied. Question: if the soul has no form, shape, or color, then how can it be called a substance? Answer: form, shape, and weight are specific attributes of one substance, that is matter, and not all substances. The main characteristic of any object is that there is a constant vibration of change of modes in it, which is called arthakriya causal efficiency. The substance is that which has continuous inherent activity. The second characteristic of object is existence. Existence means not to leave its existence in spite of leaving the past modes and acquiring new modes. Both the above characteristics are present in soul. The soul is characterized by consciousness. It always undergoes conscious activity, despite undergoing change from childhood to old age or from one body to another. The consciousness is constant. Nature remains the same. The soul is an independent substance. A sense of attachment towards body is observed in even small organisms such as worms. Such an attachment cannot occur without previous experiences. If they would not have had an attachment with their body in their previous birth, they would not try to save themselves. Why do they have a sense of self defense? Such an attachment to the body must have some cause. It is not without any cause. The cause is impression or sanskar and karma of previous births. According to Jain philosophy, the soul is the doer of its own karma, and at the same time, it is the soul which experiences the effect of karma. It is the soul which causes transmigration in the world and its liberation. The soul does not exist. Such a statement is illogical. the soul exists. The strongest logic for such a statement is the existence of non-soul. Consciousness is the characteristic or attribute of living organisms. Non-conscious objects can never be the cause of consciousness. According to Jain philosophy, the soul is body-sized. It is neither all-pervasive as space, nor it is atomic in nature. When a soul gets a small body, then it shrinks to adjust into that body, just like drying leather. On the contrary, when it gets a large body, then it expands its space points in it, just like drops of oil in water. The expansion and contraction of space points of the soul happens easily. It can also be compared to a light of a lamp. The light of a lamp kept in the open sky has a wider area of expansion, whereas the same lamp, when kept in a small room, has its expansion limited to that space. If it is kept in a pot, the light remains in the pot. Similarly, on account of obscurance of the karmic body, the expansion and contraction of the soul's space units take place. The soul that remains in the body of a child is the same in the adolescent's body and even in its old age. The soul expands or contracts according to the slimness and fatness of the body. Therefore, it is self evident that the soul expands and contracts with the body. In this context, there arises a query that if a soul is body sized, and then it must have organs. And if it has organs, that means it is non eternal. That which is non eternal is subject to destruction. For instance, a pot has parts, therefore it is non eternal. The same case would be with the soul. The solution to the above query is that it is not a rule that whatever has organs is always subject to destruction. Space, for instance, has parts, as in the case of space of pot or a space of cloth, etc. But it is still eternal. Similarly, soul is also eternal and has organs, parts. The parts which unite on account of any cause only, they are liable to separation, and the parts which are indivisible can never be separated. Any object of the universe can never be completely eternal or non eternal, but has qualities of eternal and non eternal both, nitya nitya. The soul is eternal and non eternal. The consciousness of the soul is never lost, therefore, it is eternal. The space points of the soul occasionally expand and contract. The soul is sometimes sad and sometimes happy. Due to the reason of having different states, it is known as non eternal. From a non absolutist From a non absolutist point of view, even having organs or parts does not contradict a soul to be considered as body size. Empirically, the soul can be recognized based on the following characteristics: reproducing the same species, development of the same or similar cells, production of similar kinds of cells, acquisition of dissimilar objects, and transforming it into one's own form by acquisition, digestion, and excretion. Reproduction of the same species means to take birth from a body of one's own kind. Development of some species means to grow after the birth. Production of the species means to produce the offspring similar to oneself. To acquire and transform the foreign or alien objects into the self means to acquire foreign good, digest it, and transform it into one's own self. One cannot observe such acquisition and transformation in a non living object. As the living being acquires the foreign things, so they excrete too. All the above are the characteristics found in living beings and not in non living things. These characteristics are not found in all the living beings, hence, are secondary characteristics. Many people, for this reason, conclude that the living body is the greatest machine. There are many machines which work regularly, so the body of a living being is an excellent machine. Soul is not a stagnant object. To prove this statement, the above discussion is beneficiary. However good a machine is, it still cannot be reproduced by itself, nor can it grow or produce a machine of its own kind. Therefore, the soul and a machine are not of the same kind. Also, there is no prevalent characteristic of food and drinks too. An engine eats and drinks, but still it is non-living. Liberated souls, on the contrary, neither eat nor drink, still they are living. Similarly, there can be many such characteristics given for the recognition of a living being, but they are not perfect. Among all of them, consciousness is the significant characteristic. There exist no living beings without consciousness, from one sensed beings to five sensed rational beings, from those possessing a mind to those who have extrasensory perception. All possess consciousness at all times. This time, this does not mean that only one who has an intellect is living. Intellect is the intellect is the higher development of knowledge, but consciousness does not mean intelligence. Rather, it means the ability to know or experience. Each living organism possesses at least the least form of cognition in the form of experience. 16th bowl, Dandak 24. 24 kinds of places of karmic fusion. 1. The first place of karmic fruition, where one experiences the fruition of karma, is the seven hells, that is Satnarki. 10 places of karmic fruition of Bhavanpati Dev, mentioned dwelling celestial beings. 2. Asur Kumar, fiendish youth. 3. Nag Kumar, serpentine youth. 4. Suparna Kumar, vulturine youth. 5. Vidyut Kumar, lightning youth. 6. Agni Kumar, fiery youth. 7. Dvip Kumar, island youth. 8. Udadhi Kumar, oceanic youth. 9. Dik Kumar, guardian of the cardinal directions. 10. Vayu Kumar, stormy youth. 11. Stanit Kumar, thundering youth. 9 places of karmic fusion are of plants and animals, that is Tiryanj. 12. Prithvikai, earth-bodied beings. 13. Apkai, water-bodied beings. 14. Tejaskai, fire-bodied beings. 5. Vayukai, air-bodied beings. 16. Vanaspatikai, plant-bodied beings. 17. Dvindriya, two-sensed beings. 18. Trindriya, three-sensed beings. 19. Chaturindriya, four-sensed beings. 20. Tiryancha Panchendriya, plants and animals with five senses. The remaining 4 places of karmic fusion. 21. Manushya Panchendriya, human beings having 5 senses. 22. Vyantar, forest heavenly beings. 23. Jyotishka, luminous heavenly beings. 24. Vaimanik, empyrean heavenly beings. The place or realm where the soul experiences the fruits of karma and which is like a punishment place for one's own deeds is called dandak. The soul, depending on its karmic bondages, keeps transmigrating in the 4 gatis. These 4 states are elaborated. They result in 24 subdivisions called dandak. Elaborated, elaboration. First dandak of 7 hells. In the lower part of the lok, cosmic space, there are 7 layers of land called as Narak, hell. Sequentially, they are one below the other. There is a big gap between each of these land layers with Kanodadhi, Ganavat, Tanuvat, dense water, dense air, thin air, respectively, and Akash, space, existing one below the other. The 7 earths are as follows. 1. Ratna Prabha, gem-hued earth. 2. Sharkara Prabha, pebble-hued earth. 3. Baluka Prabha, sand-hued earth. 4. Panka Prabha, slush-hued earth. 5. Dhuma Prabha, smoke-hued earth. 6. Tama Prabha, darkness-hued earth. 7. Mahatama Prabha, dense darkness-hued earth. These 7 earths are called hells. In hell, there is extreme discomfort of heat and cold, and even more extreme discomfort of hunger and thirst. The pain of hunger is so intense that even after consuming food like fire that consumes everything around, the hunger pangs only keep worsening. No matter how much water you drink, the thirst is never quenched. There is even deeper pain due to violence and fights amongst themselves. They have inborn enmity towards all the hellish beings, just like the enmity of snake and mongoose. In the first three hells, Paramadharmik Dev, devil who inflict pain to hellish beings, are also present. These are a type of Asura Dev who are devilish by nature. They are too cruel and are always engaged in sinful deeds. They are merciless, curious, and enjoy torturing others. They seek happiness in making hellish beings fight with each other like cats and dogs. Even though these Paramadharmic Dev have many other ways of enjoyment, still they find happiness in making others suffer due to their own karmas acquired in the previous birth. Except for the first hell, Ratnaprabha, all the remaining six hells do not have islands, oceans, mountains, villages, and towns, etc., nor trees, grass, or any vegetation, nor two sensed to five sensed subhuman beings, nor human beings, nor any of celestial beings. Except for Ratnaprabha, in the remaining six hells, only hellish beings and one sensed beings are present. There is an exception to this general rule that in some places the existence of humans, celestials, and five sensed animals is also possible. The possibility of human existence is on the account of Kevali Samudbhat, where omniscient human expand space units of their soul, Atma Pradesh, throughout the universe, which includes the seven Narak. Similarly, on an account of Marnantik Samudghat, Hiryanch and Manushya's soul can stretch to these areas. Heavenly beings can also travel to hell to help their friends or trouble their enemies of previous births. Bhavanpati. The place of karmic fusion of Bhavanpati is from the second to 11th place. Bhavanpati Dev live in mentioned type structures. They are called Bhavanpati Dev for this reason. These mentions are in the lower part of Lok and they are not sequentially arranged. Because there is a difference in the mentions, they are divided into 10 types. Asur Kumar, Naga Kumar, Suparna Kumar, Vidyut Kumar, Agni Kumar, Dvip Kumar, Udadhi Kumar, Dik Kumar, Vayu Kumar, and Stanit Kumar. They are counted after hells because these mentions are situated in the lower intermediate gaps, antars, of the first hell, and all Bhavanpati Dev are known as Kumar, youth, because they are attractive, young, and playful. The places of karmic fusion of Tiryanch are from the 12th to 20th levels. There are 9 places of karmic fusion defined in this category. Question: who are Tiryanch subhumans? Answer: all life forms except heavenly beings, hellish beings, and humans are called subhumans. Heavenly beings, hellish beings, and humans are five sensed beings. In subhumans, there are living beings with one sense up to five senses. Heavenly beings, hellish beings, and humans live in specific areas of the universe, but subhumans are found in all the corners of the universe. There is no place in the universe where subhumans are not found. There are 9 types of Tiryanj. 1. Prithvikai, earth-bodied beings. 2. Apkai, water-bodied beings. 3. Tejaskai, fire-bodied beings. 4. Vayukai, air-bodied beings. 5. Vanaspatikai, plant-bodied beings. 6. Dvindriya, two-sensed beings. 7. Trindriya, three-sensed beings. 8. Chaturindriya, four-sensed beings. 9. Tiryancha Panchendriya, five-sensed subhuman beings. Each of these categories has separate places of karmic fruition. Therefore, there are 9 dandak for Tiryanj. Manushya Dandak. 21st place of karmic fruition belongs to human beings. All humans are five sensed, so they are all included in one place of karmic fruition. Vyantardev, forest gods. The 22nd place of karmic fruition is for forest gods. They reside in the middle part of the cosmos. They go to different places, either on their own or when inspired by others, because they are often found in secluded and empty places like mountains, caves, forests, and so on. Therefore, they are called Vyantardev, forest gods. They are of 8 types. 1. Pishach, goblin. 2. Bhoot, ghost. 3. Yaksha, devil. 4. Rakshas, demon. 5. Kinnar, deformed human. 6. Kimpurush, deformed person. 7. Mahorag, great serpent. 8. Gandharva, musician. All of them have specific symbols. Most of the symbols are based on trees. Even though there are 8 types of forest gods, they are all categorized in one place of karmic fruition. Jyotishka, luminous gods. Luminous God is the 23rd place of karmic fruition. They are found in luminous Viman, heavenly flying planes, hence they are known as Jyotishka. The sun, moon, and other stars that we see are not the heavenly beings, but they are Viman, flying planes of luminous gods. They visit such Viman of luminous god just for enjoyment. Their permanent residence is the earth itself. The Viman of Jyotishka in the abode of humans, Manushya Kshetra, are always in motion. They are of five types. 1. Surya, sun. 2. Chandra, moon. 3. Graha, planet. 4. Nakshatra, satellite. 5. Tara, stars. The Vimans outside the abode of humans are not in motion. Their light and aura are always stable. All types of luminous gods are characterized in one place of karmic fusion. Vaimanic Empyrean gods. Vaimanic is the 24th place of karmic fusion, above the abode of luminous gods at a distance of innumerable yojan. There are 26 heavens, one above the other. The heavenly beings born in these heavens are known as Empyrean gods, that is Vaimanic Dev. They are the most prosperous heavenly beings. They are divided into two categories. One, Kalpopapanna, graded Empyrean heavenly beings, and two, Kalpatit, non-graded Empyrean heavenly beings. The word Kalpa means limitation, order, or discipline. In Kalpopapanna Dev, there exist hierarchies of grades as higher and lower, chief and subordinate, etc. In Kalpatit, there are no such hierarchies of chief and subordinates. They are also called Ahamindra, Almighty. There are 12 types of graded Empyrean heavenly beings. 1. Saudharma. 2. Ishan. 3. Sanat Kumar. 4. Mahendra. 5. Brahmalok. 6. Lantak. 7. Mahashukra. 8. Sahastrar. 9. Anat. 10. Pranat. 11. Aran. 12. Achyut. The heavenly beings who take birth in these heavens are called graded Empyrean heavenly beings. The Lokantik Dev are also Kalpopapanna Dev, who live in all the four directions of the third Rishta of the fifth heaven, named as Brahmalok. They do not have materialistic attachments and are also called as Devarshi, heavenly saints. They do not have any kind of hierarchies among them. Therefore, they are all independent. When Tirthankars leave their home for initiation into monkhood, these beings present themselves before a Tirthankar to fulfill their duty to awaken them by uttering the words repeatedly, Bujjaha Bujjaha. In all the categories of graded Empyrean heavenly beings, they have hierarchies like chief and subordinate, higher and lower. 1. Indra, chief, the chief of all other heavenly beings, including Samanik. 2. Samanik, co-chief. They are similar in age, power, etc. to that of an Indra and are revered, but they are not Indra. 3. Trayastrinsha, ministers. They are like ministers. 4. Parisadhya, members. They are like friends. 5. Atmarakshak, sentinels. They are like guards with weapons. 6. Lokapal, custodians. They are like the border security force to protect the borders. 7. Anik, army chief. They are like soldiers and army chiefs. 8. Prakirnak, citizens. They are citizens of the town or nation. 9. Abhiyogya, attendants. They are like servants, attendants, etc. 10. Kilvishik, menials. They are like slaves. These 10 categories are found in Kalpopapanna Dev, but in Vyantar and Jyotishka, there are only 8 with Trayastrinsha and Lokpal excluded. Kalpatit. Those who take birth in 9 Graivayak, Nek regioned heaven, and 5 Anuttar Viman, highest heavens of spiritual conquest, are Kalpatit. Above the first 12 heavens of the graded Empyrean gods, there are 9 Graivayak. When the shape of universe is compared to the shape of a man, these 9 Vimans are located in the region of the neck, Griva, hence are called Graivayak. Above these 9 heavens, there are 5 Anuttar Vimans, the highest or the sovereign heavens. They are Vijayanta, Jayanta, Aparajit, and Sarvartha Siddha. They are the highest and the most premier heavens, therefore they are called Anuttar. Compared to lower heavenly beings, the higher heavenly beings are incremental in the following 7 ways. 1. Duration, lifespan. 2. Area of influence. 3. Pleasure, sensual pleasure. 4. Luster, the splendor of the body, clothes, and ornaments. 5. The purity of oral coloration. 6. Sensory perception, ability to perceive distant objects through the senses. 7. Clairvoyance, ability of clairvoyant knowledge. Compared to the lower heavenly beings, the higher heavenly beings lack the following: movement, body size, attachment to materials, possessions, wealth, etc., pride or ego. 17th bowl, Lesha 6. 6 types of oral coloration. 1. Krishna, black. 2. Neel, blue. 3. Kapoth, grey. 4. Tejo, red. 5. Padma, yellow. 6. Shukla, white. The auspicious and inauspicious state of the soul is called Lesha. A soul bound with karmic impurity has a strong affinity to matter. When materials get acquired by the soul, they impact the thought process of a soul. There can be no change in the thought process without the effect of these materials. Good materials help in processing good thoughts, and bad materials process bad thoughts. This is a general rule. In certain places, inauspicious materials suddenly transform even good thoughts into bad. In Jainism, the psychic thoughts are called bhavlesha, and the material that assists is known as dravyalesha. Although the soul by itself is as pure as a crystal, but the karmic impurities render it impure. Because of these variations in impurities, the soul transits between good and bad thoughts. There is an infinite degree of variation in purity and impurity in the stream of thought. This variation in thought is caused by matter, results in the oral colorations, which are classified as 6 lesha. Out of these 6, the first 3 are inauspicious and the rest of the 3 are auspicious. These names are based on material or physical oral color, Dravya lesha. 1. Krishna lesha, black. The transformation of the soul due to the association of matter similar to the bitterness that is infinite times more bitterly than neem and which is as black as kajal or coal. 2. Neela lesha, blue. The transformation of the soul due to the association of matter similar to acridness that is infinite times acrid than ginger and which is as blue as neelam that is blue sapphire. 3. Kapotlesha, grey. The transformation of the soul due to the association of matter similar to sourness, that is infinite times sour than raw mango, and which is as grey as the neck of a pigeon. 4. Tejolesha, red. The transformation of the soul due to the association of matter similar to the sweetness, that is infinite times sweeter than ripe mango, and which is red as hingul, that is vermilion. 5. Padmalesha, yellow. The transformation of the soul due to the association of matter similar to the sweetness, that is infinite times sweeter than honey, and which is as yellow as turmeric. 6. Shuklalesha, white. The transformation of the soul due to the association of matter similar to the sweetness, that is infinite times sweeter than rock sugar, and which is as white as a conch shell. The leshyas are identified by the following characteristics. 1. Unrestrained mental, verbal, and physical activities, action without deliberation, cruel behavior, etc., are the results of Krishna Lesha. 2. Deception, shamelessness, binge eating, hankering for material pleasures, etc., are the results of Neela Lesha. 3. Crookedness in speech and action, abusive language, etc., are the results of Kapoth Lesha. 4. Detachment, interest in spirituality, etc., are the results of Tejolesha. 5. Control over anger, speech, and senses, etc., are the results of Padmalesha. 6. Devoid of attachment and aversion and self-engrossment, etc., are the results of Shuklalesha. Oral coloration, black. Color, black as coal or kajal. Taste, infinite times bitter than neem. Ajadi Rajta indica. Smell, infinite times more unpleasant in smell than a dead snake. Touch, infinite times rougher than the tongue of a cow. Oral coloration, blue. Color blue as Neelam, blue sapphire. Taste infinite times more acrid than ginger. Smell infinite times more unpleasant in smell than a dead snake. Touch infinite times rougher than the tongue of a cow. Oral coloration gray. Color gray as the neck of a pigeon. Taste infinite times more astringent, sour than a raw mango. Smell infinite times more unpleasant in smell than a dead snake. Touch infinite times rougher than the tongue of a cow. Oral coloration red. Color red as vermilion. Taste infinite times sweeter than a ripe mango. Smell infinite times pleasant smell than the fragrance of a flower. Touch infinite times softer than butter. Oral coloration yellow. Color yellow as turmeric. Taste infinite times sweeter than honey. Smell infinite times pleasant smell than the fragrance of a flower. Touch infinite times softer than butter. Oral coloration white. Color white as a conch shell. Taste infinite times sweeter than rock sugar mishri. Smell infinite times pleasant smell than the fragrance of a flower. Touch infinite times softer than butter. Six people go to a garden of black plum. As soon as they reach there, the first man says, "Let's cut down the trees so that we can merrily eat the fruits." The second says, "What is the use of cutting the whole tree? Cutting off only big branches will serve the purpose." The third says, "This is not right. We can also get it from the smaller branches." The fourth says, "The removal of a bunch of fruits is enough." The fifth says, "We can just pluck the fruits from the tree." Finally, the sixth says, "The fruits we need are already on the ground. What is the purpose of plucking the fruits from the tree?" By this illustration, one can understand Lesha more clearly. The first person's behavior is due to Krishna Lesha, and sequentially, the sixth person's behavior is due to white oral coloration. This example is just to show the degrees of hierarchy in the thought process. 18th bowl, Drishti 3. Drishti 3. Three types of view. 1. Samyak Drishti, right view. 2. Mithya Drishti, perverted view. 3. Samyak Mithya Drishti, mixed view. The word Drishti generally means eye, but here the word Drishti means perspective or attitude or faith in spiritual reality. Right view means the perspective or an attitude that leads to the true nature of realities. Perverted view is the perspective or an attitude that leads to a wrong belief about the realities. When our faith is right towards some realities and when our faith is doubt towards regarding even one reality, it is known as Samyak Mithyadrishti, mixed view. In this context, a person endowed with the right faith towards realities is called Samyakvi, and his view is called Samyak Drishti. Similarly, the person with a perverted and mixed faith is called Mithyatvi and Samyak Mithyatvi, and their views are known as Mithyadrishti and Samyak Mithyadrishti respectively. The views of all the three is Nirvadya, harmless, non-violent, and pure. They are obtained by the partial elimination cum subsidence of deluding karma. Question. What is the difference between mithyatva, delusion, and mithyadrishti, deluded view? Answer. Delusion is caused by the rise of the deluding karma, and a perverted faith is obtained by partial destruction cum subsidence of deluding karma. Delusion, mithyatva, means perversion in the belief of reality, whereas perverted faith, mithyadrishti, means the extent of purity of view found in a person with perverted view, mithyatvi. A seeker with the right perspective is known as Samyak and the one whose perspective is deluded is known as Mithya and the one who possesses both the right and deluded perspective is known as Samyak Mithya. Here the focus is on the seeker, and in the earlier statement, the focus is on the qualities of the seeker, and this is more important than the seeker himself. Right view is an attribute. People endowed with this attribute are known as Samyakvi or Samyak Drishti person. Samyakvi is bereft of most intense passions, Anantanubandhi Kashaya. They do not have intense anger, ego, deceit, and greed. They are also relatively very simple and pure at heart. Those who have strong attachment or aversion towards material objects cannot have the right view towards reality. Many people, by listening to lectures of gurus and saints, subside their attachment and aversion and attain the right faith, whereas some others attain the true path through the purity gained by the subsidence of attachment and aversion by themselves. And then the seed of Samyaktva sprouts within them. Samyaktva is a quality based attainment that is not restricted to any kind of class, society, or individual. It is only achieved through the purity of the soul and suppression or partial elimination of anger, ego, etc. Therefore, in order to identify Samyaktva, five quality based characteristics of Samyaktva have been mentioned. 1. Sham, tranquility of passions. 2. Samved, the desire for liberation. 3. Nirved, detachment. 4. Anukampa, compassion. 5. Astikya, spiritual faith. Samyaktva is a spiritual quality. It cannot be seen but can be inferred. Just like the fire is inferred through smoke, through the five characteristics mentioned above, one can infer the presence of right view in a person. There are five blemishes of right view by which right view is lost. Therefore, the following five blemishes should be avoided. 1. Shanka, skepsis, doubt about the ultimate goal. 2. Kanksha, perverse proclivity, craving for a false goal or opposing view to goal. 3. Vichikitsa, doubt regarding the means to achieve spiritual goals. 4. Parapashanda prashansa, admiration for heretics, praise for the opponents of the spiritual goal or mithyatvi, people with false beliefs. 5. Parapashanda sanstav, cultivation of familiarity with heretics, association with the opponents. Such a contact with person having perverted faith enhances one's own wrong faith. The one who is free from such self-destructive blemishes is understood to be possessed of a right worldview. There are five adornments of right view. 1. Sthairya, persistence. Perseverance is the spiritual path propounded by Tirthankars and also helping others to be stable in spirituality. 2. Prabhavana, exaltation, propagation of the importance of a religious organization and clarifying the misconceptions. 3. Bhakti, devotion, devotion and respect towards religion. 4. Kaushal, prudence, acquisition of excellence in comprehending and explaining the doctrines propounded by the Tirthankars. 5. Tirtha Seva, service, rendering service to the four-dimensional Tirtha, a religious congregation of nuns and monks, devotees, men and women. For establishing the right faith, the following six facts need to be endorsed. 1. The soul exists. 2. The soul is substantially eternal. 3. The soul is the doer of its karma. 4. The soul experiences the fruits of karmas bound by itself. 5. The soul can be free from karma. 6. There are means for the liberation of the soul. There are two kinds of mithyatvi, person with perverted faith. 1. Abhigrahik, deliberate. 2. Anabhigrahik, non-deliberate. Those who are biased and prejudiced towards untruth due to their strong passions and emotions are called as deliberate perverted faith. Those who have a deluded faith due to a lack of opportunity to test or know the truth, and those who are not biased towards untruth, they are called as non-deliberate perverted faith. It is not right to say that people with a perverted faith live in an illusion and their righteous actions are not beneficial. Often people ask whether a certain individual is right viewed or wrong viewed. This is not a matter of question, but rather a matter of experience. In reality, it is difficult to ascertain as to who has right view and who has a perverted view, but different characteristics of both are given, based on which one may ascertain accordingly. 19th Bol, Dhyan 4. Four kinds of meditation. 1. Artha Dhyan, mournful meditation. 2. Raudra Dhyan, wrathful meditation. 3. Dharma Dhyan, analytic meditation. 4. Shukla Dhyan, pure meditation. The word dhyan, meditation, means concentration of the mind on a meditative subject or concentrating the mind on a single subject or to prevent all the activities of the mind, speech, and body. Through meditation, the seeker can make efforts to achieve his dhyaya goals and can also succeed in it. Based on desirable and undesirable goals, meditation also becomes desirable and undesirable. Normally, the types of goals are infinite. The concentration level of every individual varies. It is impossible to explain all those concentration levels. In brief, Dhyan is divided into four categories. The concentration against spirituality, Anatma Bhimukh, is Artha Dhyan and Raudra Dhyan, and that which takes you towards spirituality, Atma Bhimukh, is Dharma Dhyan and Shukla Dhyan. The first two result in the endless worldly transmigration of the soul and need to be abandoned here, and the other two result in the liberation of the soul and should be adopted upadeya. Artha Dhyan, mournful meditation. The word arti means mourning, sorrow, or grief. The concentration that indulges in mourning, sorrow, and grief is known as Artha Dhyan. There are four main causes of miseries, and based on these causes, there are four types of Artha Dhyan. 1. Anishta Sanyog, the continuous and concentrated thought for the separation from undesired objects or persons when they accompany us. 2. Priya Viyog, the continuous and concentrated worry of not to lose the desired things or person or to get back the lost. 3. Pratikula Vedana, pain, the continuous agony for eliminating physical and mental illness when they occur. 4. Bhoga Lalasa, hankering, strong resolution for unattained pleasure, being engrossed in intense desire, and keeping the mind occupied with the same continuously. Raudra Dhyan, wrathful meditation. A person who is cruel and harsh is called Rudra, and his meditation or concentration is called Raudra Dhyan. Violence, deceitfulness, theft, and possessiveness lead to cruelty and harshness. Constant focus on these attributes are categorized as Hinsanubandhi, violence bound, Vishanubandhi, deceit bound, Teyanubandhi, theft bound, and Vishaya Sanrakshananubandhi, possessiveness bound, Raudra Dhyan respectively. Dharma Dhyan, analytic meditation. Dharma Dhyan is of four types. 1. Agya Vichaya, to focus and contemplate on the teachings of the omniscient. 2. Apaya Vichaya, to focus and contemplate on the following. What are vices? What is their nature? How can one be free from them? What have I done for my spiritual development in this life? Or what is left to be done? What is that which I can do and not done? Which are the mistakes which I am not avoiding? Do others see my mistake or do I see it myself? The bad deeds of the soul are more severe than the wound which the enemy gives when he strikes the neck to behead a person. This type of contemplation results in Apaya Vichaya meditation. 3. Vipaka Vichaya, to contemplate on the karmic fusion and to relate the effects of karma to the past deeds as to which karma leads to what kind of possible results. 4. Sansthan Vichaya, to contemplate on the absolute nature of the universe. Shukla Dhyan, pure meditation, is of four types. 1. Prithakatva Vitarka Savichar, different subject-oriented meditation. The word Prithakatva means diversity, Vitarka means scriptural knowledge, and Vichar means transition of thoughts from one meaning to another, from one word to another, from meaning to the word and a word to its meaning, and from one activity to another. In this kind of meditation, the person guided by scriptural knowledge concentrates independently on different modes such as origination, destruction, transformation, persistence, corporeality, incorporeality, activeness, inactions, etc. of living and non-living substances. The focus keeps shifting. Therefore, this meditation is called multiple contemplation or differential contemplation. 2. Ekatva vitarka avichar, single contemplation. The word ekatva means single, vitarka means scriptural knowledge, and avichar means non-transition of thought from one word to the other, one meaning to the other, meaning to the word, word to meaning, one activity to another. Such people focus on a single word and its context. Among the three yoga, that is mind, speech, and body, they restrict the activity to one yoga. They do not shift the focus to different words, meanings, activities. It is majorly a non differentiating convergent called single contemplation. Expertise in different subject oriented meditation is the qualification to practice identity or single contemplation. Just like mantras are used to accumulate the poison of a snake bite spread in the whole body to one place, the concentration of the wavering mind is brought to a single thought through focus and meditation. When the mind can focus on one point, it becomes peaceful and stable. This results in the wells of knowledge getting removed completely. 3. Sukshma Kriya Apratipati. When an omniscient takes support of only subtle body activities and stops all other gross body activities, mental, verbal, and physical, they reach a state of meditation called Sukshma Kriya Apratipati. In this state, only the subtle body activities like respiration remain. One who attains this state does not fall into any other lower states and continues to remain stable in this state. 4. Samuchinna Kriya Anivritti. When the subtlest activity of the body, including respiration, stops and the soul space points becomes completely stable, then it is known as Samuchinna Kriya Anivritti. In this state, all the gross and subtle, mental, verbal, and physical activities stop. Once this state is attained, it is never lost. This state is so powerful that all karmic bondages are destroyed. In this state of meditation, all the karmas are destroyed and the soul gets liberated. In the third and fourth stage of Shukla Dhyan, since there is no support of scriptures, they are referred to as analamban, supportless. Apart from the third and fourth Shukla Dhyan, all others are thoughtful meditation. Until omniscience is attained, all meditations are thoughtful. He has only meditation to restrain yoga or activity. Within Antar Muhurta, intra hour, just before liberation, the mental activities stop first, followed by the stoppage of verbal and physical activities, and finally respiration stops. Here, 14th stage of spiritual development, Gunasthan, is attained. All the activities of the soul cease, and the soul becomes still like the Shaileshi, Meru rock mountain. With this, the soul gets liberated. 20th bowl, Dravya 6. Description of 6 kinds of substances. 1. Dharmastikaya, medium of motion. 2. Adharmastikaya, medium of rest. 3. Akashastikaya, space. 4. Kal, time. 5. Pudgalastikaya, matter. 6. Jivastikaya, soul. Dravya, that which has attributes, gun and modes, paryaya, is known as substance. Gun, that which remains inherently with substance, coexists with it, and never gets and dissociated from the substance. The substance and the gun are never separated. Paryaya, the different states or modes of a substance is called paryaya. Substances give up their existing state and acquire a new state without changing their original nature. In both states, the substance keeps its nature intact. Gold acquires new forms and shapes as and when it is processed. Gold remains gold, whether it is made into a ring or a bangle. The change is only in its shape. Gold is not an independent substance. It is one of the infinite states of matter. The material aggregate in the form of gold we see today can leave its state of gold and get transformed into the sand. Later, it can leave the state of sand and transform into anything else. Despite all the transformations, it remains as substance. The characteristics of matter are color, smell, taste, and touch. When the matter is in the form of gold, it has color, smell, taste, and touch. Even if it transforms into the sand, it will still have the characteristics of color, smell, taste, and touch. In whatever form the matter transforms into, it will have its fundamental characteristics intact. Even when aggregates of this matter disintegrate into the smallest atomic particle called Parmanu, it will definitely have these four characteristics. Substance may change modes but not nature. Substance is both eternal and transient. Even when its form changes, it does not leave its original form. So it is considered eternal, and because it keeps changing from one state to the other, it is termed as transient. Except for matter, all other five substances are non corporeal. Therefore, they are not visible. Matter is corporeal. Even then, Parmanu and other subtle material aggregates are not visible with the most sophisticated microscopes. According to Jain philosophy, the so called atom perceived by the sophisticated technology of present science is also an Ananta Pradeshi Skandha, an aggregate of infinite atoms. There are 14 perspectives available to know more about substance. When we look at new objects, we have a curiosity to know more about it. By what the object was made, how and when was it made, what are its characteristics, and so on. In the present chapter, only five perspectives, Dravya, Kshetra, Kal, Bhav, and Guna of substance have been explained. Footnote 14 perspectives. 1. Nirdesh. 2. Swamitva. 3. Sadhan. 4. Adhikaran. 5. Sthiti. 6. Vidhan. 7. Sat. 8. Sankhya. 9. Kshetra. 10. Sparshan. 11. Kal. 12. Antar. 13. Bhav. 14. Alpa Bahutva. 1. Dravya. Substance. What is its nature? 2. Kshetra. Place. Where is it found? 3. Kal. Time. When did it originate? Does it exist at present or not? Until when will it remain? 4. Bhav. Mode. In what state is it? 5. Gun. Quality. Is it of use to this world or not? If it is, then what is its use? The objective of this chapter is to explain the sixth dravya in the context of the above five questions. 1. Dharmastikaya, medium of motion. In this context, the word dharma means that substance that renders direct assistance without exercising any activity to the movement of living beings and matters when they have developed the tendency to move. The word astikaya means a homogeneous continuum of indivisible space points, Pradesh. From the substance point of view, it is a group of inseparable, innumerable space points. That is, it is one and not many. From the space point of view, it is present in the whole cosmos. From the temporal point of view, it has no beginning and no end. It is never originated, nor will it have its end. That means it is present in all three periods of time. From the mode point of view, it is non corporeal. It does not have any form, shape, or color. From quality, it assists in movement. Question. How many mobile substances are there? Answer. There are two mobile substances, soul and matter. Question. Is the ability of movement is present in medium of motion or in Jeev and Pudgal? Answer. The ability of movement is in the soul and matter and not in the medium of motion. It is only an auxiliary cause in the movement of the soul and matter, and soul, just like water, assists the movement of fish. The actual cause of movement is matter and soul itself. Without the medium of motion, the soul and matter cannot move. Therefore, medium of motion is imperative. The movement of the soul and matter exists in all three time frames, past, present, and future, tricalic. So the medium of motion is also considered to be available in all three time frames. The movement of soul and matter is found in the entire universe. Therefore, the presence of medium of motion in the entire universe is imperative. It does not have any of the five colors like black, etc., and so it is non corporeal. There cannot be substance without guna. Dharmastika is a substance, therefore, the attribute of assisting movement must exist in it. There is no medium of motion in alok, space beyond lok, and so no soul and matter can travel in supracosmos. 2. Adharmastika, medium of rest. In this context, the word adharma means the substance that renders direct assistance without exercising any activity to the repose of the soul and matters when they have developed the tendency to come to a halt. From the substance point of view, the medium of rest is one. From a spatial point of view, it pervades in the whole cosmos. From a temporal point of view, it has no start and end. From a modal point of view, it is non corporeal. From the attribute point of view, it is helpful in repose. Question: how many substances are stationary? Answer: all substances are stationary. Except for soul and matter, the remaining substances are definitely stationary. Soul and matter also are not always in motion. They move sometimes and other times they stand stationary. The cycle of mobility and stability in the soul and matter goes on. Question: does medium of rest assist in the repose of moving soul and matter, or does it assist other substances also which are already motionless by nature? Answer: medium of rest does not assist substances that are already in rest. It only assists the substance that is mobile by nature. The substances that are already stationary do not need any assistance. Only objects that are in motion need assistance when they tend to stop. It is the inherent capacity of the substances to repose. Medium of rest only assists. Without a medium of rest, no soul and matter can stay stable. Thus, the existence of a medium of rest is essential. The repose of the soul and matter is found in the entire universe. Therefore, the presence of a medium of rest in the entire universe is imperative, just like a medium of motion. All other properties of medium of motion apply to the medium of rest. There is no medium of rest in supracosmos. Thus, there is no question of stability or repose in the supracosmos, because in the absence of medium of motion, the soul and matter cannot move into supracosmos. Question: is the existence of medium of motion and medium of rest proved through only the agam, or is there any other proof? Answer: through inference also it can be proved that medium of motion and medium of rest exist. The distinction between cosmos and supracosmos is done based on these two substances. Space is pervasive in both. Only in that part of space where medium of motion and medium of rest are present, soul and matter exist. They are not anywhere else, and that is why it is called cosmic space or lok. Where soul and matter are absent, that is called as supracosmos or alok. If the existence of medium of motion and medium of rest is not accepted, then there will be no such substance available which can become the cause of distinction between cosmos and supracosmos. Therefore, it can be easily inferred that there must be some substance that separates cosmos from supracosmos. Question: whether supracosmos exists, this doctrine is just arbitrarily accepted or proved by any proof? Answer: its validity is proved through Agam. Question: do philosophies other than Jainism should believe in the existence of supracosmos? Answer: people who believe in Lok cannot reject the existence of Alok. If you study the etymology of words, for all affirmative words, there exists another word which stands opposite. In the absence of a contradictory substance, nothing can be proved to be existent. For example, the darkness is the opposite of light. Similarly, hot and cold, soft and hard viscous and dry, etc. All the words that have a positive reference will also have the opposite negative reference. The names that are etymologically derived are stipulated as such due to the contradictory nature of the substance. Therefore, by the existence of cosmos, we would be bound to believe in the existence of supracosmos. 3. Akashastikaya. Akash is a substance which accommodates the soul and matter. Astikai means homogeneous space points. From the substance point of view, it means one aggregate of inseparable infinite space points. The aim of using the term one is that it is not individually different but an interconnected single form. From spatial point of view, it is spread in both cosmos and supracosmos. From temporal point of view, it does not have a beginning or an end. From a modal point of view, it is non-corporeal and its attribute is to provide space. Question. How many substances is Aadhar support and how many are Adheya supported? Answer. Only space is Aadhar and all other substances are Adheya. Space is non-corporeal and hence is not visible. Still, it is accepted based on logic and inference. Without support, no substance can be sustained. A pot can store water because it has an attribute to accommodate liquid. Similarly, there must be some all-pervasive substance that accommodates all souls and matter, and that substance is space. The whole universe exists because space can provide accommodation. Thras and Sthavar, the mobile and immobile beings, are supported by the land. The land is supported by water, water is supported by air, and the air is supported by space. Land, water, air, etc. are both Aadhar and Adheya. Space is only a support and it is not supported. The land supports mobile and immobile beings, but it is supported by water, and that is why it is both Aadhar and Adheya. Udadhi, water, is a support for the land, but it is supported by the air, so it is also both Aadhar and Adheya. Supported. Similarly, air supports water, but it is supported by space. Hence, it is also the same. Space provides the support and it is not supported by anything else. Therefore, it is a support and not supported substance. Question. Space is non-corporeal. Then why is the sky blue? Answer. The blue color is not the color of space. The space present there is the same that is present everywhere. The blue color that we see is the color of distant molecules in the air. These molecules are present in our vicinity also, but cannot be seen due to the lesser distance. Due to distance and density, we see the molecules in blue color. From a distance, the clouds look dense, but with proximity, they do not look the same. From a distance, it looks like the sky touches the land, but when you go near, that is never the case. For those who believe in only direct sensuous cognition, for them touch, taste, sight, smell, and sound are the subject of the senses, and apart from them, non corporeal things do not exist. Only what the senses can perceive are acceptable as proof, and no other proof is required. When the question of the existence of space arises, they get perplexed. They have to acknowledge the existence of space like substance that accommodates everything in that universe, and that is inevitable. Therefore, in some situations, it becomes mandatory to depend on inference and not be rigid to believe only on sensory proofs. Space is present in both cosmos and supracosmos. The number of space points of cosmic space is innumerable. The total length of it is 14 Rajju. The concept of Rajju is explained through an analogy. If a man can travel 1 lakh yojan in a blink, and at the same speed, the distance that he covers in 6 months is known as 1 Rajju, or we can say in simple terms, innumerable yojan makes a Rajju. The number of space points in cosmic space is comparable to the number of space points in medium of motion and medium of rest, and the space point of one's soul. The space points of medium of motion and medium of rest are innumerable. Each space point of medium of motion and medium of rest is spread on each space point of cosmic space. The number of space points of any soul is also innumerable. During Kevali Samudghat, each soul points occupy 1 unit of cosmic space. The space outside the cosmic area, where nothing other than space exists, is called Alok Akash, supracosmic space. It surrounds the cosmic space from all sides and is infinite. 4. Kal, time. Muhurta, 48 minutes. Din, day. Rat, night. Paksh, fortnight. Mas, month, etc. are references of time only in the region of humans, not outside. The most popular references of time used in Manushya Lok are used for all references of similar time outside human region. The references of time are based on the solar and lunar movements. Only the luminous gods, sun, moon, etc. of human region have movement. Other luminous gods do not move. The division of time depends on the movement of the stars. The gross time frames like day, night, etc. are based on the definite movement of the sun and moon. The subtle time frames like Samay, Avalika, etc. cannot be known through the movement of the sun and moon. In any place, the time between sunrise and sunset is called day. Similarly, the time from sunset to sunrise is called night. 1/30th part of day and night is known as one muhurta, 48 minutes. One fortnight comprises 15 days and nights. 2 fortnights makes a month. 2 months make a ritu, season. 3 ritus make an ayan, 6 months. 2 ayans make a year. 5 years make a yug. All these time frames are based on the movement of the sun. Anything happening in the present is called Vartaman. That which has already occurred is called Bhut or past. Events that will occur in the future are called Bhavishya. Time is not an astikaya conglomeration of units. Unlike other substances, there is no aggregation of units of time. It is not a real substance. It is a metaphorical substance by nature. अनागतस्यानुत्पत्तेः उत्पन्नस्य च नाशतः प्रदेश प्रचयाभावात् काले नैवास्तिकायता, which means the future has not arrived yet. The emerged time gets destroyed. The points do not disseminate. Thus, there is no aggregation of time points. Hence, time is not an astikaya. Concerning substance, time is infinite. For kshetra, it is applicable in human region 2.5 islands, which includes Jambudvip, Dhataki Khanda, and half of Pushkar Dvip. From the perspective of time, it does not have a beginning, nor does it have an end. For mode, it is non-corporeal. From the perspective of gun attribute, it is the existence vartana. Question. When time is not a real substance, why should it be referred to in the list of substances? How can it be infinite in quantum? And how is it beginningless and endless? Answer. Time does not have pradesh or atom. That is why it is referred to as a metaphorical substance. The utility of time is understood easily because without time, no activity is determined. For the shortest to the longest activity, the support of time is required. Everybody needs the reference to the past, present, and future. Without this, nothing functions. Thus, this utility of time is evident. The subtlest unit of the time is samay, instant. Infinite samay has already passed, and there is one instant in the present. There will be infinite instants in the future. So, from substantial point of view, time is infinite. There are infinite souls and matter. For each of them, there is a reference to time. From this point of view, also it is infinite. Cosmos has been forever, anadi ananta. Therefore, time is also beginningless and endless. The beginningless and endless nature of time is based on the state of the cosmos. Divisions of time. Through the divisions of time, lifespan, etc., are determined. The shortest indivisible unit of time is samay, instant. There are many examples in the scriptures that explain an instant. One meaning is as much time as it takes to tear one yarn of tattered piece of cloth by a strong man. The innumerable part of that period is called instant. As much time is taken in a blink of an eye, the innumerable part of that time is called instant. Electricity travels lakhs of miles within a small fraction of time, as much the space it covers in. The minutest part of the time is divided into innumerable parts. That innumerable part is called instant. By these examples, we can infer about the subtleness of instant. That which is the cause of change, that which passes with time, and the time which is present in cosmos and supracosmos is called Nishchay Kal, transcendental time. Time mentioned as muhurta, din, day, raat, night, etc. exists only in human inhabiting area, not outside. These time frames are based on the movement of the sun and the moon. The time that can be counted in numbers is called Sankhyeya. The time that cannot be counted and can only be explained with analogies is called Asankhyeya, like Palyopam, Sagarupam, etc. The time which has no end is called eternal or infinite. Note: divisions of time. Indivisible time, 1 instant. Innumerable instant, 1 avalika. 253 avalika, 1 kshullak bhav, lowest age. 222, 31229 or 3773 avalika, 1 uchchavas nishwas. 444, 62458 or 3773 or 17 avalika plus kshullak bhav is equal to 1 pran. 7 pran is equal to 1 stok. 7 stok is equal to 1 love. 3811 love is equal to 1 ghadi, 24 minutes. 2 ghadi or 3773 pran or 65,536 kshullak bhav is equal to 1 muhurta. 167, 27, 21, 61 avalika is equal to 1. 30 muhurta is equal to 1 day, din. 15 days is equal to 1 paksh, fortnight. 2 paksh is equal to 1 mass, month. 2 mass is equal to 1 ritu, season. 3 ritu is equal to 1 ayan, 6 monthly. 2 ayan is equal to 1 varsh, 1 year. 5 years is equal to 1 yug. 70 crores into 70 crores, 56 lakh crore is equal to 1 purva. Innumerable varsha is equal to palyopam. 10 crores into 10 crores palyopam is equal to 1 kala chakra. Infinite kala chakras is equal to 1 pudgal paravartan. 5. Pudgalastikaya, matter. That which has color, smell, taste, and touch, and which has a property of association and dissociation is called matter. Atom is also a part of matter, but in this context, the suffix kai is used. Hence, here it is appropriate to derive the meaning of asti as the indivisible unit, pradesh, only. The aggregated atom itself is called pradesh. For example, two joint parmanu are called dvipradeshi skandha. From substantial point of view, matter is infinite. The matter is divisible, unlike other substances that are indivisible. The atom in disintegrated form is called parmanu, and when they get integrated, they get formed into skandha, aggregates. From spatial point of view, matter is present in the entire universe. Question: the number of space points of cosmic space is innumerable, asankhya, whereas the space points of the matter is infinite, ananta, which is much more in terms of numbers. How can matter be accommodated in cosmic space? Answer: due to the wonders in transformation, infinite matter can become accommodated in finite space. As an atom occupies one space point of cosmic space, similarly, Dvipradeshi, two Pradesh, Sankhyaat Pradeshi, countable space points, Asankhyaat Pradeshi, innumerable space points, and even Ananta Pradeshi, infinite space points, Skandha can reside in one space point of space due to dense transformations. And when they expand, Dvipradeshi Skandha occupies two space points. Asankhyat Pradeshi and Ananta Pradeshi Skandha occupy Asankhyat Pradesh space points of cosmic space. But they can never occupy more Akash Pradesh than the number of Skandha Pradesh, like two Pradeshi Skandha can spread in a maximum two space points of cosmic space and not in three. Occupying less or more space points in cosmic space is caused by the difference in density of the substance. The aggregate of higher numbers of units of matter can occupy lower numbers of space points due to high density, and in comparison, this lower number of aggregates can occupy more space units due to low density. 1 kilogram of mercury occupies less space compared to 1 kilogram of iron, 1 kilogram of sand, and 1 kilogram of cotton. The density of sand is higher than cotton. The density of iron is higher than sand. The density of mercury is higher than iron. Therefore, the space points they cover also decreases subsequently. Just like an aggregate of infinite space points of matter gets accommodated in finite space points of cosmic space. Similarly, even bigger Anantananta Pradeshi Skandha can get accommodated in finite space points of cosmic space. Where the light of one lamp can spread in a room, the light of several lamps can also spread in the same room. When dense hot iron is blasted with air, fire particles find their way through the iron, and when water is sprinkled on the hot iron, even vapors get through the metal. Therefore, it is the wonders in the transformation that makes it occupy more or less space. From temporal point of view, Pudgalastika is Anadi Ananta. From the modal point of view, it is corporeal. With respect to attributes, matter has the properties of color, smell, taste, and touch. Whatever we see through our eyes, taste by our tongue, smell through our nose, touch through the skin are all material. Therefore, the color, smell, taste, touch is the characteristics of matter. Matter is corporeal. Only those substances are corporeal which possess color, smell, taste, and touch. Except for matter, all the remaining five substances are incorporeal. Since they do not have the properties of color, smell, taste, and touch, they are not visible to us. Except omniscience, the object of all the other four types of knowledge, mati, shrut, avadhi, and manaparyav, is matter. Non-corporeal substances can be perceived only through omniscience. Sound, smell, grossness, subtleness, shadow, light, darkness, etc. are all modes of matter. Shabda, sound. The sound that we hear is of material property. In sound, the characteristic of matter, that is, touch, taste, etc., are present. Rocks also have that property of touch, etc. When there is a collision with the rock, the sound is produced. Similarly, the sound in caves produces echoes. The materiality of sound is quite clear in the use of telephone, telegraph, wireless gadgets, phonogram, etc. Because machines can acquire and process only corporeal objects, except for matter, all other substances are non-corporeal. Therefore, sound is the property of matter. Bandha, integration. Integration means the state of unity. Through the integration of atomic parts, material aggregates are made. The viscosity and dryness of the atoms are necessary for bondage to occur. Contact between two atoms alone is not enough to make diatomic aggregate. Viscosity and dryness are the two types of touch out of 8. Touch is the attribute of matter, therefore integration is also a state of matter. There can be no bondage of non-corporeal objects as they are indivisible and cannot be divided. The matter is the only substance that has the capacity of integration with other matter. When infinite atoms integrate, then they become an aggregate of infinite atoms. And many such infinite atomic aggregates make a gross object. Sukshmata and sthulata, subtleness and grossness. And this property is found only in matter. Other substances do not have the classification of big or small or light or heavy. Some matter is small, others are big, some are light, and others are heavy. The material aggregates that are spread are big and those that are compact are small. The object with the light touch is lightweight, whereas the object with heavy touch possesses more weight. Chaya, shadow. Even shadow is material. There is a continuous change in the states of material objects. They have the nature of integration and disintegration and illumination. They always emit rays that transform according to acquired suitable materials. This transformation is called shadow or chaya. The shadow in unclear objects is gray in daylight and black in the night, whereas the shadow in clear objects is of its shape. Prakash, andhakar, light, darkness. Light is material. Darkness has the veiling property and is material. Darkness does not refer to the absence of light. It is material in itself that exists in opposite to the property of light. During heavy rains, the objects disappear, only the droplets of rain are visible. Similarly, in dense darkness, only darkness is seen and objects are not visible. This is just like walls and roofs, as a physical barrier that blocks the sight of other things. Similarly, darkness is an entity that also acts as a physical barrier that blocks the sight. When rain stops or the walls are broken, the objects become visible. Similarly, when the darkness is destroyed, all the objects become visible. How can darkness be non existent when its black color is visible? That which does not exist cannot have a color. If darkness has a color, it means it exists and it is a material. There is a strong relation between soul and matter, and there are many ways that souls use the material. It is said, Dravya nimittam hi sansarinam vidyamupajayate. All the efforts of the soul are possible only with the help of matter. To understand how matter is useful to the soul, it is important to know the various vargana, aggregates of matter. Vargana means material aggregates or a group of similar kinds of matter. They are of many categories like mano, mind, vargana, bhasha, speech vargana, sharir, body vargana, audarik, gross body vargana, vaikriya, protein body vargana, aharak, body vargana, tejas, luminous body vargana, karman, karma vargana, and shwashochvas, respiration vargana. The material aggregate that helps the soul to think is known as manovargana. The material aggregate that helps the soul to speak is known as vachan vargana or bhasha vargana. The material aggregate that helps the soul to feel good and bad and help in movement in sharir vargana. The material aggregates that forms the gross body is called audarik vargana. The material aggregates through which different shapes and forms of the protein body can be formed as desired is known as Vaikriya Vargana. The material aggregate through which a strange powerful body is made is known as Aharak Vargana. When an extraordinary spiritual ascetic is asked a difficult question and he does not have an answer for it, then he acquires the aggregates of Aharak Vargana, makes a beautiful effigy, and sends it to an omniscient to get the answer. The effigy gets the answer and comes back. The ascetic is now able to clarify the questions asked to him. These actions take place in such a short period that the questioning person does not even realize that there is a delay in the answers. The material aggregate that forms the luminous body is known as Tejas Vargana. The material aggregate that forms the Karman body is known as Karman Vargana. The material aggregate absorbed during respiration is called Shvashochvas Vargana. More than 100 elements that are accepted by modern scientists fall into the category of matter. According to the scientists, the elements are those substances which do not lose their properties even after undergoing several chemical reactions. Gold, silver, iron, sulfur, mercury, etc. are elements. One can change their forms, such as solid to liquid or liquid to gas, etc., by heating or cooling, but cannot change into another element. Iron would remain iron and gold as gold. When two elements combine, they become a compound. Water is a compound of two hydrogen atoms and one atom of oxygen. All elements and compounds have the characteristics of color, odor, taste, and touch. Therefore, they are all material. The corporeal objects, which other philosophies call bhautik, physical, are termed as Paudgalic material in Jain philosophy. 6. Jivastikaya. The meaning of the term Jeev is to possess pran, bioenergy of life. The word astikaya means an aggregate of the homogeneous continuum of space points. Question. If acquiring pran defines Jeev, then how is this definition applicable to the liberated souls? Answer. There are two kinds of bioenergy, physical dravya and psychic bhava bioenergy. In the sixth chapter, 10 bioenergies have been mentioned. Those are physical bioenergies, knowledge, and perceptions are psychic bioenergy. In the worldly souls, there are both types of bioenergies. In the liberated soul, there is only psychic bioenergy. Substantial point of view, Jeev is infinite. From spatial point of view, they are found in the cosmos. Temporally, they are beginningless and endless. From modal point of view, they are non-corporeal. From the attribute point of view, they are conscious. Jeev or the soul has innumerable space points. Soul with innumerable space points is infinite in number. Unlike the medium of motion, which has innumerable space points and is one and indivisible. Soul is not one and indivisible. That is why, in terms of quantity, souls are mentioned as infinite. When it is said that Jivastikaya is present in the entire cosmic space, it does not mean that one soul is spread in the entire cosmic space. This only means that there is no place in the entire cosmos where soul is not present. The soul does not have an origin, and there is no creator of the soul. Therefore, it is beginningless. Any real that is beginningless does not have an end either. That is why soul also is referred to as infinite. The soul is non-corporeal, but through swasamvedan, self-recognition, etc., we can know about the existence of the soul. I exist. Such inquisitiveness is not possible if the soul does not exist. We can also infer the existence of the soul. When we have lifeless things around us, there should also be some contradictory substance that is with life also. Without the existence of a contradictory substance, it is not possible to know the existence of a substance. If there is no substances called chetana, consciousness, then on what basis are the two words as chetan, that is conscious, achetan, that is non-conscious, coined? The absolute absence of anything is shown only when there exists some contradictory things. Soul and non-soul are absolutely absent in each other, and that is why the existence of a conscious substance is inevitable. The characteristic of the soul is consciousness. It is comprised of innumerable space points. They are all characteristically conscious. A soul is an indivisible aggregate of innumerable cognitive space points. It does not mean that innumerable souls integrate into one soul. Every soul has infinite knowledge but is covered by a veil of karma. The denser the veil is, the more obscured the knowledge is. As the veil gets thinner, the knowledge manifests. When the veil is completely removed, the soul becomes omniscient. Even if the soul is covered to the maximum extent, a least part of knowledge remains always unobscured. If knowledge gets completely obscured, then there will be no distinction between living and non-living. Even among one-sensed living beings, sense of touch is present. Through consciousness, it is possible to know the soul. Consciousness exists in all three phases of time, past, present, and future. The acceptance of only 6 substances is on the basis of the fact that the significant attributes of 6 substances are not found in any of each other substance. If a substance does not have a significant quality that coexists with it for all 3 phases of time, then that cannot be an independent substance at all. Except for these significant qualities, we do not find any other such quality that is not present in other substances. The quality which is found in many substances cannot determine the existence of an independent substance. Therefore, there are only 6 substances. Each substance has infinite modes. 21st Bol Rashi 2. 2 categories of beings. 1. Jeev Rashi, category of living beings. 2. Ajeev Rashi, category of non-living beings. When we categorize all the substances of the world, we may end up with thousands of categories like humans, cows, buffaloes, camels, houses, clothes, utensils, etc. From this diversity, when we move towards convergence, we find that there exist only two basic categories. One, Chetan, living beings with consciousness endowed with knowledge and perception, and two, Achetan, non-living substances bereft of knowledge or perception. We can conclusively state that the entire universe can be classified into these two categories and there is nothing beyond them. In other terms, we can state that the existence of this universe is entirely dependent on just these two entities. The existence of six substances and nine tattva are also inclusive to these categories. For a better understanding of the universe, when we study deeper, then the number of substances increases from 2 to 6 substances. How is a soul liberated? What are the conditions of living beings or non-living beings that are helpful or stand as an obstacle in the way of liberation? This inquiry directs the classifications into 9 realities, 9 tattva. Among the 9, the non-living tattva are Ajeev, Punya, Pap, and Bandha, and the living tattva are Jeev, Ashrav, Samvar, Nirjara, and Moksha. But in reality, the basic entities are only 2. These 6 substances and 9 realities are made for better utility and better understanding. We cannot understand the utility of the living and the non-living in the functioning of the universe without understanding these two categories. Medium of motion assists the movement in the world. Any movement in the universe, even the subtlest of vibrations, occurs only with its assistance. Medium of rest is just the opposite factor. It assists in immobility. In other words, the former is the medium of action and the latter is the medium of inaction. Though activity and inactivity are the results of one's power, still this cannot be performed without the support of medium of motion and medium of rest. Akashastika space has its importance because it provides accommodation. The entire universe is accommodated in this space. All functions of the universe are methodically regulated by time. This is its clear benevolence. All the embodied souls depend on the matter to sustain life. Right from the respiration to eating, clothing, and for all other activities, material things are used. The body itself is material in nature. The activities related to mind and speech also require the assistance of matter. The soul, which is pure consciousness, puts these things into use. If we unite the functions of all the 6 substances, the structure of the entire universe comes before our eyes. In the understanding of the system of the universe, the things that fall into the category of non-living are much more important than the different states of a living entity. The understanding of different states of the soul is essential for spiritual practice. Living and non-living are fundamental elements. Punya, Pap, and Bandha bind the soul, resulting in worldly pleasure and pain. Therefore, thus, these 3 are the hurdles in liberation. Influx is the state of the soul that receives karmas. It is also an obstacle for liberation. Samvar inhibits the ways of reception of karmas, and through shedding, the existing karmic bondages are eliminated. These two purify the soul. Therefore, they are conducive for liberation. Moksha is the pure state of the soul, free from karmic bondages. If we understand them fundamentally, then Punya, Pap, and Bandha are non-living states, whereas Ashram, Samvar, Nirjara, and Moksha are states of the soul. In the 6 substances, there are no subclassifications of Jeev, but in the 9 Tattva, 4 additional states of the Jeev are defined. In the 6 substances, there is a mention of 5 independent types of non-living substances, and in the 9 Tattva, 3 additional states of non-living are also mentioned. Therefore, we see that in the 6 substances, only one substance is Jeev, and the remaining 5 substances are Ajeev. And in the 9 Tattva, 5 realities are Jeev and 4 are Ajeev. This only proves that fundamentally there are only 2 categories in the universe, One is the Jeev, living category, where all the living beings are included, and the other is the Ajeev category, where all the non-living materials are included. Therefore, we can conclude that the entire universe is included in these two categories, Jeev and Ajeev. 22nd bowl, Shravak Vrat 12. 12 vows of lay followers. 1. Ahimsa Anuvrat, partial vow of non-violence. 2. Satya Anuvrat, partial vow of truth. 3. Asteya Anuvrat, partial vow of non-stealing. 4. Brahmacharya Anuvrat, partial vow of celibacy. 5. Aparigraha Anuvrat, partial vow of non-possession. 6. Digvirati Vrat, special limitation. 7. Bhogopabhog Pariman Vrat, limitation of consumption. 8. Anarthadanda Virati Vrat, avoidance of worthless sinful deeds. 9. Samayik Vrat, abstinence from all sinful activities for a fixed period, that is for one muhurt, 48 minutes. 10. Deshavakashik Vrat, further restraint for a limited period. 11. Paushad Vrat, observance of fasting along with celibacy on sacred days. 12. Atithi Samvibhag Vrat, parting with food and the like by offering them to the ascetic. Purity of conduct is the essence of human life. In Jain philosophy, the right conduct is given the same importance as the right knowledge. The attainment of emancipation is impossible with only knowledge or with only conduct exclusively. It is the proper combination of both that leads to the attainment of emancipation. The cart cannot move on a single wheel. According to Jain philosophy, being at home, doing business, and duties of laymen, a lay follower can also follow righteousness. All that falls under the good conduct is righteousness. However, depending on the practitioner, righteousness is divided into two types: complete righteousness, partial righteousness. The practitioners of complete righteousness are the saints who devote all their life and efforts in renunciation, penances, and spiritual practices, becoming completely restrained. The followers of partial abstinence can be anyone. For example, on the righteous practice of non-violence, a layman cannot completely abstain from violence, but he can refrain himself from unnecessary violence. When a layman stays away from unnecessary violence, then that is called righteousness. A lay follower is incapable of avoiding violence of subtle beings for food, clothes, and other needs, violence against gross animals for self-protection, and violence that occurs out of negligence. Such violence is not a part of their righteousness, but when one abstains from killing innocent beings deliberately, then it is righteousness. Similarly, avoiding gross untruthfulness, such as false witnessing, and abstaining from gross stealing and extramarital sexual relations, not collecting unnecessary wealth, and limitation of even necessary wealth is righteousness. Being living a household life, the lay person forgives others, behaves friendly, remains straightforward. These all are acts of righteousness that lead to the upliftment of the soul. Righteousness is the medium of internal purity and can be done at any place and in any condition by anyone. Righteousness is not an external thing. It is the attribute of the soul. Righteousness means spiritual practice and self-control. Scriptures and religious leaders are empirical sources of religion. To make the self spiritual, they are essential. In reality, righteousness is dependent on one's conduct. If a man does not want to follow the righteous path, then no scripture or religious leader or anyone else can forcefully make him to do so. Therefore, the right means to spirituality is preaching. Through the right preaching, people recognize the truth and practice self-control and pure conduct. Goodness is found in all, even if it is in a very small portion. Those lay followers who are more inclined towards spiritual aspiration, they restrict themselves even in the necessary violence and make themselves most content. Sometimes, even without taking initiation of monkhood, they follow such an intensity of self-control that it equals the monkhood. They are specially termed as Pratimadhari Shravak. Monks have to follow non-violence and other codes of conduct completely without any relaxation for their entire life. For them, the rules are called Mahabrat, great vows. These woes are discussed further in chapter 23. A householder with the right vision of the world accepts the 12 woes of lay followers according to his capacity. A short description of these woes is presented here. For special and detailed study, one can read in Barah Vrat Ki Chaupai, authored by Srimad Bhikshu Swami. 1. Ahimsa Anuvrat, partial vow of non-violence. A lay follower, Shravak, cannot refrain completely from violence towards all living beings, mentally, verbally, and physically, but can partially refrain from gross forms of violence, like refraining from killing mobile, innocent animals intentionally, etc. This is known as the partial vow of non-violence. 2. Satya Anubrat, partial vow of truthfulness. A lay follower may feel incapable of desisting from subtle untruthfulness, but if he lives with awareness, he can at least avoid gross lies by which an innocent being is killed or punished. This is called Satya Anuvrat. 3. Asteya Anuvrat, partial vow of non-stealing. Refraining from stealing, robbery, by breaking the locks, snatching, etc., is the small vow of non-stealing. The theft on account of which one is penally punished and looked down in the society. Such stealing is a heinous act. Renouncing such an act is not only a duty of a lay follower, Shravak, but also of any civilized person. 4. Brahmacharya Anuvrat, partial vow of celibacy. The term Brahmacharya Anuvrat means to limit sexual instincts, refraining from extramarital sex, avoiding adultery, and practicing limited sexual activity, even with one's spouse. This is small vow of celibacy. Controlling sexual feelings to the extent possible is the partial vow of celibacy. One's spouse. This is small vow of celibacy. Partial vow of celibacy. 5. Aparigraha Anuvrat, partial vow of non-possession. Gold, silver, houses, property, money, etc. are possessions, and to renounce or put a limit on the collection of such items is the partial vow of non-possession. There is no end in acquiring money, material items, and prosperity in the world. As the man acquires them, so his greed increases. To check such a greedy instinct of man, the vow of non-possession has been advocated. Somewhere a person has to be content with his possessions. For the stability and strengthening of the 5 small vows, Anuvrat, 3 supplementary vows, Gunavrat, and 4 disciplinary vows, Shikshavrat, have been propounded. 6. Digvirati Vrat, spatial limitation, limiting travel in all directions like east and west, and to refrain from all sinful activities beyond the decided boundary is the vow of spatial limitation. Bhogopabhog Pariman Vrat, limitation of consumption, limiting 15 kinds of sinful business and 26 types of consumeristic activities is known as limitation of consumption. 8. Anarthadanda Virati Vrat, avoidance of purposeless sinful acts. Indeed, one cannot live without violence for survival. But if violence done without any purpose is acceptable, not indulging in violence which has no purpose is the vow of avoidance of purposeless sinful act. 9. Samaik, abstinence from all sinful activities for a fixed period, say one muhurta, that is 48 minutes. Abstaining from all sinful activities for one muhurta, 48 minutes, and staying engrossed with one's nature during that time is Samaik Vrat. 10. Deshavakashik Vrat, abstinence for a limited period. Abstaining from violence, etc., for a fixed period is known as Deshavakashik Vrat. The first 8 vows are taken for a lifetime, but any vow observed for a specific limited period, like 2 or 3 years, like 2 or 4 years, etc., is categorized as Deshavakashik Vrat. Footnote. For the details of 15 Karmadan and 26 Bhogopabhog, refer Shravak Vrat Dharana Vidhi, edited by Samaj Bhushan Chogmalji Chopra. 11. Paushadhopavas Vrat. Observance of Paushadhopavas on sacred days. Fasting on the 8th, 14th, and 15th day of the lunar calendar or any other day, and abandoning all the sinful activities, appearance, enhancement like makeup, etc., for one complete day and night is known as Paushadhopavas. It can only be practiced with strict fasting without any intake of water or food. If water is taken and this vow is taken for 12 hours or so, it is included in the 10th vow and not in 11th. 12. Yatha Atithi Samvibhag Vrat, parting with food and the like by offering them to the saints. Lay followers need to have a feeling of giving pure alms to the monks. It leads to a transgression. If the food is made for a monk or added more while cooking for us, for the monks, therefore, to abstain from giving impure food, alms, and to give pure alms is the vow of parting with food by offering it to the saints. Utility of vows. The vows of lay followers are important and not only from the religious point of view, but are important also from the social and national point of view as follows. 1. Through violence, mutual enmity spreads. The hatred becomes stronger and humanity perishes. Therefore, violence should be abandoned. The motto based on the first vow of the lay follower is Metti me sababhuvesu veram machana kenai. This means all beings are my friends. I do not have enmity with my beings. 2. All social relationships are based on truth. A single day cannot go on smoothly without truth. There can be no transaction without exchange. No exchange can take place without faith, and no faith can be built without truthfulness. Therefore, truth is always necessary. 3. Ruling over others, grabbing, stealing, robbing, and military attacks create an unpeaceful environment. The common man gets disturbed and fear spreads everywhere. Therefore, for sustainable peace, one must refrain from all such criminal activities. This is a great utility of the third vow of non stealing. Theft is a social poison. For the development of society, neutralizing this poison is essential. 4. Celibacy is life. Without this, a human being becomes drained of energy and lethargic. The confidence of a person following celibacy is invincible. One cannot take a celibate person. One cannot take a celibate person away from the path of righteousness, Nyaya Marga. Such a person is blessed with amazing willpower. For the construction of a powerful society, celibacy plays a great role. 5. To hoard wealth and materials beyond the needs of an individual is detrimental to society. Socialists argue that there should not be a system where there are billionaires on one hand and poor peoples on the other side of society. The purpose of a parigraha is to ensure people do not accumulate things that are not necessary. 6. By the vow of the curtailment of direction, the mentality of expansion is reduced. If movement in all the directions is limited, then automatically the tendency of exploitation and attacks will reduce. Those who have a desire to expand go to distant places for business and ownership. But a person who has taken the vow of limiting the movements in directions either does not travel to distant places beyond the limit, or even if they do not travel for business or war. 7. It is said we should not use imported materials for the industrial development of the nation. Do not accumulate excessive consumer goods. By following the seventh vow, this is naturally followed. The one who resolves that I will not use materials except my own country and I will not use materials more than the set limit, then this will automatically lead to national development as well as self-development. 8. A layman is engaged in violence for selfish motives, but he must at least save himself from purposeless violence. To kill any being without reason, to use foul language, to fight with others, be jealous, to harbor feelings of enmity, to waste water purposelessly, to walk on vegetation, to ignite a fire and leave it unattended, to keep the vessel of oil and ghee open, and many other such actions must be avoided for self development and as well as for the betterment of society. 9. Equanimity is the highest bliss. Non equanimity is misery. Since a layman must practice equanimity, the ninth vow of the layman has been prescribed for one muhurta. By doing the practice of equanimity 48 minutes through meditation and introspection, one can realize real happiness. The 10th vow is for the purity in daily routine. There are no limitations to consumer products. The desires are so compelling that people end up using more and more products of sensual pleasure. This deteriorates the physical body and the mind. The 10th vow teaches us the futility of indulging in material pleasures and the usefulness of self restraint. If worldly pleasures cannot be abandoned altogether, the practice can be done for a certain period. If it cannot be practiced for a longer period, one can limit one's consumption for only one day or even for a lesser time. This would lead to the upliftment of the soul, and with that, health would be improved. The person will become mentally strong and their willpower will increase. 11. In the 11th vow, one must practice Paushadhopavas at least once a year. This leads to a feeling of spiritual bliss. It will also have a good impact on our health. 12. The 12th vow is the advocacy of sharing. To give some part of one's food, clothing, etc. to a monk is the duty of a layman. The goods given in charity to a monk must not be replaced with the same, but one must practice self control. For lay followers, food can be prepared and items can be bought, but a Jain monk never accepts those things that are made or bought especially for him or her. Therefore, it is a prime duty of a Shravak that he must give a part of his share of food and other things to the monk. This is Patradan, pure offering of alms, and Atmasayam, self control. 23rd Bol Mahavrat 5. 5 great vows. 1. Ahimsa Anuvrat, great vow of non-violence. 2. Satya Mahavrat, great vow of truthfulness. 3. Asteya Mahavrat, great vow of non-stealing. 4. Brahmacharya Mahavrat, great vow of celibacy. 5. Aparigraha Mahavrat, great vow of non-possession. When a person renounces the world, takes Diksha, at that time he resolves to follow 5 great vows for his remaining long life. He abandons all the doors of influx, namely violence, untruthfulness, stealing, incontinence, and possession, from 3 modes mentally, verbally, and physically, and in 3 ways by not doing it oneself, not making others do it, and not approving others doing it. 1. The great vow of non-violence. The first great vow is non-violence. In this great vow, all kinds of violence are completely renounced. Since food is the first and foremost necessity of life, and food cannot be prepared without violence, then how a monk can survive? A monk neither prepares his food, nor makes others prepare food for him, nor approves others doing so. Sharing a part of food with the householders from whatever they prepare for themselves, the monk thus leads his life. Question. Although a monk does not cook his food, nor make others cook his food, nor does he approve such acts of cooking. He does take a share of the food cooked for householders. Why then should the monk not be regarded as partly responsible for the violence done in cooking the food? Answer. The monk could be held responsible for the violence caused by cooking food only if he is directly or indirectly involved in the violence done while preparing food. The person who at any cost does not take the food made for oneself, then how one could be responsible for the violence caused in preparing the food? A householder commits violence for oneself, not for a monk. If he cooks for a monk and the monk takes it, then the monk cannot save himself from the scene of committing violence. Until the monk gets the food from the house of lay followers, the monk has neither any right nor any relation with that food. Whilst the process of violence goes on during cooking, the food is not acceptable by a monk. Even after its process of cooking is over, if a householder does not wish to give the food, the monk cannot take it because taking things that are not given to him is a theft that is completely banned for a monk. Thus, those things belong to the monk only when a householder gives it to the monk and not before that. In this way, a monk saves himself from violence related to food, water, etc. Violence is of two kinds: partial violence and complete violence. The inauspicious activity that raises discomfort to any being is partial violence, and the activity that kills any being is known as complete violence. For a monk, both of these are to be abandoned completely. At night time, Jain monks sweep the floor while walking with a rajoharan, woolen broom, so that there can be the prevention of violence. A particle of sand consists of innumerable living beings. Therefore, a monk does not touch newly dug sand until it does not become lifeless by the opposite weapon like water, fire, etc. Similarly, the water of a pond, river, well, rainwater, etc. is nothing but water bodied beings, animate, and therefore such water cannot be taken by the monk. By boiling the living water or by mixing ash or lime in the water, water is made inanimate. If a monk is given boiled water or water mixed with ash, etc., he takes it because this water is lifeless. There also exists a scientific basis for taking inanimate water because in inanimate water there remains no microorganisms causing diseases, eggs, worms, etc. A monk does not use fire since fire is also a living entity. He does not even touch it. Even in the coldest season, he does not go near a fire to warm himself. Green vegetables and fruits are plant bodied beings. A monk does not even touch them. By the contact of fire and other weapons, if those things become non living, then after such items can be taken by the monk. In this way, to practice non violence for one's whole life is the great vow of non violence. 2. The great vow of truthfulness. In the second great vow, there is a total renunciation of lying. Even to save a life or protect religion, a monk cannot lie. He cannot utter any words which hurt others. A monk cannot be a witness in a court because even by giving a truthful statement, it always hurts one person out of the two. To hurt anyone through one's inauspicious activity is violence, and the violent words are untruthful. Thus, violent and untruthful acts are prohibited for a monk. 3. The great vow of non stealing. In the third vow, stealing is completely renounced. A monk cannot stay in the house without the permission of its owner. A monk cannot initiate or give diksha to a person before acquiring the permission of their guardians, parents, or dependents. A monk cannot take even a blade of grass without the permission of its owner. 4. The great vow of celibacy. In the fourth great vow, one completely abstains oneself from incontinence. A monk cannot even touch the opposite gender, even if she is his sister or mother. He cannot sit on one seat with a woman. One can read Shil Ki Navbad of Acharya Bhikshu for the guidance in practice of celibacy. 5. The great vow of non-possession. In the fifth great vow, possession is renounced completely. A monk does not possess anything other than the articles required to sustain his spiritual practices. He never gets attached to those things too. Question. Why are the articles of a monk required to sustain his spiritual practices, such as clothes, utensils, and books, not considered as possessions? Answer. The articles that are possessed due to attachment are called possessions. A monk only takes limited clothes, utensils, etc., which are necessary for the continuation of his self restrained life. They are not possessions, rather are helpful in self-restraint. If we believe them to be possessions, then why can't even the body of a monk be considered as a possession? As clothes and utensils are possessions, so too is the body. It cannot be said that the body is necessary, but not the articles. If we say that what can be left out is possession, this is not the correct definition of possession. In reality, attachment causes possession. A monk neither takes food and clothes by greed nor keeps attachment towards them, nor does he have a desire to collect such items. Therefore, his utensils and articles are not in possession. 6. Refraining from eating at night. Apart from the above five great woes, there is also the sixth woe. In this woe, one refrains from eating during the night for his whole life. A monk is not supposed to keep any kind of eatables or beverages with him at night. He cannot eat or drink anything during the night after sunset until sunrise. 24th Bol Bhanga 49. 49 kinds of combinations. There are two types of wisdom, wisdom of knowledge and wisdom of renunciation. Through the wisdom of knowledge, one can know the nature of the substance. By the wisdom of renunciation, one abandons the things that are to be abandoned. There is a deep relation between both of them. Without knowledge, there cannot be renunciation, as there is a lack of knowledge of the objects to be abandoned and the objects to be accepted. Without the wisdom of renunciation, the doer of the inflow of karma cannot be inhibited. In this chapter, the sequence of renunciation has been exhibited. Normally, the meaning of the renunciation is understood in a restricted sense as not to do a particular wrong act. But this is only a gross form of renunciation. Until renunciation is not done in the 9 ways, it is not complete. 9 ways of renunciation include 3 ways of action, that is, karan, not doing, not making others do an act, not approving others doing an act, and 3 levels of actions, that is, yoga, mental, verbal, and physical, and their combination. 49 kinds of combination, bhanga. 11. 9. Selecting one karan and one yoga at a time, we get 9 combinations. 1. Not doing with mind. 2. Not doing with speech. 3. Not doing with body. 4. Not making others do with the mind. 4. Not making others do with speech. 6. Not making others do with the body. 7. Not approve others doing with mind. 8. Not approve others doing with speech. 9. Not approve others doing with body. 12. 9. Selecting one karan and 2 yoga at a time, we get 9 combinations. 10. Not doing with mind and speech. 11. Not doing with mind and body. 12. Not doing with speech and body. 13. Not making others do through mind and speech. 14. Not making others do through mind and body. 15. Not making others do through speech and body. 16. Not approving others through mind and speech. 17. Not approving others doing through mind and body. 18. Not approving others doing through body and speech. 13. 3. Selecting one karan and 3 yoga at a time, we get 3 combinations. 19. Not doing through mind, speech and body. 20. Not making others do through mind, speech and body. 21. Not approving others doing through mind, speech and body. 21. 9. Selecting 2 karan and 1 yoga at a time, we get 9 combinations. 22. Not doing and neither making others do through the mind. 23. Not doing and neither making others do through speech. 24. Not doing and neither making others do through body. 25. Not doing and neither approving others doing through the mind. 26. Not doing and neither approving others doing through speech. 27. Not doing and neither approving others doing through the body. 28. Not making others do and neither approving others doing through the mind. 29. Not making others do and neither approving others doing through speech. 30. Not making others do and neither approving others doing through the body. 22. 9. Selecting 2 current and 2 yoke at a time, we get 9 combinations. 31. Not doing and neither making others do through mind and speech. 32. Not doing and neither making others do through mind and body. 33. Not doing and neither making others do through speech and body. 34. Not doing and neither approving others doing through mind and speech. 35. Not doing and neither approving others doing through mind and body. 36. Not doing and neither approving others doing through speech and body. 37. Not making others do and neither approving others doing through mind and speech. 38. Not making others do and neither approving others doing through mind and body. 39. Not making others do and neither approving others doing through speech and body. 23. Selecting 2 current and 3 yoga at a time, we get 3 combinations. 40. Not doing and neither making others do through mind, speech and body. 41. Not doing and neither approving others doing through the mind, speech and body. 42. Not making others do and neither approving others doing through the mind, speech and body. 31. Selecting 3 current and 1 yoke at a time, we get 3 combinations. 43. Not doing, not making others do, neither approving others doing through the mind. 44. Not doing, not making others do, neither approving others doing through speech. 45. Not doing, not making others do, neither approving others doing through the body. 32. Selecting 3 current and 2 yoga at a time, we get 3 combinations. 46. Not doing, not making others do, neither approving others doing through mind and speech. 47. Not doing, not making others do, neither approving others doing through mind and body. 48. Not doing, not making others do, neither approving others doing through speech and body. 33. Selecting 3 current and 3 yoga at a time, we get 1 combination. 49. Not doing, not making others do, neither approving others doing through mind, speech and body. 9 types of renunciation. Koti. 1 koti of renunciation. Not doing physically. Total combinations inhibited 1. Description of combinations inhibited 1. Inhibited 1 of number 11. 2 koti of renunciation. Not doing physically, verbally. Total combinations inhibited 3 and description of combinations inhibited are 2 of number 11 and 1 of number 12. 3 koti of renunciation. 3 type koti of renunciation. 1 type koti of renunciation. 2 type koti of renunciation. 3 type koti of renunciation. Not doing physically, verbally, mentally. Total combinations inhibited 7. Description of combinations inhibited of 3 of number 11, 3 of number 12, 1 of number 13. 4 type koti of renunciation. Not doing physically, verbally, mentally, not making others do physically. Total combinations inhibited 9. Description of combinations inhibited 4 of number 11, 3 of number 12, 1 of number 13, 1 of number 21. 5 type koti of renunciation. Not doing physically, verbally, mentally, not making others do physically and verbally. Total combinations inhibited 13. Description of combinations inhibited 5 of number 11, 4 of number 12, 13, 1 of number 13, 2 of number 21, 1 of number 22. 6 type koti of renunciation. Not doing physically, verbally, mentally, not making others do physically, verbally and mentally. Total combinations inhibited 21. Description of combinations inhibited 6 of number 11, 6 of number 12, 2 of number 13, 3 of number 21, 3 of number 22, 1 of number 23. 7 type koti of renunciation. Not doing physically, verbally, mentally, not making others do physically, verbally and mentally, and not approving others physically. Total combinations inhibited 25. Description of combinations inhibited 7 of number 11, 6 of number 12, 2 of number 13, 5 of number 21, 3 of number 22, 1 of number 23, 1 of number 31. 8 type koti of renunciation. Not doing physically, verbally, and mentally. Not making others do physically, verbally, and mentally. And not approving others physically, verbally. Total combinations inhibited 33. Description of combinations inhibited 8 of number 11, 7 of number 12, 2 of number 13, 7 of number 21, 5 of number 22, 1 of number 23, 2 of number 31, 1 of number 32. 9 type koti of renunciation. Not doing physically, verbally, and mentally. Not making others do physically, verbally, and mentally. And not approving others physically, verbally, and mentally. Total combinations inhibited 49. Description of combinations inhibited 9 of number 11, 9 of number 12, 3 of number 13, 9 of number 21, 9 of number 22, 3 of number 23, 3 of number 31, 3 of number 32, 1 of number 33. A monk renounces sins through all the 9 ways. A lay follower renounces sin through 2 to 8 ways. Doing through the mind, speech, and body, making others do mentally, verbally, and physically, and approving the sinful activities mentally, verbally, and physically. All these belong to the same class. The one who does violence, who makes others do violence, and who approves violence is also violent, and the one who thinks that violence is good is also violent. In the same way, one doing violence mentally, verbally, and physically is violent. Thus, there are 9 possibilities in doing, making others do, and approving others committing violence through mind, speech, and body. These are the 9 ways through which karmas enter the soul, and by renunciation of which these ways are blocked. This stoppage is called inhibition somewhere. 9 levels of renunciation. 9 levels of renunciation. The 49 combinations of practicing abstinence can be easily learned through this chart. 3 Karan. A. Doing it yourself. B. Make others do. C. To endorse the act. 3 Yoga. X. Mind. Y. Speech. Z. Body. Level 1. Karan 1. Yoga 1. Combinations 9. AX, AY, AZ. BX, BY, BZ, CX, CY, CZ. Level 2. 1 current, yoke 2. Combinations 9. AXY, AXZ, AYZ, BXZ, BXZ, BXY, BXZ, BYZ, CXY, CXZ, CYZ. Level 3. Karan 1, yoke 3. Combinations 3. AXYZ, BXYZ, CXYZ. Level 4. Karan 2, yoke 1. Combinations 9. ABX, ABY, ABZ, ACX, ACY, ACZ. BCX, BCY, BCZ. Level 5. Current 2, yoke 2, combinations 9. ABXY, ABXZ, ABYZ, ACXY, ACXZ, ACYZ, BCXY, BCXZ, BCYZ. Level 6. Current 2, yoke 3, combinations 3. ABXYZ, ACXYZ, BCXYZ. Level 7. Current 3, yoke 1, combinations 3. ABCX, ABCY, ABCZ. Level 8. Current 3, yoke 2, combinations 3. ABCXY, ABCXZ, ABCYZ. Level 9. Current 3, yoke 3, combinations 1. ABCXYZ. Total 49. 25th bowl, Charitra 5. 5 types of conducts. 1. Samaik, initiation conduct. 2. Chedopasthapaniya, confirmation by ordination. 3. Parihar Vishuddhi, purification conduct. 4. Sukshma Samparai, conduct attended with subtle passion. 5. Yathakhyat, perfect conduct. The word charitra or conduct has three meanings. 1. The stoppage of impure activities of soul, the effort to keep the soul in its pure state. And 3. Activities that destroy karma. Samayik charitra. The word Samayik charitra, initiation conduct, means to abstain from all sinful activities, to stabilize oneself in samabhava, equanimity. The 4 other conducts, such as confirmation by ordination, purification, etc., are nothing but special practices in initiation conduct itself. Since they possess specialities in their qualities and conduct, they have been categorized under different heads. Acquisition or attainment of initiation conduct is through total abstinence of all sinful activities, to renounce the sinful deed by threefold current, doing, getting done by others, praising the one doing it, and 3 kinds of activities, yoga, body, speech, and mind, is Samayik Charitra. By doing so, the influx of karma by non-abstinence, avrat ashrav, is stopped completely. Chedopasthapaniya charitra or confirmation by ordination means the final admission by means of detailed instruction in the individual Mahavrats by one. In the individual Mahavrats one by one, taking the great vows with division. The other meaning is to obtain the charitra again after the infringement of previously obtained charitra. In initiation conduct, sinful activities are refrained generally on the whole, but in ordination, there is the abstinence of sinful activities in detail with all its possible divisions. When a person is initiated, he takes up Samayik Charitra and he only says, Savam Savajjam Jogam Pachakhami, abstaining oneself from all sinful activities. But after 7 days or 6 months of initiation, these 5 Mahavrats are taken again sequentially with all its classifications. This is called confirmation by ordination, a process of reinitiating is conducted. Whenever there are blemishes in the previously accepted initiation conduct, an ascetic is reinitiated as atonement for the sins committed. This is only confirmation by ordination conduct. This is also confirmation by ordination conduct. Initiation and confirmation by ordination conduct. These 2 conducts are followed in the 6th to the 9th stage of spiritual development, Gunasthans. Parihar Vishuddhi, purification conduct. The word Parihar means special penance for purification. For purification. Thus, it is known as Parihar Vishuddhi Charitra or purification conduct. In this conduct, a penance called Parihar is practiced. A group of 9 monks come together to practice a rigorous penance for 18 months. In this conduct, in the first 6 months, 4 monks practice penance, fasting, and 4 others help them and remain in their service. 1 out of them is elected as the Acharya in the next 6 months. Those who were in service undertake penance, and those who did penance take the charge of service. The Acharya or leader remains the same. In the last 6 months, the elected Acharya undergoes penance, and 1 out of the 8 others is elected as new Acharya, and the rest 7 serve the previous Acharya. The sequence for penance is as follows. A sequence of penance. Season, summer. Minimum Upvas, 1 day fasting. Average Bela, 2 days fasting. Maximum Tela, 3 days fasting. Season, winter. Minimum Bela, 2 days fasting. Average Tela, 3 days fasting. Maximum Chola, 4 days fasting. Season, rainy. Minimum Tela, 3 days fasting. Average Chola, 4 days fasting. Maximum Panchola, 4 days fasting. This conduct is practiced in the 6th and 7th stages of spiritual development, Gunasthans. Sukshma Samparaya Charitra, subtle passion conduct. In the condition where anger, pride, and deceit are completely subsided or destroyed, only a residue of subtle greed remains. In that pure state of the soul, subtle passion conduct is achieved. Yathakhyat Charitra, perfect conduct. The condition in which delusion is completely subsided or destroyed is known as Yathakhyat or perfect conduct. This is also called the conduct of Vitarag, omniscient. In this condition, further bondage of sinful karmas is completely stopped. The practitioners of this conduct are of two types of monks. One, those with subsided passions. Two, those with destroyed passions. The ascetic with subsided passions cannot attain liberation in the same birth. The ascetic with destroyed passions attains liberation in the same birth. This conduct remains from the 11th to 14th stages of spiritual development, Gunasthan. Those who follow initiation conduct partially. Those who follow the 12 vows and abstain from violence, etc., partially. They are called as a partial vow follower or layman, Deshvirati Shravak. And the one who follows all the 5 types of conduct as per the set rules is known as an ascetic monk sadhu. Om Arham.